Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Who's in charge of this checkpoint? Kanade asked, his expression complicated. I think they're in one of the rooms inside the house. The helpful student replied, then cautiously asked, President. Are you going in? Could he even say no? Kanade thought to himself. With so many pairs of eyes watching him expectantly, retreating wasn't an option. There was no way he could utter the words, I'm scared. As a participant myself, of course I'll go in and experience it. Kanade replied with a serious expression. Applause broke out immediately. As expected of the president. Good luck, President. We're rooting for you. The helpful student even looked teary-eyed as he added, President, you're truly incredible. We're counting on you. You guys are making this worse. Kanade thought, already feeling nervous. What was in there? Why did it feel like he was heading to his doom? Kanade was close to breaking, but since he had already committed in front of everyone, there was no way to back out. He glanced at Kaguya, hoping she'd come up with an excuse to delay things. Kaguya noticed his frantic blinking and immediately understood his plea for help. Of course, I'll join the president. I would never back out halfway. Kaguya declared firmly. This was her resolve as a Shinomiya woman to never retreat and to stand by the president, supporting him no matter what. Great. Now he was utterly doomed. Chapter 152, with the crowd's expectant gazes on him and his staunch supporter, Kaguya, voicing her determination to stand by him, Kanade Natsukawa had no chance of escaping his walk into the lion's den. Resigned to his fate, he climbed the steps toward the haunted house alongside Kaguya Shinomiya. This haunted house wasn't the ordinary kind you'd find at an amusement park, it was haunting in the literal sense. Instead of a typical door, the entrance was framed by a grotesque demonic face. The pathway leading up to the house seemed to vanish, replaced by a gruesome throat carved into the demon's open maw. Just one glance at the setup was enough to make anyone feel queasy. Yet Kanade remained unfazed. Why? Simple, it was familiar. From his past endeavors of trying to win favor with others to his club activities, Kanade had experienced his fair share of haunted houses and similar attractions. Initially, he'd been startled countless times. But over time, repeated exposure dulled the fear, leaving him unaffected by the jump scares and immersive settings. However, he remained cautious. These types of attractions thrived on unexpected frights, often targeting participants at their most unguarded moments. Whether you thought you were in a safe zone, believed the scariest parts were over, or assumed the staff wouldn't pick on someone visibly terrified, something always jumped out at the worst possible time. Sometimes, the scares went beyond jumps, they'd chase you, reveling in your flight. The more you ran, the more enthusiastically they pursued, as if unlocking their inner sadist. Not that Kanade would run, of course. His reactions rarely went beyond a startle. But the same couldn't be said for the girls who accompanied him. Some screamed and trembled, others froze in place, hugging themselves in fear. These reactions, while dramatic, were manageable. What Kanade dreaded most were those who pretended to be brave but were paralyzed with terror, stubbornly refusing to admit it. Supporting such a partner was emotionally exhausting. In comparison, girls who bolted were preferable. They moved, and that movement often hastened the end of the ordeal. Kanade couldn't help but wonder which type Kaguya would be. We're going in, Kaguya. Ready yourself. Yes, I'm ready, President. With that, the two stepped inside, bracing themselves for the challenge. The interior was far darker than the flashlight-lit area outside. It was pitch black, as if even the faintest light had been swallowed. As Kanade's eyes adjusted, he began to make out faint shapes around him. But it wasn't the darkness that drew his attention, it was the steady, deliberate sound of footsteps approaching from deeper within the house. The opening act, already? They weren't wasting any time. Kanade frowned and instinctively pulled Kaguya behind him, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound. The footsteps echoed from within the house, unbroken since they'd entered. Finally, their source emerged, a hunched old woman leaning heavily on a battered cane. Hey, another pair of fools courting death. The speaker was an elderly woman with a twisted, sinister appearance. Her face was marred with blackened patches, her skin unnaturally dark, and her deep wrinkles seemed heavy enough to crush flies. She glanced at them dismissively before shaking her head and turning to leave without another word. Seeing this, Kanade quickly called out, "Excuse me, ma'am. Elder? How can we leave this place?" He had anticipated a sudden scare but was instead greeted with an RPG-like scenario. There was no way he'd let such an obvious NPC-like figure leave without extracting some information. Leave? Hey, that's impossible. Unless you find the spirit of the one who died unjustly here. Only then will you be able to escape. And after we find her, we... Kanade began to ask another question, but heavy footsteps behind him abruptly cut him off. Thud. Thud. The steps fell like hammer blows, resonating directly in his chest. I smell the scent of the living. Accompanied by raspy breaths, a grating, teeth-on-edge creaking sound began. It was as if the floorboards themselves were collapsing under immense weight or as if something was chewing through them. The sound grew louder, closing the distance. I'm so hungry. Kanade turned to Kaguya, only to find her looking back at him. Their eyes met, and without hesitation, they both shouted, "Run!" Though neither had seen what was behind them, the combination of heavy footsteps, eerie noises, and the old woman's creepy makeup was enough to convince them whatever it wasn't worth seeing. Thankfully, neither of them was foolish enough to stay and investigate. It was clear the challenge involved fleeing from whatever monstrosity lurked behind them while searching the house for the unjustly slain spirit. This spirit was likely the key to escaping, probably someone who would stamp their card. What now, President? Kaguya asked as they ran. This was her first time playing such a game, and despite the fear, she found herself genuinely intrigued, momentarily forgetting her initial reasons for participating. Should we split up? It might be faster to search that way. No, we'll stay together. Kanade replied firmly. There's no rule about how quickly we need to finish. We can search the rooms one by one. The only thing we need to avoid is getting caught by whatever that is. Besides, Kanade added, raising his right hand, aren't we supposed to hold hands the whole time? He hadn't let go of hers once. The eccentric heiress froze. Oh, right. She had completely forgotten about that rule. Close one. I almost let the president figure out the truth. Chapter 153, After escaping the source of the thunderous footsteps, Kanade Natsukawa and Kaguya Shinomiya began searching every room they encountered. Unfortunately, they found no sign of the restless soul mentioned by the elderly NPC. This only reinforced their belief that it wasn't some abstract clue but rather another student acting as an NPC. Even with that understanding, they still hadn't uncovered anything that might lead them to complete the challenge. However, their efforts weren't entirely fruitless. They discovered several special items scattered throughout the rooms. Bell of suppression, when rung loudly in front of the butcher. It immobilizes him for 5 seconds. However, it loses its effect after one use. Hint, shake the bell vigorously to ensure it's loud enough for the butcher to hear. If the sound is too faint, he might not notice. Invisibility talisman, sticking this on your forehead grants invisibility for 20 seconds. Once the time runs out, the effect dissipates. Hint, avoid making loud noises while invisible, or you'll still draw the butcher's attention. Token of affection, a keepsake from a young maiden's lover, carrying great sentimental value. Hint, don't discard it thinking it's useless. This is the most important item, keep it in mind. Taunting doll, a doll with an extremely irritating appearance. Waving it in front of the butcher will attract his attention. However, the wielder will be relentlessly pursued, and discarding the doll won't help. Hint, use this item carefully if you don't want nightmares. It's best paired with another item for self-defense. Be brave, young adventurers. As someone with some experience in similar games, Kanade immediately grasped the situation. Items, a chasing mechanic, and a touch of puzzle solving, it all screamed survival horror RPG. This time, though, it was a live-action, first-person experience. His heart rate was sure to spike any moment now. I think I've figured out how we're supposed to clear this. Kanade murmured. Seeing Kaguya's curious expression, he began explaining. In scenarios like this, we call it a horror role-playing game. You don't need to overthink the details, just remember the core concept. We use these items to evade the boss's pursuit and find the means to survive, or in this case, clear the challenge. The butcher mentioned in the hint notes is probably the source of those heavy footsteps we heard earlier. Initially, I thought we just needed to avoid him and find the restless soul. But after seeing these items, it's clear we'll have to confront him directly. Huh? Isn't it just about finding a staff member to stamp our card? Kaguya asked, puzzled. It's not that simple. Kanade replied, shaking his head. We've searched all the rooms on this floor and only found these items. That suggests our target is likely in one of the rooms on the first floor, which is undoubtedly guarded by the butcher. Based on how these games usually work, The butcher likely has a set patrol pattern. For example, when we go downstairs and he spots us, he'll chase us. But if we return to the second floor, he won't follow. We've been on this floor for almost 5 minutes and haven't seen or heard him once. That suggests he's restricted to the first floor. For more specifics, we'll need to go down and observe. Kanade hesitated. Heading downstairs meant Kaguya would have to accompany him, as they couldn't break the rule of holding hands. Though the house was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult for any cameras to track them clearly, it was likely still possible to tell if they separated. Of course, if you'd rather not, we can forfeit the challenge. We'd just miss out on the courage medal. But we can still participate in other activities. Kanade suggested. Rather not? Why would I? Kaguya asked, confused. Going to confront the butcher. We haven't seen him yet, but I doubt he's something you can calmly ignore once you do. Kanade said, trying to put it delicately. Kaguya felt underestimated. Don't worry, President. The Shinomiya family fears nothing, only others fear us. So proceed with your plan. I'll support you fully. Fine. If you insist. Kanade took Kaguya's hand and carefully led her downstairs. Peering over the railing, he observed the central corridor. Just as he'd suspected, a massive figure stood at the far end, blocking the only path forward. The figure was over 2 meters tall, with a frame rivaling that of a heavyweight sumo wrestler. It remained stationary, completely obstructing the hallway. Kanade refrained from using the flashlight to avoid alerting the figure. In the dim surroundings, he couldn't make out its features but could discern its silhouette. This actually reassured him. He was sure the figure's face was painted with a terrifyingly realistic design, and not seeing it spared them the added stress of that visual. After confirming the figure's location and noting no other paths, Kanade withdrew and whispered to Kaguya. I'm certain now. The restless soul is either in one of the rooms behind the butcher or possibly in one of the rooms we passed earlier. Either way, we can't avoid him. He won't just let us walk past. That's where the items come in. Kanade explained. For example, we can use the invisibility talisman to check the rooms ahead. Then, we could use the taunting doll to lure him away and the bell of suppression to immobilize him for a short time. During that window, we can search the remaining rooms and give the token of affection to the soul. That should complete the challenge. Kaguya was a bit overwhelmed. She couldn't fathom how Kanade had devised such a comprehensive plan so quickly. While she understood the item's functions, she had only thought of using them to escape in emergencies. Still, she trusted Kanade completely. She was confident he'd guide them through this challenge perfectly. With her agreement, Kanade decisively placed the invisibility talisman on his forehead and led Kaguya boldly into the butcher's line of sight. To ensure the talisman was visible, Kanade even shone his flashlight on his head to demonstrate its use. The massive figure hesitated for a moment but then began walking toward them, heavy footsteps echoing through the hallway. Kanade was stunned but quickly pieced together the problem. It was likely their movement or the flashlight that had triggered the butcher's attention, as the hint notes had warned. Ideally, the butcher should have returned to his position after losing interest. But instead of turning back, the figure's steps quickened. It seemed to be breaking into a run. What? Kanade's eyes widened. Why isn't the NPC following the rules? Didn't the talisman make us invisible? Just as he was about to break character and call out to clarify the game mechanics, Kaguya tugged at his sleeve. President, we should run before he catches us. She urged. Fine. Kanade sighed, agreeing reluctantly. He resolved to find the old NPC woman later to get to the bottom of this. He led Kaguya back upstairs at a brisk pace, the butcher stopping his pursuit only once they reached the second floor. The figure then turned and slowly returned to its original position. As I thought, the butcher's range is limited to the first floor. Kanade mused. I wasn't wrong about that, but what about the talisman? Could it be that someone else had used it earlier, leading the butcher to think it could only work once per game? While Kanade pondered this, Kaguya suddenly spoke up. President, could it be that the talisman only works for one person at a time? She suggested. Just a moment ago, Kaguya Shinomiya had clearly felt it. The butcher's gaze, which initially locked onto Kanade Natsukawa, had immediately shifted to her. Even its heavy steps had adjusted to her direction. Though it seemed like they were both being pursued, Kaguya couldn't shake the feeling that she was the true target, and Kanade was simply standing nearby by coincidence. That can't be right. If that's how it works, then this item is completely useless. We're supposed to stay connected the whole time, aren't we? Kanade said, puzzled. Kaguya fell silent. At this point, she had no choice but to reveal the truth. But what if Kanade misunderstood her? What if he thought she really liked him or something? No. That would be too embarrassing. She hesitated, unsure whether to speak up or not. But before she could decide, Someone else made the choice for her. What are you still doing here? Get out immediately. In 3 minutes, you'll be trapped here forever. The hunched old woman NPC appeared again, this time kindly offering a countdown reminder. Kanade sighed in relief at the timely interruption. Without delay, he recounted the incident with the talisman and asked if it was because someone else had already used it. The old woman didn't answer directly. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and gave Kaguya a peculiar, probing look, sending a wave of unease through her. Perhaps you're right. The NPC finally said. But don't worry about that now. If the talisman doesn't work, use your remaining items to escape. Without waiting for a response, the old woman hobbled away on her cane. Kanade was speechless. What's with these students? They're all so unprofessional, even showing such attitude to the student council president. I'll have to investigate who's playing this role and remember their face. For now, however, the priority was figuring out how to clear the challenge. The time limit made sense, it was just a game, after all, and they couldn't hold up the queue outside forever. In that case, we'll use the taunting doll to lure the butcher away, then freeze him with a bell of suppression. That should give us enough time to check the rooms. Kanade proposed. Kaguya didn't object, though her mind lingered on the NPC's unsettling gaze. The makeup and costume only added to her discomfort. With the plan set, they didn't delay further. The two boldly reappeared before the butcher and activated the taunting doll. Hey, big guy, come and get me. The doll's obnoxious voice taunted. The butcher roared in anger and charged at them. Even as they retreated up the stairs, it continued its relentless pursuit. It works. Kanade and Kaguya exchanged relieved glances. At least the other items weren't faulty. Without them, they'd be in serious trouble. Keeping just out of the butcher's reach, the pair led it down the hallway to a dead end. Kanade watched the massive figure approach, calculating the safe distance. Closer. Closer. Now. As the butcher reached the final moment of proximity, Kanade pulled out the bell of suppression and shook it vigorously. Sure enough, the butcher froze in place. Keep your head down and don't look up. Kanade whispered before grabbing Kaguya's hand and running past the immobilized figure. They had to make the most of the time. Otherwise, all their efforts would be wasted. Kaguya obediently kept her head low, resisting the temptation to sneak a peek at the butcher's face. She stayed focused, following Kanade's lead. However, her compliance caused her to overlook the staircase ahead. Before she realized it, she was barreling toward the edge, ready to tumble. Watch out! Kanade reacted quickly, pulling her back and saving her from falling. Ah! Kaguya winced, feeling a slight sting from the sudden movement, but she also found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. He's hugging me. He's actually hugging me. Are you okay, Kaguya? Kanade asked, his voice filled with concern. He was entirely focused on her well-being, worried that the sudden pull might have hurt her. I'm fine, thank you, President. Kaguya stammered, her face flushing. The dim lighting thankfully hid her expression. Otherwise, she'd have died of embarrassment on the spot. Relieved by her response, Kanade was about to exhale when the heavy footsteps resumed behind them. The butcher was on the move again. The oppressive atmosphere returned in full force. Without hesitation, Kanade grabbed Kaguya's hand to run again. But as he moved, he heard her soft gasp. Ah! He stopped and turned to her, noting her attempt to mask her condition. But the slight tremble in her stance betrayed her. Did you sprain your ankle? Kaguya couldn't lie to him, so she nodded silently. This wasn't good. Kanade realized they might not have enough time left. With the butcher chasing them, escaping seemed nearly impossible. If that was the case. It's okay, President. You should go on without me. It's just a little pain, I'll manage. Before she could finish, Kanade scooped her into his arms. Apologies. You can yell at me later, but we need to move now. Kanade said firmly, already running. He didn't have time to worry about anything else. His mind was set he would push through to clear this challenge. Because this was his pride as a gamer. Never give up until the final second. Chapter 154, Kaguya's slim figure was easy to carry, and despite being called the Ice Queen, she was soft and delicate in Kanade Natsukawa's arms. Even her warm breath brushed against him with a faint, unique fragrance. Apologies, it's an emergency. Kanade mumbled awkwardly. He felt a little guilty. With a monstrous pursuer hot on their heels and the tension high, how could he still be distracted by something like this? He felt like one of those gamers who, mid-competition, got sidetracked by a flirtatious text from their girlfriend. Focus on your teammate's condition, not your secondary priorities. But he couldn't help it. Even though he tried to hold Kaguya farther from his body, his arms could only extend so far. Any farther, and he wouldn't have the strength to carry her properly. I wasn't calm enough back there. In hindsight, He shouldn't have rushed to pick her up. Carrying her on his back would have been much more practical. Now he had a different problem. Not only was Kaguya glaring daggers at him with her icy gaze, but he also had no idea how to open the next door while holding her. Kaguya, the door. As they approached the first door, Kanade could only remind the girl in his arms. He planned to put her down briefly, check the room, and pick her back up to keep running. But before he could finish his sentence, Kaguya took the initiative. She stretched out her hand and, with a firm push, opened the door. No one here. Next room. Kaguya said curtly, turning her icy glare back on him as if to say, I'm watching you. Don't even think about trying anything. Then why don't you just let me put you down and carry you on my back instead? Kanade thought, sweat forming on his brow. But he didn't dare suggest it. A similar situation had happened before with another girl, Kasumijoka Senpai. Back then, he had suggested switching from carrying her in his arms to a piggyback ride to avoid being too intimate. In response, she had mocked his stamina and accused him of calling her heavy, throwing a tantrum. Heavy? Don't you know your own weight? If I hadn't been working out, I wouldn't have been able to lift you in the first place. Though Kaguya's personality was entirely different from Kasumijoka Senpai's, her current expression made Kanade feel like she might shove him to the ground and berate him mercilessly if he even hinted at such a suggestion. She's probably just tolerating my behavior for now. Deep down, she's furious. How could you betray my trust like this? You're the worst. There was no way he'd risk suggesting a different position. He resigned himself to holding her like this for as long as she remained silent. Thankfully, his ordeal didn't last much longer. In the 7th room, they checked the one directly to the right of where the butcher had been standing. They finally found their target. A girl dressed as a ghost, complete with a black halo, sat on a chair. She was yawning and scrolling through her phone with a bored expression. When she noticed them, she froze for a moment before hurriedly putting away her phone, straightening her posture, and adopting a serious demeanor. I was once skip the backstreet. Kanade interrupted, immediately extending the crumpled card he'd been holding. Just stamp this. The ghost girl looked momentarily conflicted. It wasn't about skipping the backstreet, though she was slightly annoyed she couldn't indulge her storytelling urges. The real problem was that she recognized the two before her. One was the student council president, the other the vice president. And now they seemed to be engaging in some elaborate roleplay. Logically, she should just stamp the card and pretend she hadn't seen anything. But she prided herself on her professionalism. Gossiping and cutting corners weren't her style. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Kanade suddenly realized he was still missing a crucial item. But in his current position. Kaguya, could you grab the item from my jacket pocket? He asked. Perhaps because there was someone else present, Kaguya's reluctance was palpable. She paused for a long moment, then glared at him as if he were something unpleasant. Finally, with visible displeasure, she reached out. Her hand fumbled in his pocket for what felt like forever, her awkward angle making the process even slower. Kanade had to guide her to the correct spot, stopping her from unintentionally kneading his chest. It should be this. Kanade said, indicating the item. Kaguya quickly retrieved the token of affection and handed it over with a huff. Ah. Yes. The ghost girl stiffly accepted the item, nodding as she fought to suppress her curiosity. She didn't dare ask any of the questions bubbling in her mind. What kind of roleplay is this? Can I take a photo as a keepsake? Such thoughts were immediately dismissed. Thank you, brave, she began, trying to deliver her scripted lines, only to be interrupted again. We're out of time. Just stamp the card. Kanade urged, cutting her off. I don't want to miss the deadline. The ghost girl had no choice but to comply, reluctantly stamping the card. She had planned to recount the background story afterward to alleviate her boredom, but no sooner had she finished stamping than a delicate hand snatched the card away at lightning speed. Before she could process what had happened, she looked up to find the pair already at the door. So she was just part of their play, huh? But it was so frustrating. She hadn't felt involved at all. Chapter 155. Just as they stepped out of the room, the crisp sound of a bell echoed throughout the house, signaling the end of the game. Almost immediately, the old woman NPC appeared before them, extending her hand. The items. They need to be returned. This time, her voice wasn't the raspy tone she had used before, it was clear and pleasant, with a strangely familiar ring to it. Kanade Natsukawa didn't dwell on it, though. This wasn't the time for reminiscence, especially since he was still carrying another girl in his arms. Wait. Why am I still holding her? The game was over, and there was no need to run anymore. Realizing this, Kanade quickly set Kaguya Shinomiya down. But as he tried to straighten up, he noticed Kaguya clinging tightly to his shirt. Kaguya. Your hand. Kanade said gently, trying to remind her. It was as if she were in a daze. She didn't respond until he repeated himself a second time, snapping her out of her trance. Huh? Oh. Kanade found her behavior odd. Being spaced out was one thing, but her actions didn't align with her injury. The issue was with her foot, yet she kept lightly covering her right cheek with her left hand as if hiding something there. He didn't understand it but decided to respect her choice. For now, his attention turned to the NPC. Here. Kanade said, handing over all the items they had collected. That's everything. Oh, and the token of affection. I gave it to the girl in the room earlier, so you'll need to retrieve it from her. He added. Understood. You don't need to worry about that. The NPC replied curtly. Her tone was colder now than when she'd been in character. Did I do something to offend her? Kanade wondered. Congratulations on clearing the game. Congratulations indeed. Here's your reward for completing the challenge. Please accept it. Her monotone delivery made it sound as though she were reading from a script, utterly disinterested. Kanade accepted the reward and found himself holding a pair of intricately made keychain charms. They depicted the popular bunny head character USA Kai from the latest viral meme trend. Kanade recognized the character immediately. He had even seen parody memes featuring USA Kai that Ishigami had sent him. At the time, his only reaction had been, Ishigami, even if no girl likes you, that doesn't mean you need to resort to this nonsense. After a lengthy explanation, Kanade had understood it was just a joke. However, he had since associated the bunny with not exactly wholesome vibes. And now, here it was again, handed to him by a girl. Could she be one of those fangirls obsessed with shipping me? Kanade mulled over the possibility. After all, there were people who shipped him with other male student council members, going so far as to draw certain kinds of fan art. He had accidentally seen one once, and it left him avoiding Ishigami and the others for days. What if she's the culprit behind those drawings? It made sense. With her heavy makeup and the dim lighting, he couldn't tell who she was. Taking 2 steps back instinctively, Kanade watched her warily, prepared for her to pull some stunt. Thank you. We'll be leaving now, he said, keeping a safe distance. Grabbing the still dazed Kaguya by the hand, he made a swift exit. He wasn't scared, per se, but the thought of those drawings resurfaced, making his head ache. And with someone as pure as Kaguya by his side, he didn't want her exposed to anything unsavory. The NPC girl arched an eyebrow, clearly noticing his guarded behavior. Still, she didn't act further, merely giving Kaguya a glance before turning to leave. Relieved, Kanade let out a breath and looked at Kaguya. I forgot to ask earlier, how's your foot? Is it feeling better? Yes, thank you, President. Resting it seems to have helped somewhat. Kaguya replied with a neutral tone. Her words felt distant, making Kanade think she was upset. Even her tone lacked the usual warmth. Not knowing how to make it up to her, Kanade could only apologize softly. I'm sorry. Why is the president apologizing? Huh? Kanade blinked, surprised by her question. Well, because earlier I carried you without asking first. That's nothing to apologize for, is it? Kaguya tilted her head, looking genuinely puzzled. If anything, it was the right decision. Without it, we wouldn't have cleared the game in time. I wouldn't have been able to keep up with an injured foot, after all. Well, when you put it like that, Kanade muttered, feeling slightly lost. He had been certain she was angry with him. Why was she now rationalizing his actions? He hadn't even said much. Could it be she was trying to justify things to herself because she was too embarrassed to express her real feelings? Kanade felt like he'd stumbled upon the truth. After all, Kaguya was naturally proud and reserved. She rarely allowed anyone to get close, let alone engage in anything remotely intimate. Faced with such an unprecedented situation, she likely didn't know how to react. On one hand, she was furious at his inappropriate behavior. But on the other, it was the best solution. Add their friendship into the mix, and she couldn't bring herself to scold him, instead choosing to internalize her frustration. She's so kind. Kanade thought, feeling a lump rise in his throat. I could cry. Chapter 156. The area's a bit red, but since you don't feel much pain, it shouldn't be a big problem. Walking is fine, but anything more strenuous is out of the question. Kanade Natsukawa analyzed. He had carefully seated Kaguya Shinamiya on a protruding rock and removed her shoe to examine her injury. Kaguya was very cooperative, showing no signs of resistance. In fact, she even lifted her leg a little too enthusiastically, nearly brushing his forehead. President, shouldn't you examine it more thoroughly? A quick glance isn't enough for a proper diagnosis. You should take your time, Kaguya suggested. You're right. Kanade nodded and repeated his earlier actions. This hurts. He heard her murmur after lightly touching the affected area. Initially, he thought he was going through the motions, but this time, she reacted. It hurts. Huh? But earlier you said maybe it's delayed pain from the injury. Kaguya replied with a calm expression. At first, I didn't feel anything, but after the president touched it, the pain flared up suddenly. I see. Kanade nodded, accepting her explanation. It made sense. The adrenaline from their earlier tense situation could have masked the pain, only for it to resurface once her body relaxed. But even after confirming this, Kanade was at a loss for what to do. He had no medical supplies, and anyone who could help was far away. He couldn't leave Kaguya alone, which meant one thing: he'd have to either carry or piggyback her. Sorry, it's my fault for being too reckless and causing your injury, Kanade said, guilt-lacing his voice. Even though Kaguya seemed to like the reward they had received, her well-being was far more important to him. Especially since, in his view, her injury was his responsibility. The next checkpoint seems pretty far, and I'm not sure if we can exit nearby. Why don't we go back to the previous checkpoint and ask the staff where the exit is? Kanade proposed. Exit? Kaguya frowned. President, are you thinking of giving up? Yes. Kanade admitted with a nod. Given your current condition, continuing isn't a good idea. While he didn't know what the subsequent checkpoints involved, he doubted they would be simple. This wasn't the time for leisurely games. They had an injured participant. Kaguya fell silent. This wasn't how she envisioned things at all. Earlier, she had downplayed her pain to avoid worrying Kanade, hoping to push through with sheer determination. Later, she had even entertained the idea that feigning more pain might prompt him to carry her. But now, he was talking about quitting. Where's your courage, President? Get it together. My foot doesn't hurt anymore, Kaguya suddenly declared. Huh? Kanade blinked, taken aback. I said my foot doesn't hurt anymore, so I can finish the course without any problems. To prove her point, Kaguya walked several steps with a perfectly composed expression, even as pain shot through her with each step. But you just said it was an illusion. I was too focused on the sensation earlier and mistook it for pain, Kaguya said, her voice steady. Kanade stared at her in silence. He wasn't gullible. There was no way he'd believe this sudden turnaround. If she had claimed this earlier, he might have considered it plausible. But the fact that she said it right after he suggested quitting was telling. It was obvious she was determined to endure the pain just to keep playing. But was it really worth it? Yes, this year's courage test was more elaborate and entertaining than usual. But to push through while injured? That was going too far. Still, Kanade understood why Kaguya felt this way. Given her upbringing, she probably hadn't had the chance to experience simple childhood joys, let alone a complex event like this. That made opportunities like these incredibly precious to her. And because of that, Kanade knew he couldn't stop her. Even if he insisted on quitting, Kaguya would stubbornly complete the course on her own. That was just the kind of strong-willed person she was. Let me confirm one thing. Even injured, you don't want to give up on the courage test, do you? Stop nagging, President. It's just a minor injury, and it doesn't even hurt. Are you lying to me? Kanade locked eyes with her. Kaguya turned her face away. After a long pause, she murmured, it only hurts. A tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Then there's no choice. Kanade sighed, turning his back to her and crouching. I'll carry you on my back. You don't mind, right? Eh? Kaguya froze, utterly shocked. What? How did this happen so quickly? She was thrilled her wish had come true, but why a piggyback ride instead of being carried in his arms? Not that a piggyback wasn't nice, she'd get to feel his strong, broad back. Kaguya spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts, overthinking the situation. Meanwhile, Kanade interpreted her hesitation as shyness. There's no other way, is there? I can't just let you push yourself and make your injury worse. President. Kaguya whispered, her gaze softening as her heart fluttered. So the president understood everything after all. Even though he had seen through her, Kaguya still refused to admit defeat. If she did, it would seem like she had hinted at wanting this outcome. Well, if the president insists. Kaguya mumbled, feigning reluctance as she climbed onto his back. But even as she leaned against him, she added, don't get the wrong idea, President. I'm only agreeing because you insisted and the situation is unusual. Next time, I won't be so easy to convince. Yes, I understand. Kanade shrugged, unfazed. After all, she was just stating facts. He wasn't naive enough to think a few moments of closeness would make Kaguya fall for him. That's a fantasy I've already let go of. Chapter 157. Kaguya was very light, likely weighing just around 100 pounds. Even so, for Kanade Natsukawa, carrying her on his back through every single challenge was out of the question. He would definitely need to take breaks along the way. Are you okay, President? If it's too much, maybe we should just give up? Kaguya Shinomiya asked with concern. After completing another courage test while carrying her, Kanade collapsed onto a pile of rocks to rest, his exhaustion evident as he took a long break to recover. Hearing Kaguya's words of worry, Kanade remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. I think I can keep going. Now it was his turn to push himself. When the sheltered and oblivious Kaguya spoke those fateful words, if it's too much, Kanade felt like there was no turning back. Something deep within him surged with renewed determination. Did she not understand the power of a boy's pride? There was no way he could admit defeat now. Besides, the last checkpoint should be coming up next. The staff at the last stop said it's just a casual walk along a path, nothing too physically demanding. But even if it's another full-blown chase, I can handle it, Kanade declared. Kaguya didn't respond, but her smile grew as she nodded approvingly. The president was already at his most attractive when he was serious, but when he tried to act cool like this, it was beyond adorable. If only I had brought a camera, Kaguya thought, lamenting the missed opportunity to capture this side of him forever. Noticing the beads of sweat on Kanade's forehead, Kaguya pulled out a handkerchief and offered it to him. President, please use this. Kanade glanced at the handkerchief but shook his head. No need. I can just wipe it off with my hand. Despite having lived here for so long, he still couldn't get used to carrying handkerchiefs or other such items. To him, they felt a bit unmanly. Normally, he would just wash up at a sink, and if that wasn't possible, he'd settle for wiping his face with his hands. Are you rejecting me, President? Kaguya asked softly, her tone delicate, almost as if she had been hurt. No, not at all. Kanade waved his hands frantically. I just didn't want to dirty your handkerchief. But isn't that the purpose of a handkerchief? If you never use it, doesn't it lose its meaning? Wouldn't that be too sad for it? Kaguya tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. That's the focus here? Kanade was utterly lost. It seemed like boys and girls really did focus on different things, but in their case, had their roles reversed? Kaguya should have been the one worried about sharing a handkerchief, right? Yet somehow, he had ended up playing the part of the overly concerned girl. Fine. I'll use it. Kanade relented, taking the handkerchief. Continuing to refuse would make him seem petty, and since Kaguya didn't mind, he figured he should act a bit more generously. Wiping the sweat from his forehead and face, Kanade finally felt the sticky discomfort fade. But that wasn't all. Thanks to Kaguya's careful handling, the handkerchief carried a faint, familiar fragrance, Kaguya's own scent. Even after using it, the aroma lingered, surrounding him like an invisible cloud. It was as if Kaguya were still perched on his back, softly exhaling near his ear. President? I'm here. Just thinking about the next checkpoint. Kanade quickly snapped out of it, rushing to explain that he was focusing on practical matters, not daydreaming. Anyway, I've rested enough. Let's finish this in one go. Without waiting for Kaguya's reply, he crouched down again, ready to carry her. Come on, Kaguya. Let's wrap this up. Okay. Kaguya mumbled, climbing onto his back. She had briefly considered taking the handkerchief back to cherish it, but Kanade had unceremoniously stuffed it into his pocket. He must really like what I gave him, Kaguya thought, feeling a burst of joy. Hey, the day I completely win him over must be right around the corner. Still, Kaguya reminded herself not to get carried away. This was the critical moment. She needed to remain calm and composed, avoiding any missteps that might expose her true feelings. You can do this, Kaguya Shinomiya. You're the best. With newfound resolve, Kaguya settled onto Kanade's back once more. This time, she felt more composed, her earlier nervousness replaced with a sense of ease. Even the pleasant scent emanating from Kanade didn't distract her as it had before. The repeated exposure seemed to have dulled her sensitivity, allowing her to fully enjoy the moment without losing focus. See? Hugging, piggybacking, holding hands, what's the big deal? Kaguya thought. At first, it had been thrilling, but now it felt so ordinary. She was already growing used to it. Why, even if Kanade turned to her right now with a gentle smile and asked if they could spend their lives together, she wouldn't be flustered. She'd simply tease him, saying something like, "Oh my, President, do you really like me that much? I'm surprised. If that's the case, why don't you tell me just how much you like me? Be sincere, or I won't believe you." But then again, should she hesitate a little before agreeing? Everyone said girls who were too easy to date often weren't cherished. And what if Kanade found her boring after they started dating? Ugh, I can't even ask Hayasaka for advice. No one likes her either. President, I have a question, Kaguya suddenly said, breaking her train of thought. What is it? How many kids would you like to have? Chapter 158, President, can I ask you a question? Sure, go ahead. How many kids would you like to have? Kanade Natsukawa was stunned. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out how the conversation had suddenly shifted to this. Wait, why was this even brought up? Could it be that Kaguya was bored out of her mind while riding on his back and decided to start a deep, life-altering discussion? But he was utterly exhausted. He didn't have the energy for this. I've never really thought about it, so I'm not sure how to answer. Kanade admitted truthfully. After all, he still considered himself a kid hardly mature enough to plan for something so far ahead. Just say whatever comes to mind. Follow your heart. Kanade thought for a moment and then hesitantly said, maybe. 2? Why 2? I guess because having one boy and one girl means you get to experience raising both. Kanade replied, unsure of himself. He had no personal experience to back this up, but he figured raising sons and daughters would be different. In reality, if the time ever came, he'd probably leave the decision to his wife. I see. Kaguya murmured before falling silent, lost in thought. Kanade was still bewildered. He had been caught off guard when she asked the question, and now he was just as confused when the topic abruptly ended. He had half expected her to share her own thoughts, but instead, she stopped at extracting his answer. If she weren't Kaguya, he might have suspected her of intentionally collecting personal information. Meanwhile, Kaguya's thoughts were much more straightforward, only 2 kids. That seems a bit low. In my family, there are at least 4 legitimate heirs, not to mention the possibility of illegitimate ones. But oh well. Of course, I'll respect the president's wishes. If he prefers a lifetime of blissful couplehood with just the 2 of us, that's perfectly fine too. And so, with their minds preoccupied by vastly different thoughts, the 2 silently arrived at the final challenge of the courage test. Welcome, you 2. You're the most capable pair in this group and the first to reach the final challenge. Are you ready to face it? The challenge's organizer was surprisingly professional. Even upon seeing Kanade carrying Kaguya on his back, he didn't show any reaction, only smiling warmly as he handed them 2 well-crafted collars. The rules are simple. Each of you will wear one of these sound-detecting collars. If your volume exceeds the set decibel limit during the challenge, you'll fail. Got it? Kanade held the collar in his hands, silent for a long moment. Just as he was about to say something, the organizer cut him off. Doesn't matter if you got it or not, just go for it. Good luck. With a wave, the organizer vanished at lightning speed, leaving Kanade and Kaguya no time to react. Wait, Kanade reached out, but he was far too slow to stop the man's retreat. They didn't even explain anything. Kanade exclaimed, exasperated. He had thought this challenge's organizer might actually be reliable, but this guy turned out to be even more absurd than the previous ones. Is this the true caliber of Shuchin Academy's game club? Are only weirdos allowed in? Kanade turned to Kaguya, hoping she might have some insight. What do you think, Kaguya? What do I think? Just go for it, President. Let's finish this in one go. Why did I even ask? Kanade thought, defeated. Now he understood why Kaguya had been asking all those strange questions earlier. Clearly, her child persona had taken over. While her dazed and naive demeanor was admittedly cute, it was completely useless in their current situation. Kanade couldn't help but feel like Zhao Zilong on Qingbin Bridge, carrying the weight of Adu, the infant Liu Shan, on his back while single-handedly fighting his way out of enemy lines. Except this Adu wasn't light and was actively sapping his strength. This was a high-difficulty mode with a self-imposed handicap. Kaguya, listen carefully. If we encounter anything strange, don't scream. Just quietly let me know. If you're scared, close your eyes and wait for it to pass. Kanade said gently. Having dealt with her alternate persona before, Kanade knew how to handle the situation. Although, to be fair, he'd only encountered child Kaguya so far. If there were other personas, he hadn't noticed them, or perhaps he hadn't realized it yet. Remember, no shouting. If you forget, all our efforts will go to waste. Kanade reiterated, his tone firm. Got it, President. Geez, you're so naggy. Kaguya puffed out her cheeks and poked Kanade's face. If you keep frowning, it'll ruin your skin. Smile a little, okay, President? Kanade twitched but ignored her antics. But Kaguya wasn't about to back down. Smile. Come on, silly President. If you don't listen, I won't talk to you anymore. Left with no choice, Kanade forced a very reluctant smile. Yes, that's the way. Good President. Kaguya cheered, then reached out to pat his head. Good boy, good boy. Always listen to me, okay? Kanade gave up. If he had a camera, he'd record this moment and show it to Kaguya when she returned to her usual self. He'd love to see how she'd react to herself petting his head like a dog. Put on your collar. We're starting. And don't forget no screaming. Kanade said as he handed her one of the collars. Okay, don't worry, President. Kaguya chirped. But instead of wearing the collar, she held it up high, beaming with joy. "Look! The president gave me a gift." Her heart couldn't be happier. Chapter 159. As they entered the final facility, the surroundings grew darker again. Though the previous stages were also dimly lit, there had at least been faint lights illuminating the paths. However, in this last challenge, even that small mercy was stripped away. Now, Kanade Natsukawa and Kaguya Shinomiya had only their weak flashlight to light the way ahead. Fortunately, as their eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, they could make out some of their surroundings. At the end of the steps was a spacious hall. When they stepped inside, faint lights flickered to life around them. Upon closer inspection, the light came from old-fashioned bulbs mounted on the walls. Though dim and flickering, the glow provided a small measure of comfort. In the center of the hall stood an old wooden table. At its heart was a sunken metallic compass, with 4 differently shaped slots and a protruding bead-like feature in the middle. Kanade reached out and moved it experimentally, but nothing happened. His gaze shifted to the room around him. The hall had 5 pathways leading away from it. One led to a closed door directly opposite him, while the other 4 stretched into pitch-black corridors with no apparent obstacles, only endless darkness. After a brief consideration, Kanade deduced the mechanics of the stage. It was similar to the previous challenges. They likely needed to explore the 4 open pathways, find items that fit the compass's slots, and return them to unlock the central door and clear the level. Kanade set Kaguya down on the table and let her sit while he shared his thoughts. "I think I understand how to clear this stage," he began. After explaining his reasoning, he sought her opinion. "This seems to be a sort of safe point or safe house. And from what I've learned from the previous staff, there are no surveillance cameras in these facilities. That means even if we split up, we wouldn't fail for not holding hands. Most importantly, staying here alone should be safe." Kanade paused. He wanted to add that splitting up would make things more efficient, but he worried it might sound like he was trying to ditch her. Misunderstandings were the last thing he needed. Kaguya clearly wanted to see the whole thing through, even if it meant pushing through her injury. She had been so stubborn about not quitting that she even triggered her alternate personality. Kanade was acutely aware of how delicate the situation was. "Your thoughts, Kaguya? Do you want to stay here and wait for me, or do you want to come along?" "Of course, I'm coming with you," Kaguya responded instantly. "What's there to think about? We've done fine this whole time, haven't we? Let's just go. Hurry up and carry me, President." "All right." Kanade sighed in resignation. Clearly, trying to reason with child Kaguya was futile. She was only interested in charging forward and didn't care about anything else. Well, at least he had her approval. He hoisted her onto his back again and headed for the nearest corridor. As they progressed, the environment began to change. The previously empty walls were now covered with strange graffiti and streaked with what looked like dried blood or some other fluid. The air grew misty, carrying a faint but pungent odor. Occasionally, a chilling draft would sweep past, sending shivers down their spines. If the smell gets too strong, try lowering your head or covering your nose with your sleeve, Kanade suggested. "Got it," Kaguya replied, lowering her head further. Her warm breath against his neck made Kanade's skin tingle, and he reflexively shrank his shoulders. He didn't have time to dwell on the sensation, though, as faint sounds ahead caught his attention. Slowing his pace, Kanade crept toward the source of the noise. It turned out to be nothing more than an empty wheelchair lightly bumping against a wall in a corner. Kanade let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't another chase sequence, he thought. Jump scares were fine, he could handle those. But if he had to endure another high-energy chase, he wasn't sure he'd survive. As he swept his flashlight around, Kanade noticed a closed door to the right. The walls nearby were plastered with disturbing medical charts, and not far from the door lay a heap of skeletons in patient gowns. Frowning, Kanade approached the door cautiously. He peered through the crack and froze. The room's centerpiece was a shaky hanging lamp above an autopsy table. Standing with his back to them was a figure in a white lab coat, holding a blood-stained scalpel. The person wore a crow mask, obscuring their face, and appeared to be performing some kind of procedure. On a nearby operating table lay a corpse, its head facing toward the door. Its lifeless eyes seemed to stare directly at them. Kanade's expression darkened. He assumed he had triggered some kind of event and was about to react when Kaguya whispered from behind, "President, what do you see?" "Let me take a look." Though she spoke quietly, her voice cut through the stillness of the room, drawing the figure's attention immediately. Kanade motioned urgently for her to be silent, but it was too late. The figure inside the room turned, scalpel in hand, and began stepping toward the door. Chapter 160. The ominous sound of footsteps grew closer, the steady tap, tap echoing through the hall. Then, the steps abruptly stopped, followed by the creak of a door opening. A figure wearing a bird-beak-plagued doctor mask emerged from the room. Scanning the area, he appeared to be searching for something. His gaze soon fell on the flashlight deliberately left on the ground. "They've run off," he muttered, stepping toward the flashlight. Picking it up, he calmly turned it off before retreating back into the room, closing the door behind him. Silence returned. Moments later, the door creaked open again. This time, the plague doctor stepped out holding a skeleton. Muttering to himself, he shuffled toward the corner piled high with bones. Not enough corpses. Need to find some fresh ones. After tossing the skeleton onto the pile, he didn't even glance at it. Leaving the door wide open, he sauntered off in another direction. Once it was clear the doctor wasn't doubling back, Kanade Natsukawa finally stood, helping Kaguya Shinomiya to her feet. Before this, they had been hiding right behind the door, waiting for the right moment. To divert attention, Kanade had intentionally rolled the flashlight to the opposite side, simulating a clumsy escape. It worked, though the doctor hadn't seemed particularly interested in pursuing them, as if the escape attempt was beneath his notice. Instead, he had quietly resumed his work. Even so, they hadn't dared to make a sound until they were certain he had left. "This is our only chance to grab the objective," Kanade said in a hushed tone. From what he could tell, this stage required timing and observation. The doctor's muttering about needing new corpses was a hint. This was the window to retrieve the necessary item. Delaying any further would risk running out of time entirely. Kaguya nodded in understanding. Kanade carefully guided her to the doorframe, propping her up so she could keep an eye on the doctor's movements. Meanwhile, he sprinted into the room to search for the mission item. To accommodate challengers, the objective was placed in an obvious spot. Sure enough, Kanade quickly found it, a heart-shaped gel object, stained with fake blood, sitting on the operating table. He grabbed it, wiped his hands with a nearby cloth, and rushed back to Kaguya. Despite being in her childlike personality, Kaguya seemed unusually obedient, diligently watching the hallway without turning her head. Kanade tapped her lightly on the shoulder to signal the task was complete. To his surprise, she turned with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice tinged with confusion. "I wasn't daydreaming or anything. I was being responsible." PFFT. Kanade almost burst out laughing. Clearly, his swift completion of the task had misled her into thinking he was scolding her for slacking off. "You've got it wrong," Kanade explained with a smile. "I found the item already. Let's get moving." "Oh, that's fast," Kaguya remarked, surprised. Despite her comment, she wasted no time clambering onto Kanade's back. With her securely in place, Kanade hurried toward the next pathway. He didn't even spare a glance at the eerie decorations around him. It wasn't about speedrunning for the sake of breaking records, it was survival. With his stamina nearing its limit, every second saved mattered. Shortly after they left, the plague doctor returned, strolling casually with another skeleton in hand. Humming a cheerful tune, his good mood was apparent. Finally, a pair of challengers had arrived. Based on the noises he had heard earlier, they must have entered his room. Wanting to make things more fun, he had deliberately left, intending to give them some breathing room to strategize. Returning at just the right time, he had planned to catch them in the act of searching for the item, savoring their rising tension and fear as he drew closer. His goal wasn't to actually find them, oh no, that would be too easy and ruin the experience. Instead, he wanted to dangle the threat of discovery over their heads, heightening their anxiety without pushing them to the brink of despair. Let the cat-and-mouse game begin, he thought gleefully. Only to freeze in his tracks as he reached the room. Huh? Where'd they go? Worse still, the item was gone. He was flabbergasted. He had been gone for less than 2 minutes. How had they managed to clear the objective so quickly? Are they hacking? Meanwhile, Kanade was already rushing into the next location, a classic horror setting, the slaughterhouse. Learning from their previous encounter, he gave Kaguya strict instructions to stay silent and keep her mouth covered. They were going full stealth mode this time. Though Kaguya didn't quite understand the term stealth mode, she dutifully nodded. To emphasize her commitment, she made a gesture of zipping her lips shut. It was childish, but undeniably cute. Kanade couldn't help but smile and gave her a thumbs up before ruffling her hair affectionately. Kaguya, enjoying the attention, purred like a contented kitten. Kanade found himself glancing at her. Honestly, child Kaguya was surprisingly endearing. In some ways, she was easier to handle than her usual self, more approachable, less intimidating. For a moment, he entertained the thought that spending time with this version of her wasn't so bad. Chapter 161. The butcher stood at the chopping block, hacking rhythmically at something unidentifiable. Kanade Natsukawa leaned in close to Kaguya Shinomiya, whispering his plan. "I'll create a distraction to draw his attention away. Once he moves, you check the table for anything unusual. If it looks weird, grab it. Don't worry about specifics. After you find something, Hide back here and wait for me. But if you hear heavy footsteps heading back this way, stop searching immediately and hide," he added, glancing at the seemingly mechanical movements of the butcher. The figure had been repeating the same chopping motion for several minutes, as if programmed. Kanade suspected it wouldn't react without a stimulus, so he decided not to waste any more time. "Got it?" Kaguya nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. For once, she could actively contribute to the mission instead of just cheering Kanade on. After confirming the plan, Kanade crept toward the rightmost doorway. The layout of the slaughterhouse offered several potential escape routes. Large wooden tables, though unsteady, provided ample cover for ducking out of sight. Kanade plotted his escape path meticulously before reaching into his pocket to retrieve a few glass marbles he had picked up earlier. He tossed one toward the opposite doorway. Clink. Clatter. The noise echoed. What was that? The butcher paused mid-chop and turned toward the sound. Under the dim light, Kanade finally got a good look at him, a hulking figure with a blood-stained apron and a grotesque, brutish face. Whether it was makeup or a natural deformity, he couldn't tell. His sheer size and the sound of his footsteps made it clear that he wasn't someone you'd want to tangle with. The butcher lumbered toward the noise, muttering to himself, "Pesky little rats. If I catch you, I'll chop you to bits." Kanade let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The butcher's behavior was stereotypical enough to be predictable, an NPC operating on rudimentary eye logic. Once the hulking figure was sufficiently far away, Kanade stealthily moved back toward the center of the room, keeping one eye on the butcher while the other scanned for Kaguya. She was diligently searching the table, though her expression suggested she wasn't having much luck. Kanade clenched his fists. He wanted to help her look but couldn't risk exposing himself with the butcher still nearby. He threw another marble, aiming farther this time. The butcher, true to form, followed the noise. Clever. But not clever enough to fool me forever. The butcher grumbled, stomping off again. Kanade breathed easier as he peeked at Kaguya's progress. Though still empty-handed, she was focused and determined. Kanade silently cheered her on, though his stomach churned at the thought of how long their luck would hold. Then, as if on cue, the butcher changed tactics. After Kanade's latest distraction, the lumbering figure turned toward the source but stopped short. This noise is coming from inside the room. Kanade froze as the butcher spun around, knife raised. Damn it! Kanade hissed under his breath. Quickly, he moved toward Kaguya's hiding spot. The butcher began sweeping the room, opening cabinets and overturning furniture as he searched. Where are you, little mice? You can't hide forever. Kanade gestured for Kaguya to follow him, pointing toward an exit on the opposite side of the room. But I haven't found anything yet. She mouthed. It's fine. I'll come back later. Kanade mouthed back. Reluctantly, Kaguya nodded, but as she turned to leave, something caught her eye. Kanade, look. She whispered, pointing upward. Kanade followed her gaze. Dangling from the ceiling was a piece of rotting meat, and stuck to it was a black, metallic object. Its jagged shape matched the indentations on the puzzle table from earlier. Perfect? Kanade whispered. He reached up and pried the object loose, stuffing it into his pocket. Let's go. He knelt to let Kaguya climb onto his back, but in his haste, his foot struck one of the table legs. The loud thud echoed through the room. Kanade's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively checked his noise detection collar. Thankfully, it remained silent. Run. Kanade whispered urgently, hoisting Kaguya onto his back. But even as they bolted toward the exit, no sound of pursuit followed. The butcher remained behind, muttering to himself about his aching legs and cumbersome outfit. Guess he's finally given up. Kanade muttered, relief washing over him as they left the slaughterhouse. On his back, Kaguya stayed unusually quiet except for the occasional giggle as she twirled strands of his hair between her fingers. Kanade sighed but allowed her this small indulgence. After all, she'd been a big help this time. With that thought, he adjusted his grip on her legs and set his sights on the next challenge, determination fueling his weary steps. Chapter 162, much like the earlier mini-challenges, the final two tests also followed the formula of a classic horror game antagonist paired with a matching eerie setting. As expected, sound served as the main trigger for initiating a chase sequence. However, thanks to Kanade Natsukawa's stealthy maneuvers, the game's dynamic shifted entirely. What was supposed to be a tense game of cat and mouse turned into a surreal experience for the actors playing the monsters, leaving them spooked by the inexplicable hauntings they were inadvertently part of. By the time Kanade escaped the clutches of the Chainsaw Man impersonator, he had circled back to where Kaguya Shinomiya was waiting. This time, Kaguya had truly outdone herself. Despite being left on her own, she had managed to locate the required task item without getting caught by the area's boss. She was, at last, proving herself to be a worthy teammate. Initially, Kanade had worried that splitting up might negatively affect their score, but it seemed that as long as no one saw them apart, they wouldn't technically fail the must-hold-hands clause of the challenge. Besides, proof for it didn't happen, right? With all the required items collected, Kanade and Kaguya returned to the central hall. One by one, they placed the objects into the corresponding indents on the metal compass. With a low, mechanical groan, the large door at the far end of the hall slowly creaked open. Kanade was suitably impressed. Theatrics aside, the execution was undeniably cool. "All right, let's finish this," Kanade muttered as he hoisted Kaguya onto his back again. The two stepped through the open doorway into what they expected would be the final area. Instead of the challenge organizer waiting to offer them congratulations or a well-earned prize, Kanade and Kaguya found themselves face-to-face with another surprise boss. "I hate everything." A pale, lanky figure draped in a flowing white gown floated into view, wailing dramatically. Long, unkempt black hair completely obscured her face. From her curvaceous figure, though, it was easy to tell that she was a woman. Kanade, however, was far too exhausted to appreciate or even notice her theatrics. If this was another chase sequence, he was done. "So, what's the challenge here?" Kanade asked, his voice flat. "You're not seriously expecting me to race you down this death corridor, are you?" The hallway ahead was long and narrow, with no apparent exits. While the space was wide enough to maneuver, trying to outrun someone, especially someone who was clearly rigged up with some kind of roller system for a smooth gliding effect, was a no-go. Not with Kaguya on his back. But the ghost woman wasn't ready to break character just yet. You're not afraid of me?" she asked, her eerie wailing slightly undercut by an edge of uncertainty. Kanade shrugged. "What's there to be afraid of? It's not like you're actually going to hurt me." Honestly, her act wasn't even that spooky. Sure, she had the standard creepy look down, but her outfit seemed more suited to a horror comedy sketch. Between the over-the-top entrance and her exaggerated proportions, Kanade's mind wandered to less than scary cultural memes about Sadako-like characters. Before he could stop himself, he glanced back at Kaguya, who had popped her head over his shoulder to get a better look. "Oh, cool. A Sadako cosplay," she said brightly, her tone filled with curiosity rather than fear. The ghost faltered, her wails turning into a strangled squeak. I am a ghost," she howled, though her petulant tone sounded more like a sulking child than a menacing spirit. Right. And you're a very cute ghost," Kanade said, his deadpan delivery almost too much for Kaguya to stifle a laugh. "But you seem to have some unresolved issues. Want to talk about it?" "See cute?" The ghost visibly flinched, her posture faltering for a moment. But, to her credit, she quickly recovered and resumed her act. "You dare mock me?" she shrieked. "But wait. Did you say you could help me resolve my issues?" "Of course. Helping lost spirits fulfill their lingering regrets is practically standard procedure, isn't it?" Kanade replied, feigning sincerity. The ghost hesitated, floating closer. Her long hair swayed slightly, giving the impression that she was eyeing them both through the strands. "Well, if you insist," she began, her voice taking on a more wistful tone. "I had an arranged fiancé back when I was alive. My parents sent me through years of bride training so I wouldn't disgrace the family. But then, he broke off the engagement." Her voice quivered. "My father, distraught, left home to confront the fiancé's family. He never came back. My mother, overcome with grief, fell ill and passed away soon after." Kanade grimaced. The story was hitting all the classic tragic beats. He braced himself for the inevitable, most likely a gruesome tale of violence or betrayal. "And then I starved to death," she finished matter-of-factly. "Excuse me?" Kanade blinked, certain he'd misheard her. Starved to death," the ghost repeated, sounding sheepish. "I didn't sell the family's belongings because I thought my father might need them when he came back, so I set out with just a bit of food. Turns out, it wasn't enough. I kind of died halfway there." Her hair obscured her face, but Kanade could feel the embarrassment radiating off her. Kanade buried his face in his hands. "You seriously expect me to believe you were part of a noble family and no one ever taught you basic survival skills?" "Well, that's what the script says." She shot back defensively. Fine. Let's just move on. What's your heart's desire that's keeping you here?" The ghost hesitated. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "I want someone to compliment my cooking." Kanade nearly tripped over his own feet. Good grief. This was going to be a long night. Chapter 163, Let me confirm this again. Kanade Natsukawa said, narrowing his eyes, struggling to process what he'd just heard. "So you're saying you starved to death because you ran out of food on your journey to find your father?" Yes. The ghostly girl nodded hesitantly. Her already pale face seemed to grow even wider under the weight of the revelation. Kanade stared at her blankly, then asked, couldn't you have tried to find food somewhere? Foraged? Hunted? Asked for help? She quickly shook her head. Absolutely not. I come from a noble family. How could I stoop to begging like a commoner? Kanade was speechless. Her naivete was staggering. Even the childlike Kaguya currently clinging to his back wouldn't find herself in such a predicament. This level of sheltered thinking was simply beyond comprehension. He had prepared himself for a tragic, heart-wrenching backstory, but this was too absurd to be believed. So your dying wish was to eat a decent meal? Kanade asked skeptically. What? The ghostly girl nearly leaped out of her skin. How rude. I'm not some glutton. My wish is to meet my former fiancé, and ask him why he cancelled our engagement. Her sudden indignation was almost laughable. Kanade sighed. So, let me get this straight. Your final wish is for us to find your fiancé so you can chat with him? Yes. She replied earnestly. I simply wish to understand why things ended the way they did. Kanade rubbed his temples. Fine. Stick close to us, and we'll help you find this fiancé of yours. But please, for the love of all that is good, stay quiet. If we fail this challenge because of you, I'm going to be very unhappy. The girl nodded, then extended a delicate bracelet. With this, it will allow me to stay near you unnoticed. Kanade accepted the bracelet and examined it. It was finely crafted, with an intricate wooden design that looked surprisingly new despite its vintage style. As he studied it, the ghost girl suddenly murmured, Please. Don't touch me so much. I can't handle it. Kanade froze, wide-eyed. What are you talking about? I haven't touched you. He snapped. Behind him, Kaguya's gaze turned ice-cold. It's fine, President. She said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Accidents happen. In the dark, right? I what? No. I didn't touch her at all. Kanade shouted, thoroughly exasperated. But Kaguya wasn't convinced. Huffing indignantly, she reached out and grabbed his right hand. From now on, I'll manage this hand personally. She declared. We can't have the student council's reputation tarnished, can we? Kanade sighed deeply. Fine. Do what you want. He turned to address the ghost girl again but found her gone. Where'd she go? He asked, scanning the area. She disappeared. Kaguya muttered, also looking around. Well, I guess the bracelet's the key to finishing this task. Kanade said, pocketing the item. Let's keep moving. After navigating a maze of narrow corridors, the pair finally emerged into a brightly lit room. Inside, several people dressed as ghosts were sitting in a circle playing cards. They all froze the moment Kanade and Kaguya entered. So? Kanade said flatly. What fresh nonsense is this? The ghosts exchanged glances before one of them stood and broke into a grin. Wow! The president made it here first. As expected of Kanade Natsukawa. Another added, Come, President. Take a seat and rest while we call the organizer over. Wait. What? Kanade blinked. So? The challenge is over? Just like that? Before anyone could answer, a familiar, cheerful voice rang out. Yes. It's over, President. Kanade turned to see Fujiwara Chika, bounding into the room with her usual energy. She was wearing a ridiculous headband with wiggling cat ears. Yes. You've completed the final challenge. Congratulations. She announced. Kanade frowned, thoroughly confused. Are you sure? What about the ghost girl we met? Her fiancé, don't worry about the details. Chika interrupted, waving him off. Just submit your stamped card, and you're done. Kanade sighed in defeat. There was no arguing with Fujiwara when she was like this. As he was led to the prize counter, Kaguya leaned closer and whispered, President, are you sure we didn't miss anything? That ghost girl's task. Kanade shook his head. It's probably just a side quest. Let's not overthink it. He glanced back at Chika, who was busy showing off her cat ears to a group of staff members. Although, how did she end up here? Wasn't she running a different station earlier? Could it be possible that she actually took his advice seriously for once? No. That seemed highly unlikely. Chapter 164, Kaguya-sama wants to receive blessings. Why are you here? What about the station you're supposed to be in charge of? Just leaving it like that? Natsukawa Kanade asked with a puzzled expression. It's all the president's fault. He gave me so many suggestions that I became too self-conscious to even say my lines properly. It totally ruined the fun, so I let someone else take over my role. Fujiwara Chika huffed, her cheeks puffing out in frustration. Still, that doesn't explain why you're tagging along with us. Don't tell me you have absolutely nothing else to do? Kanade sighed in exasperation. This airheaded girl was impossible to read. It would feel harsh to outright drive her away, but she was so unrestrained that it was hard to deal with her whims. That's right. I don't have anything to do, so I'm wandering around to see if there's anywhere more fun to check out. Then why don't you go somewhere else? Why are you following us? Dummy President, I'm not following you. I'm following Kaguya-chan. That's basically the same thing. Wait, are you planning to stir up trouble? Kanade suddenly realized, narrowing his eyes at her suspiciously. Good grief, what trouble could I cause? Besides, haven't you already finished your challenge? It's time to move on and let someone else take their turn. Chika protested. What are you even talking about? Move on to what? Kanade looked baffled. He genuinely couldn't make sense of her words. Anyway, President, stop being so annoying. I'm just here to look around with you guys. No ulterior motives or anything. Chika waved dismissively. Oh, really? But actually, your real intention is to make sure the stupid president doesn't bully my subordinates and abuse his authority for personal gain. Chika declared, striking a heroic pose with her hands on her hips. Kanade rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone who would abuse their power for personal benefit? It's just a badge of courage. Whether I get it or not doesn't matter. It's the process of the challenge that I care about, okay? Humphrey, I don't believe you. Presidents are all about saying nice things, but deep down, you're dying to get your hands on it, right? Hee, I've seen right through you. Chika wagged her finger smugly, as if unveiling some great secret. Kanade. This girl was infuriating. Kanade decided to simply ignore her. Continuing to argue would only make him angrier. Kaguya-chan, Kaguya-chan. Come down here. I have something fun to show you. Chika called out, cheerfully bouncing past Kanade to whisper something to Kaguya Shinomiya. It's something the president mustn't see, she added in a sing-song tone. If it's something I'm not supposed to see, don't bring it up right in front of me. Now I'm curious. Kanade couldn't help but scoff. It's probably another one of her prank toys. I'm not falling for it. After scanning the area and finding no suitable place to rest, Kanade decided to put Chika to work. Stop standing around doing nothing. Come here and give Kaguya a hand. She hurt her foot and can't walk properly. Huh? Kaguya-chan got hurt? Chika gasped and immediately rushed over to help. It was obvious how much she cared for Kaguya. Her panic and concern didn't seem fake at all. However, Kaguya looked slightly annoyed. Don't get too close, it's too hot with you here. Kaguya said, breaking her long silence with an immediate rejection. Ugh, Kaguya-chan must be in so much pain, and it's all my fault for not being by your side to protect you. Chika whimpered, hugging Kaguya tightly with tears in her eyes. Perhaps due to the overwhelming force of Chika's front-loaded armor. Kaguya seemed utterly helpless. I told you it's too hot. Stop clinging to me. Kaguya protested, struggling to push Chika away. But her resistance was futile against Chika's overwhelming physical presence. A muffled pua sound could almost be heard, and Kaguya finally gave up, completely surrendering to Chika's embrace. Kanade, observing this scene from the side, had a very complicated expression. While close interactions between girls could be considered wholesome, for Kaguya herself, this clearly wasn't a pleasant experience. He silently prayed that Kaguya wouldn't develop any lasting psychological trauma from this. Afterward, Kanade turned his attention back to the staff member who had guided them to this point. Do we just need to show this card? Nothing else required? Kanade asked, handing over the card. That's correct, President. As long as you've collected all the stamps during the test of courage, the sequence of challenges doesn't matter. The staff member replied without even looking up. They casually took the card, glanced at it briefly, and stamped the final box with practiced ease. All right, thank you. Kanade nodded. The process was so smooth it felt almost suspicious. He wondered if they could have gotten away with forging the stamps using the student council seal. Would the staff even notice, or would they simply let it slide? Not that it mattered. Such trivialities weren't worth overthinking. More pressing thoughts occupied his mind. Although they had overcome many obstacles to reach this point, something still felt incomplete, like he'd missed some critical detail. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what it was. Unlike a video game, reality didn't offer a quest log to check. Shrugging off his unease, Kanade decided not to dwell on it further. He thanked the staff member again, pocketed the 2 badges of courage they'd earned, and kept the stamped card as a keepsake before walking back to join Kaguya and Chika. After some time, Chika seemed to have calmed down and was no longer acting erratically. However, she still clung to Kaguya, muttering complaints and grievances. Meanwhile, Kaguya softly reassured her in a gentle tone. Kanade found this dynamic entirely unsurprising. The 2 best friends had always interacted this way. Sometimes, he even suspected that Kaguya's indulgence toward Chika was what nurtured her carefree, air-headed personality. At first, Kanade had worried that the childlike Kaguya might have misunderstandings with Chika. But it seemed that Kaguya had returned to her normal self. The familiar smile on her face hinted at her usual composure, dispelling his concerns. "I'm back," Natsukawa Kanade announced, breaking the silence. "President, did you get the prize?" Kaguya Shinomiya immediately looked up at him with a hint of anticipation. "Yeah, I've got it." Kanade nodded, handing over the badge and the stamped card. "Do you want this card? Can I really have it?" Kaguya's face lit up with joy. "Aren't you going to keep it yourself?" Kanade shook his head lightly. "No need. Just having the experience is enough for me. After all, this whole journey felt like a heavy burden he carried to the very end. Forgetting tonight's events anytime soon would be impossible. Besides, I have this as well." He waved the badge of courage in his hand, showing that he had his own keepsake. "It matches mine perfectly." Kaguya's smile grew even brighter. This wasn't just a simple keepsake, it was a heartfelt token of their bond. Despite the challenges, the president never considered leaving her behind, proving his unwavering devotion. Truly, this was an act of love. Not to mention, they even received matching bracelets from Chika Fujiwara, a blessing from a close friend. Couldn't this be considered a match made in heaven? As Kaguya's thoughts drifted to the idea of spending some alone time with Kanade, Chika suddenly burst into the conversation. "I have one of those too. And I even have a bunch of different designs." Completely oblivious to the atmosphere, Chika pulled out several badges of varying designs to show off. Look, look. There's even this one." Not content to admire them alone, she dragged both Kaguya and Kanade into her little showcase. "But this one's my favorite because it's so funny." Chika pointed to a badge, prompting Kaguya and Kanade to follow her gaze. The design featured a unique and striking pattern, a demon mask that Kanade vaguely remembered was called Hanya. Kanade didn't think much of it. Chika had always had rather peculiar tastes. However, Kaguya froze the moment she saw the design matched the badge she had received. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a blessing? Kaguya's mind spun in confusion. I did my homework this time." Chika began explaining enthusiastically. "This demon, called Hanya, symbolizes jealousy and malice. Its twisted grin makes it look so devious it's hilarious. I really love this one." She went on to launch into an impromptu lecture about the badge's background, much to Kanade's exasperation. All right, we get it. You did your research," Kanade said dismissively. Then, turning to the unusually silent Kaguya, he added, "Kaguya, I've got some things to take care of, so I need to leave for a while. If there's anything important for the student council, just go ahead and decide on your own." Before leaving, Kanade also made sure to give Chika a stern warning. "Don't cause any trouble. Take care of Kaguya, and make sure her injury doesn't get worse." Yeah, I get it. Geez, the president is such a nag. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Kaguya-chan." Chika waved him off, even pushing him out as if to hurry him along. "All right then, I'm off." Kanade nodded. After a quick goodbye to Kaguya, he turned and left. The test of courage had taken far longer than expected, and the event was already halfway over. With time running short, he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Despite his fatigue, he needed to hurry to meet up with Ariri and the others as promised. Hearing Kanade's parting words, Kaguya finally snapped out of her daze. She wanted to ask where he was going, but Chika grabbed her before she could move. "Kaguya-chan, let's go too. Don't bother with that silly president. Who knows where he's off to mess around. That's exactly why I need to stop him." Kaguya mentally screamed in frustration. But it was too late. Kanade's figure had already disappeared from view, and no matter how loud she shouted now, he probably wouldn't hear her. "You absolute menace. Let me go. Let me go find the president. Let me go Chapter 165, From pet to close friend. He felt like a total scumbag. Natsukawa Kanade suddenly realized something unsettling. When he agreed to everything earlier, it hadn't seemed like a big deal. But now, in practice, it all felt rather unnatural. This wasn't about his feelings toward the game itself. It was the idea of spending time with Kaguya Shinomiya, completing their challenge, earning their badges, and then immediately ditching her to rush off to meet Ariri. If that didn't scream time management master, what did? He couldn't even wait to see if others would misunderstand him during the next challenge. His own self-doubt had already set in. Wasn't his behavior just plain wrong? Sure, his initial agreement had come from a place of friendship. He hadn't considered whether it might carry other implications. But looking back at the atmosphere they'd shared, it was clear it might not have been just a friendly invitation. And Kaguya's attitude toward him? That alone was enough to raise questions. After all, this was Kaguya Shinomiya, the aloof, unapproachable Ice Queen. Unlike Yukino Shita's surface-level cool and untouchable persona, Kaguya was genuinely difficult to approach. Yukino's demeanor was more a defense mechanism, a mask to protect herself. But Kaguya? Her imperial upbringing made her coldness real. Yukino might dismiss someone as an idiot or decide whether they were worth interacting with. But Kaguya? She didn't care whether someone was smart or dumb or even human. Her only measure was whether they could be used. In fact, Kanade couldn't shake the feeling that Kaguya's utilitarian perspective had grown even more pronounced recently. Once, she would simply regard people with cold detachment. Lately, though, she seemed to look at even Chika Fujiwara, her childhood friend, as if Chika were a farm animal. And weren't they supposed to be close friends, practically inseparable since elementary school? Kanade couldn't make sense of it. Perhaps Chika had annoyed Kaguya in some way. It wouldn't be surprising, given Chika's carefree, thoughtless behavior. Still, for all her quirks, Kaguya was undeniably indulgent toward her childhood friend. But what about him? Would someone as proud as Kaguya really tolerate mandatory hand-holding during the game just because it was part of the rules? What's more, it hadn't just been hand-holding. There had been moments of even closer contact between them. Yes, Kanade could chalk it up to the influence of Kaguya's alternate, clingy childlike persona. But even if her personality had shifted temporarily, her fundamental emotions toward others shouldn't have changed so drastically. And it wasn't just the game. He'd noticed subtle hints in their day-to-day interactions, too. At first, Kaguya's smile toward him had been the same fake, business-like one she used on everyone. There were even moments when her gaze carried a chilling malice, a barely veiled warning. Yet, he hadn't minded. It was exactly what he expected from her. But over time, his efforts had seemingly paid off. She began to smile at him genuinely, and their exchanges became less antagonistic. Kanade had assumed this was because she had started to see him as a friend, raising him from potentially useful to worthy of interaction. Perhaps even a friendship on par with her bond with Chika. But looking back, was that really the case? Would someone like Kaguya, with her personality, offer such warm and gentle smiles to a mere friend? Would she be okay with holding hands or sharing even closer moments with a male friend? And lately, she'd even shown him sides of her personality that were playful, affectionate, or outright childish. True, some of those moments could be attributed to her alternate persona. But Kanade had caught glimpses of those same qualities during their ordinary interactions. Surely, not all of it was due to her alternate self. It made him wonder. Could it be that she actually liked him? If her feelings had grown strong enough, it would explain her willingness to be close to him and her acceptance of more intimate interactions. It would be like his relationship with Miharu Shino. While not romantic, their level of closeness was far beyond that of casual friends. Of course, there was another possibility, Chika's influence. As Kaguya's only close friend, Chika's personality had likely rubbed off on her over the years. Maybe Kaguya's playful, mischievous behavior toward him was just a reflection of Chika's tendencies. Either way, this wasn't something he could figure out through guesswork alone. Only by asking Kaguya directly could he confirm whether she felt more than friends, but not quite lovers toward him, or if it was something else entirely. But could he really ask her outright? Of course not. It would make him seem like an egotistical fool, someone who arrogantly went up to girls asking, "Hey, do you like me?" What kind of self-respecting guy would do that? Even if there was a subtle difference between the scenarios, the core of it remained the same. Kaguya, or even Miharu, his closest friend, would probably just respond with something like, "Kanade, you're so full of yourself. You're a great guy, sure, but you're far from boyfriend material." Miharu had already rejected him once, outright and angrily. He'd respected her decision and chosen to let go instead of clinging to false hope. He had worried his presence might only bring her further discomfort. But as it turned out, Miharu still valued their friendship. While she didn't see him as a romantic partner, she genuinely cared about his feelings and even went out of her way to support him. Perhaps she felt some guilt over how things had turned out. Kanade shook his head, dispelling the spiral of thoughts. He shouldn't question Miharu's sincerity or let his overthinking interfere with their relationship. They were good friends, and that was what mattered most. As for Kaguya, it was pointless to dwell on it. Overanalyzing would only bring him more headaches. Kanade sighed deeply, deciding to let it go. Their current relationship was good enough. With so many close friends around him now, he no longer felt lonely. He believed that, as long as he called out to them, they would respond, and the thought alone gave him the strength to keep moving forward. Chapter 166, seems like no explanation is needed. When Kanade Natsukawa finally found Ariri, she was sitting alone on a stone post, her chin resting on her hands as if lost in thought. "Sorry, Ariri, I kept you waiting." Kanade said apologetically as he approached her. He had calculated the time based on past experiences, but things didn't go as planned. Thanks to Chika Fujiwara's interference and Kaguya's injured foot, the game had taken much longer than expected. Now he was in this awkward situation. The test of courage was already halfway over, and he had only just finished fulfilling his promise to Kaguya. At least he'd found Ariri now. He could accompany her through the remainder of the event, but that left him worried about Miharu. Time might run out before he could meet up with her as planned. Hearing Kanade's voice, Ariri snapped out of her daze. A smile appeared on her face before she could help herself. She had wanted to say, "It's okay, I haven't been waiting long." But as the words reached her lips, they transformed into a complaint instead. "You're so slow, Kanade." Sorry. I really couldn't get away." Kanade apologized again with a slight bow. No, it's fine. I understand. You're the student council president, so of course you're super busy at times like this. Besides, I didn't wait long at all. Haha. Ariri waved her hands hurriedly, trying to explain. Just a moment ago, her true nature had slipped out again. She'd made up her mind to work on correcting her tsundere tendencies, but thankfully Kanade didn't seem bothered by it. What if he'd gotten upset and left? That would have been terrible. I can't let that happen, she thought anxiously. In the past, she would never have been this understanding. She wouldn't have waited for him this long either. If he were late, she would have sulked and retreated to her room instead of hanging around. But things had changed. Ever since she'd realized she was helplessly in love with this guy, her behavior had shifted completely. She'd even worked up the courage to ask him to this kind of event, a social activity that a typical shut-in like her would usually avoid like the plague. The power of love was truly amazing. She couldn't believe what it had inspired her to do. Kanade hesitated, unsure how to respond. In truth, he wasn't busy with work at all. It had been a personal matter. Her assumption made him feel oddly ashamed. For a brief moment, he considered explaining himself, but how could he admit to Ariri, "Actually, I was just with another girl"? That would sound completely inappropriate and might even come across as downright scummy. Better to leave it as it was. Let's not worry about that for now. We should hurry and join the test of courage. Kanade said, changing the subject. It's really well done this time, and even if you're scared, I think you'll still enjoy it. I'm not scared, okay? Last time, I just got startled because of that Kasumijoka woman. Ariri puffed up in indignation, looking like an angry terrierman. She refused to let herself be labeled a coward. Kasumijoka was the one who'd been truly terrified. When they exited the haunted house last time, Kasumijoka's face had been pale, while Ariri's only offense was screaming a little too loudly midway through. Who was the real scaredy cat here? It was obvious. Wait a second. How do you know so much about the game? Ariri suddenly paused, suspicion dawning on her face. Kanade froze. Oh no. His offhand comment had raised Ariri's curiosity. Normally, she was so straightforward that she wouldn't think much about such details. Actually, Kanade began hesitantly, trying to find a way out. Oh, I get it now. Ariri exclaimed, tilting her head back with an expression of sudden realization. I'm so dumb. Of course, you're the student council president. For big events like this, the student council must be heavily involved, right? And came to think of it, you guys probably organized this whole test of courage, didn't you? Ariri nodded thoughtfully. I know stuff like this. Things like cultural festivals and other big events are always handled by the student council. Honestly, the student council at our school has so much power. She remarked with admiration. Despite how knowledgeable she seemed, Ariri usually wasn't interested in such topics. Her awareness now was entirely thanks to Kanade. As someone who worked in the student council, let alone as the president, he naturally became the reason she started paying attention. She'd even gone out of her way to learn about these things just so she'd have something to talk about with him. But in doing so, she'd also stumbled upon rumors about him and another girl. And they weren't just baseless rumors. He had been in pursuit mode at the time, completely focused on someone else. His lack of response to her messages during that period had been painfully dismissive. She had been terrified back then, scared that his pursuit would succeed and she'd lose any chance with him forever. But now, it wasn't too late. If she worked hard enough, even someone as awkward and dense as her could win him over again. After enthusiastically explaining her reasoning, Ariri tilted her head with a proud, expectant look on her face, clearly fishing for praise. Of course, she'd never admit it. Even if Kanade patted her head and said, "Wow, Ariri, you know so much." She'd push his hand away with a flushed face and retort, what are you doing? Who said you could touch my head?" That was just the kind of adorably stubborn tsundere she was. But right now, Kanade had something else on his mind. At this point, there was no way he could confess that he'd been with another girl earlier. Initially, he'd thought Ariri might realize he'd already participated in the event and demand to know who he'd been with. Kanade had been prepared to answer honestly. But to his surprise, she'd rationalize the situation on her own. And, as it happened, she wasn't wrong. The event had been planned by the student council. However, the actual game content had been outsourced to Chika Fujiwara and her game club. Ariri didn't know that, so her assumption was perfectly reasonable. Kanade sighed inwardly. Crisis averted. Chapter 167, Even Fools Can Be Brave. You're right. Kanade Natsukawa said with stiff movements, nodding awkwardly. He couldn't shake the guilt that came with feeling like he had deceived Ariri. But none of that really matters right now. Let's hurry and get to the test of courage. If we drag this out any longer, we might run out of time. Placing a hand over his chest, Kanade tried to convince himself internally, I didn't lie to Ariri, I just presented the situation differently. Yeah, let's go. Ariri nodded enthusiastically and stepped closer, naturally walking side by side with Kanade. In response, Kanade instinctively took her hand. What? What is going on? Ariri's mind was thrown into absolute chaos. Why? Why did Kanade suddenly hold her hand? Not that she minded, of course. But she hadn't prepared herself at all for something like this. Were her hands clean? Would they feel too cold? Oh no, what if her palms started sweating? Wouldn't he find that gross? Ariri's thoughts spiraled out of control. Still, there was no way she would come up with an excuse to let go. She might never find the courage to hold his hand again. More importantly, what if Kanade misunderstood and thought she didn't want to hold hands with him? That would be a disaster. She didn't dislike this at all. Whatever happens, I'll just have to go with it. Resigning herself, Ariri lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red. She stole glances at their joined hands and then slowly let her gaze travel up to Kanade's face. Before she knew it, she was completely captivated by his handsome profile. Kanade is so good-looking. Meanwhile, Kanade was completely oblivious to the flurry of thoughts running through Ariri's head. He was simply following the rules of the event. Participants were required to hold hands throughout the test of courage. Kaguya Shinomiya, the vice president, had explained this rule to him herself. If she said so, it had to be true. Still, from his own experience, Kanade knew there was a loophole. As long as no staff members saw the participants letting go, it wasn't considered a violation. Like earlier, when he and Kaguya had split up, one to distract the monsters, the other to retrieve items. Surely the staff must have noticed them splitting up after doing it multiple times, but none of them had mentioned it, not even the officials who reviewed their performance afterward. That clearly indicated the method was allowed. In hindsight, Kanade had to give credit to Chika Fujiwara. Although she often seemed unreliable, a pure chaotic force of nature, her contributions, from the election campaign to organizing this test of courage, had consistently exceeded expectations. Sure, the initial morality challenge had been a shocker, but the other segments were well designed, fresh, engaging, and far more enjoyable than the usual walk through a haunted house experience. Kanade could already foresee this year's test of courage receiving rave reviews, a highlight of his time as student council president. And on a personal level, he was grateful that the event wasn't boring. Given that he had to participate 3 times, a dull game would have been pure torture. Kanade had even prepared himself to feign enthusiasm for his partner's sake, ensuring they had a perfect haunted house experience. But in reality, the event had been so fun and engaging that he didn't need to pretend at all. The only downside: his first attempt had felt like playing on extreme difficulty. Given that he had carried Kaguya for most of it. Thankfully, he had been working on his fitness for a while, so his stamina was decent. Otherwise, he might have collapsed halfway and failed to keep his promises to Ariri and the others. Hand in hand, Kanade led Ariri to the entrance of the special route section of the test of courage. The event was already halfway through, and most participants had entered the venue by now. The remaining people outside clearly had their own plans, so the two of them didn't run into anyone along the way. For Kanade, this was ideal. As long as they didn't encounter anyone who had seen him playing with Kaguya earlier, there would be no misunderstandings like thinking he was two-timing or some kind of time management master. I really did accept these invitations as a friend. And honestly, his reputation was already plagued by enough rumors. He didn't need any more strange stories circulating about him. Of course, Kanade knew most of those rumors were his own doing. His actions had often been the root cause. This is the entrance to the special venue, Kanade explained as they reached the area. Ariri, wide-eyed with curiosity, was busy taking in the surroundings. For groups assigned by the roster, they enter through the other square's entrance. This area is specifically for students using their free choice option. Oh, I see. Ariri nodded thoughtfully. Kanade blinked, feeling a strange sense of unease as he observed her. Airi seemed a little down. Had something happened? What's wrong? He asked. And nothing. Airi shook her head quickly, then tugged on his hand, urging him forward. Anyway, let's hurry up and go inside. Of course, there was no way Airi would reveal what she was thinking. She was still stuck on the fact that he'd held her hand first. As they walked without encountering anyone along the way, Airi's mind began to wander. Coupled with her overactive imagination as a long-time gin artist, she couldn't help but entertain ridiculous thoughts. What if Kanade wasn't actually taking her to the test of courage, but to some secluded forest for a secret rendezvous? Of course, she'd firmly refuse. How could they skip so many steps and jump straight to that? At the very least, they should confess their feelings for each other first. But then, reality hit her. She completely misunderstood the situation. Of course Kanade wasn't that kind of person. She trusted him. She really did. Kanade was slightly taken aback. Airi seemed even more anxious than he was. No need to rush. We have plenty of time. Kanade tried to gently slow the overeager golden-haired girl down. However, after expending so much energy earlier, his stamina was nearly depleted. He couldn't even stop the supposedly frail Airi. In fact, he ended up being pulled forward by her momentum. Kanade immediately realized things were going south. Sure enough, his next step landed awkwardly, and he fell forward. Hearing the commotion behind her, Airi turned her head just in time to see Kanade's face hurtling toward her, leaving her unable to look away. She didn't even have time to cry out before Kanade toppled onto her, sending them both sprawling onto the grass. Ouch, ouch. Airi grimaced, clutching her rear as the sharp pain spread from her landing spot. It felt like her tailbone had taken a direct hit. Despite the pain from her harsh encounter with the ground, her focus remained on the culprit responsible for this unexpected impact. Kanade. Airi began, but stopped when she saw him propping himself up above her, arms trembling and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Are you okay? Are you hurt somewhere? Airi asked, her voice rising in concern. She knew him well enough. Normally, he'd use this opportunity to act cool and check on her. But now, his obvious weakness made it clear that he was the one who needed help. Ignoring the pain radiating from her back, Airi struggled to help Kanade lie down and then tried to get up to support him. It was a good idea in theory. Unfortunately, she overestimated her strength. Without Kanade's cooperation, she couldn't manage to lift him. Worse, she ended up losing her balance and falling forward again. Ugh. And so, as if fate were mocking them, Kanade, who had planned to rest on the grass, suddenly felt a powerful headbutt to his stomach. The force was so strong it nearly made him regurgitate the barbecue rice bowl he'd had for lunch. Airi was horrified. Scrambling to her hands and knees, she quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Airi was on the verge of tears. She had only wanted to help. Why did it seem like her efforts only made Kanade suffer more? As she sank into guilt and self-doubt, Kanade, seemingly reading her thoughts, spoke up. I'm not mad at you. It's my fault I'm out of energy and couldn't help you get me up. Don't worry about it. You don't need to do anything. Just let me rest here for a bit. Kanade reassured her. He had overestimated himself. Walking had seemed fine, so he thought he could push through. But clearly, he was so drained that he couldn't even match Airi's strength now. If I had to guess. Right now, I probably only have about 0.5 Airi's worth of combat power. I need to train more. This is unacceptable, Kanade thought to himself. Airi, meanwhile, had no idea what was going through his head. She remained stuck in her own spiral of self-blame. If only I were stronger. How could I be so weak? I'm worse than a hamster. But dwelling on her shortcomings wouldn't change anything. She wanted to do something, anything to make up for her failure. Kanade had told her to leave him alone, that all he needed was to rest. But she refused to sit idly by. No. I can't just stand here and do nothing. Resolving herself, Airi stood up, dusted off her skirt, and carrying equal parts determination, guilt, and embarrassment sat down beside Kanade's head. Airi? Kanade looked up at her in confusion. Ignoring his questioning gaze, Airi steeled herself, put on a determined expression like a soldier heading to battle, and lifted his head onto her lap. I did it. Airi cheered internally. Ha. A lap pillow isn't even that big of a deal. Look at me, I pulled it off so easily. Now, even if that smug Kasumijoka woman tried to brag, saying things like, I've done all sorts of intimate things with senpai, Airi wouldn't be fazed. Because she had one-upped her. This was a lap pillow. Surely Kasumijoka had never done this. Ghehe? Kanade stared at her, puzzled by the strange giggling sound she was making. Chapter 168, Courage? Courage. Airi's figure was slender and petite, leaning toward the skinny side. Yet, the sensation Kanade felt from her thighs was anything but bony. On the contrary, the area where his head rested was warm, soft, and incredibly comfortable, like sinking into a plush cushion of clouds. In short, it felt amazing. Kanade couldn't help but shift slightly, adjusting to find the most comfortable position on her lap. I'm doing this for the first time. Is it uncomfortable? Airi's voice was uncertain, her movements stiff. Even though she'd been the one to offer the lap pillow, she now seemed completely at a loss for what to do. Her hands hovered awkwardly, unsure where to place themselves, and her face was riddled with nervousness. This is bad. This is so bad. She'd acted on impulse. She hadn't even stopped to think if Kanade would be okay with it. And now that they were here, she had no idea what came next. Should she massage his temples? Would rubbing his shoulders be better? But she wasn't confident in doing either. Does that mean I should just stay still like this? Airi let out a small groan. She suddenly felt the weight of her lack of skills. If she had known this day would come, she would have learned more homemaking skills from her mother. Of course, it was far too late for regrets now. She needed to figure out what to do next. Would Kanade get mad at her for being so pushy? Would he think she was a frivolous girl? But I really am doing this for the first time. Even without hearing Kanade's thoughts, Airi's self-doubt spiraled. It couldn't be helped she was terribly insecure, especially after learning how many capable and attractive rivals she had. Those other girls were beautiful, well-endowed, and sweet. Well, except for that fat woman, compared to them, what chance did she stand? I can't compete at all. That's why she had to take the initiative. She had to be bold, to show her feelings through action. Do you want me to massage you, Kanade? She finally managed to ask. Sure, thanks, Airi. Kanade replied instinctively. Then, realizing his head was resting on her lap, he stopped himself from nodding. Oh, okay. I'll start now. Airi stammered, her cheeks flushed. Whoever said lap pillows brought you closer to the person you liked is a liar. Kanade doesn't seem affected at all. Meanwhile, her own heart was racing wildly. Even the smallest of Kanade's movements sent heat coursing through her body. Their point of contact seemed to grow warmer by the second, making her mind swirl with dangerous thoughts. What if I just gave him a little peck? The idea was crazy, and she knew it. But once it entered her mind, she couldn't shake it. To make matters worse, or perhaps better, her clumsy attempts at a massage seemed to work surprisingly well. Kanade visibly relaxed, even closing his eyes in contentment. He's totally oblivious to my movements. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Airi's heart pounded like a war drum. She felt as though a wild boar had taken up residence inside her chest, urging her on. Go for it, Airi. Pride doesn't matter, what's important is the man. Charge forward, you fool. Unable to silence the chaotic thoughts, she decided to listen to them. After all, Kanade was a kind and understanding person. Surely, he'd forgive her impulsive actions, right? I just have to make it look accidental, she reasoned. If he thought it was a mistake, she could act shy but not resistant. Maybe, just maybe, that would prompt Kanade to take the lead. But her thoughts took a sharp turn as she remembered some gossip she'd overheard recently, stories about couples sneaking off to private spots during the test of courage, only to be caught by lost passers-by. Should we find somewhere more secluded? As her imagination ran wild, Airi's head grew hotter and hotter. She felt like a cartoon character with steam pouring out of her ears. What am I even thinking? This is too shameless. Things like this should only happen after we're officially a couple. There's an order to these things. This isn't the fantasy world from one of my gens. Are you done, Airi? Kanade's voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. When she stopped moving, he assumed she was tired and tried to alleviate her worry. If you're exhausted, don't push yourself. After all, he understood that Airi wasn't exactly physically strong. Of course, the reality of the situation was far beyond Kanade's understanding. And no, I wasn't thinking about anything. Airi exclaimed, her voice louder than necessary. Great. Now you sound even more suspicious, she scolded herself internally. Huh? Kanade blinked, utterly confused. I mean, nothing's wrong. Don't mind me. Airi quickly backtracked, flustered. I'll just massage your eyes instead. You've been working so hard, they must be strained, right? Now close your eyes. She ordered suddenly, trying to regain control of the situation. Okay. Kanade complied, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Airi's frantic behavior was far too easy to read. Was she planning something? Kanade didn't suspect her of any malice. Airi wasn't the type to pull pranks. But her current demeanor made him wonder if she was hiding something. Still, He shrugged it off. What's the worst she could be planning, given her personality? Nothing dangerous, that's for sure. Chapter 169, Cowardly? Wrong. Ingenious. Given Ariri's usual demeanor, Kanade Natsukawa wasn't at all worried about her trying anything strange. For one, he hadn't done anything to upset her, well, unless you counted being late to their date. If that did irritate her, then he would accept whatever punishment she had in store. Still, their current situation wasn't exactly conducive to her signature twin-tail whirlwind strike. At most, she might flick her ponytail at his cheek, or if she really wanted to escalate things, draw a little turtle on his face with a marker. Childish antics like that were about as far as Ariri could go, but even such pranks didn't seem in character for her. Ariri wasn't someone who could easily let loose in front of others. Even with close friends, she instinctively tried to maintain a composed image. Of course, she likely knew her graceful young lady persona was entirely unconvincing. In reality, her brain full of risque and shy ideas persona was well known among her friends. Confident that Ariri wouldn't pull any serious tricks, Kanade closed his eyes and agreed, "All right, I'll leave it to you, Ariri." After all, he was genuinely tired. Having a cute girl provide a lap pillow and even offer a massage? How could he refuse? Leave it to me. Ariri nodded eagerly, though her nerves were already creeping in. In truth, she'd been second-guessing her bold approach. Her attempts to subtly guide things felt a little too aggressive. How could they possibly succeed? Yet, Kanade had gone along with it, leaving her no choice but to follow through. But charging ahead recklessly wouldn't do. This needed to progress naturally, right? Ariri swallowed hard, her throat dry. Calm down. Seeing Kanade relax and fully close his eyes, she hesitated. It wasn't that she was scared. Well, maybe she was a little scared. This whole idea had been a spur-of-the-moment impulse. She hadn't actually expected the stars to align so perfectly, creating an ideal opportunity. This is entrapment. I'm being seduced into crime. Her mind wavered as she fought the urge to act. She wanted to, but couldn't quite bring herself to take the leap. Meanwhile, Kanade, noticing the delay, started to grow suspicious. Why hasn't she started yet? Even if this were a prank, shouldn't there have been some kind of action by now? Ariri, haven't started yet? Kanade asked. His question jolted Ariri from her thoughts. Panicking, she blurted out, I'm starting right now personally. Huh? Starting what? Kanade wondered if he'd misheard her. Realizing her slip, Ariri frantically corrected herself. Personally massaging you. That's what I meant. Kanade hesitated, still unsure. But no talking. No moving either. Ariri cut him off sharply, her tone leaving no room for argument. Hearing the frustrated edge in her voice, Kanade decided it was best to stay silent. There's definitely something going on, he thought, but what? Ultimately, he resigned himself to waiting, hoping she'd get it over with quickly, whether it was a prank or something else entirely. Relieved that Kanade wasn't questioning her anymore, Ariri finally exhaled. However, her nerves had reached a breaking point. Her voice shook as she muttered, Don't open your eyes, okay? Absolutely not. I'm not very skilled at this. I might mess up. Please, anything but that. Kanade quipped lightly. Have mercy, Ariri-sama. My sins surely don't warrant such harsh punishment. He wasn't genuinely worried about her injuring him. He was just trying to lighten the mood, sensing how tense things had become. PFFT. We'll see how you behave. Ariri pouted, though her expression softened slightly. Even so, her emotions remained in a strange state, like returning home to find a carefully hidden stash clearly tampered with, yet no one mentioned it. So embarrassing. Still, she couldn't let it show. Maybe Kanade had only noticed that she was up to something, but not what. Or maybe he had figured it out completely and was waiting to see what she'd do next. What would she do? Charge forward, of course. No turning back now. If she backed out, all her previous embarrassment and nerves would have been for nothing. Even if Kanade had guessed her intentions, she was determined to go through with it. After all, as long as Kanade kept his eyes closed, anything that happened afterward could be explained however she wanted. Resolved, Ariri acted. She leaned forward slightly, slowly lowering herself closer to Kanade. Her movements were gentle and deliberate, so even if he suddenly opened his eyes, she could claim she was just adjusting her position for a better angle. But as it turned out, Kanade had no intention of opening his eyes. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying the massage so much that his expression visibly relaxed. Is it really that comfortable? Ariri wondered, genuinely curious. It was her first time giving someone a massage, and she hadn't expected it to go so well. Her lips curled into a small, triumphant smile. What does this mean? That I'm naturally talented? No. It means she deserves this moment. She provided Kanade with such a satisfying massage. This was her rightful reward. Sure, she was technically the one giving herself the reward, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that it all felt justified. With her doubts gone, Ariri felt a sense of peace wash over her. What cowardly little thief. No, this was perfectly fair and equal exchange. Chapter 170, Has it begun? It's already over, as everyone knows. Thought moves faster than the speed of light. Though Ariri had spent what felt like ages building herself up mentally, in reality, only a few minutes had passed. If it had taken much longer, Kanade would have grown restless and told Ariri to get a move on. After all, he still had his promise to Miharu to fulfill later. Don't open your eyes, no matter what. Ariri repeated once more. Trust between people can be surprisingly fragile. It's like when you're watching TV with a friend and can't find the remote. You ask, are you sitting on it? Even if they insist, no, I'm not. You'll still say, well, get up and let me check. It's not that you don't trust them. It's just that seeing for yourself is far more convincing. Of course, Ariri's guilty conscience played a big part here. She was about to do something bad. If Kanade caught her red-handed, how would she face him after that? Unlike certain blonde anti-heroes who could shout, I reject my humanity, and transform spectacularly, Ariri was just an ordinary, pretty girl. She couldn't afford to lose face like that. With her mental preparation complete, she gazed at Kanade's handsome face, the one she thought about day and night. Trembling slightly, she leaned closer. She prayed silently, please don't notice. But at the same time, a small part of her secretly wondered, what if he does? If Kanade caught her in the act, would he scold her gently, saying, don't do things that might cause misunderstandings? Or heaven forbid, what if he finally realized her feelings? Surely, it wouldn't escalate like in one of her gens, where a simple accident led to someone being pinned to the ground, right? Despite the wild tangents running through her mind, Ariri kept moving forward. Slowly but surely, the distance between them shortened. Soon, Kanade could feel the warm breath from her mouth lightly brushing against his face, tickling him. Ariri? Don't talk. Okay. And don't open your eyes either. He'd heard this line so many times now. More than once, Kanade had been tempted to peek, not out of curiosity about what she was doing, but just to catch her flustered reaction. Honestly, nothing was more entertaining than teasing at Sundeer. Before he could act, the anticipated break arrived. A soft, cool sensation lightly pressed against his forehead before quickly pulling away. The contact was brief, but the lingering sensation was unmistakable. Something had happened. But what? What had Ariri done to him? Surely she hadn't stamped I'm a fool on his forehead, right? Curiosity burned within him, and his brow twitched in agitation. He desperately wanted to know what was going on, but Ariri's repeated warnings kept him from moving or speaking. After a long pause, with no further actions from Ariri, Kanade started to feel restless. I should just ask, he decided. But before he could, Ariri spoke first. Aren't you going to open your eyes? Sure. Right away. Kanade opened his eyes and looked up at her. Perhaps due to his extended time with his eyes closed, or maybe because night had already fallen, Ariri's face seemed hazy and indistinct. Though she had just pulled off a prank. She showed no signs of guilt or fear. Instead, her expression seemed calm, almost like she was relieved about something. Maybe I'm just tired and seeing things, Kanade thought. He hesitated, expecting her to say something, but instead, they locked eyes in silence for what felt like an eternity. So, you don't have anything you want to say? Ariri finally broke the silence, unable to hold back any longer. Kanade hesitated, then cautiously asked, is that it? To Kanade, his forehead probably still bore some embarrassing mark, like certified idiot or mission accomplished. But at this moment, that didn't matter to him. What mattered was understanding why Ariri had done it, what emotions or intentions lay behind her prank. However, in Ariri's mind, his question took on a different meaning entirely. Is that it? Equals that's all you can manage? To her, it sounded like Kanade was comparing her actions to something he had already experienced, something far more intimate. Maybe he'd already kissed someone before, like a real kiss, lips to lips, or even something more intimate, like the scenarios from her gens. Had her painstakingly planned moves seemed insignificant to him? Like childish play that barely made an impression? She was going to snap. Ariri felt her anger boiling over. She wanted to shout, to vent her frustrations. But instead, what came out was, well, what else could I do? I can't do anything more. Her voice was laced with resentment, but also an undertone of deep vulnerability. She felt so powerless. She'd mustered all her courage, thought everything through, and gotten so close. But at the last moment, she'd hesitated, telling herself, This kind of thing should only happen when both people are aware of their feelings. Sneaky tactics aren't pure love. So she'd settled for a kiss on the forehead instead. And now, Kanade was brushing it off. Even though she understood he probably hadn't meant to mock her, she couldn't help feeling both wronged and angry. In the past, such a reaction would have made her fly into a rage, refusing to calm down no matter how much Kanade tried to soothe her. This was her first time being so forward, so proactive, and yet he didn't appreciate it. Unforgivable. Seppuku-worthy. But the past was the past. Now, instead of getting angrier, her emotions quickly turned to guilt. Back then, Kanade had done so much more for her, gone out of his way countless times. And yet, she'd always responded coldly, deliberately keeping him at arm's length. Now, the roles were reversed. Well, what can I do? This is just how I am. I'm a coward, okay? Ariri sighed in resignation, giving up the fight. Kanade blinked, thoroughly confused. Huh? Chapter 171, No Way Back. Wait, what? Then what do you expect me to do? I'm just a cowardly person, okay? Ariri puffed up like an angry pufferfish. She couldn't believe it. She had mustered all her courage to make such a bold move, and not only did she not get the reaction she hoped for, but she also got a dismissive "is that it?" in return. What do you mean, is that it? Did he expect her to pin him to the ground and smother him with kisses to make his heart race? His threshold was way too high. She couldn't do that. Though her mind was in chaos, deep down, she still clung to a faint hope that he would explain himself. After spending so much time together, Ariri knew Kanade wasn't the type to trample on someone's feelings. He'd never intentionally say something so thoughtless. So she turned her gaze toward him, searching his face for answers. But the silence dragged on. Her hope crumbled, giving way to anger and hurt. He clearly didn't care about her feelings anymore, not even enough to offer an explanation. Fighting back tears, she snapped, "If that's how it is, why are you still here? Go find someone else who'll give you all the kisses and cuddles you want. Stop bothering with me." She couldn't be wrong. Kanade must have had more intimate moments with someone else, so much so that he was desensitized to these things. Otherwise, how could he dismiss her gesture so easily? Now, instead of trying to comfort her, he couldn't even be bothered to come up with a plausible excuse. "Honestly, I wouldn't even mind if he lied to me. At least then it'd mean I still held a place in his heart," she thought bitterly. But no, he had made it clear they couldn't go back to the way things were before. "Ariri, wait, calm down and listen to me." Ariri didn't want to hear it. She even considered covering her ears. She already knew what he was going to say, that he'd met someone else, someone he truly cared about, and now they were happily together. That's why she couldn't listen. If she refused to hear it, maybe their relationship wouldn't end, maybe they wouldn't be stuck as just friends forever. "I think there's been a misunderstanding," Kanade said seriously. Ariri pressed her lips together, staring silently at the boy still lying on her lap. Was he really going to say that? Was he going to explain that she'd misinterpreted everything, that his politeness was never a sign of affection, and that she'd been wrong to think he saw her as anything more than a friend? But if that were true, why had he agreed to all her selfish requests, over and over again? Did he pity her? Was he just offering her fleeting warmth, like bubbles that would inevitably burst? She was already too far gone, utterly poisoned by his kindness. And it wasn't his fault. She was the one who had rejected him in the past, using the excuse of "let's just be friends." That was why they were in this mess now. Yes, she couldn't blame him. It was her own lack of courage, both then and now, that had brought them to this point. Let it end today, Ariri thought. She braced herself for rejection. "I'm listening. Go ahead and say it," she said, her face stoic and expressionless. She kept still, afraid that any sudden movement might cause her to burst into tears. "Okay. I'll keep it short," Kanade said after a pause. "What I meant earlier, when I said, 'is that it?' was is a stamp on my forehead all you got? Shouldn't you add more pranks?" "Pranks?" "Yeah. I didn't want to make you feel awkward or, angry, so I phrased it lightly. But I guess it made you misunderstand," Kanade explained, recalling the events leading up to this. Everything had been fine. He'd been enjoying a lap pillow, feeling relaxed. Then out of nowhere, Ariri had snapped, shouting about how she was just a coward. At first, Kanade had been confused. After piecing things together, he realized she thought he was mocking her. When she started ranting about him finding someone else to cuddle with, he finally understood. She'd let her imagination run wild again, just like that time before. Honestly, he was grateful she voiced her frustrations. Otherwise, he might have remained completely clueless. "Anyway, that's the truth. I wasn't trying to tease you about being timid, I just thought you might have more pranks up your sleeve," Kanade said, studying her expression. Even from his upside-down perspective, He could tell Ariri's face twitched slightly. Sensing the need to clarify, he quickly added, I mean, punishment. Since I was late, you could punish me a bit more if you want. Don't worry about my feelings. Kanade even tried to look as meek as possible. And for the record, I never opened my eyes. I was just guessing that you did something to my forehead. He added. In truth, Kanade felt a little guilty. When Ariri had accused him earlier, he'd briefly panicked, thinking she'd discovered he'd been with Kaguya earlier. But now he realized she'd been lost in her own, creative thoughts. Of course, Kanade had no intention of bringing up the Kaguya situation. That would only complicate things further. Hearing Kanade's explanation, Ariri froze. Who am I? What am I doing? When the truth sank in, her mind quickly shifted from shock to full-on embarrassment. Oh my god. Who has this much inner drama? She wanted to bury herself alive. No, she wanted to knock herself out cold so she wouldn't have to endure the overwhelming shame crashing down on her. Chapter 172, Ariri Kashiwagi Little Golden Retriever Kanade Natsukawa felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Though he had explained everything to the best of his ability, Ariri's reaction didn't exactly scream relief. In fact, her face was so expressive it was almost overwhelming, first wide-eyed disbelief, then deep internal conflict, and finally a mix of frustration and annoyance. Just as Kanade thought it was all over, she delivered a masterclass in facial micro-expressions. Her lips twitched, and she slowly, deliberately muttered, I see. Aha. Ha ha ha. She's broken. Kanade's internal alarm bells were ringing. It wasn't just the lack of sparkle in her eyes, though the darkening evening didn't help, but the clear signs that Ariri was teetering on the edge of an emotional meltdown. Kanade quietly got to his feet, trying to act as casual as possible. Taking a break really helped. Thanks for the massage, Ariri. He said, carefully avoiding any mention of a lap pillow. In his mind, Ariri's exaggerated reaction had everything to do with her identity as a gin artist. Clearly, her imagination had spiraled into some inappropriate territory. When he revealed the truth, her thin skin couldn't handle the immense shame, resulting in this. Bringing up the lap pillow would only add fuel to the fire, possibly pushing her into an even bigger explosion. Kanade had put a lot of thought into this. He felt like he had her thought process down pat. Ariri felt dismissed by is that it? Her inner Ariri Kashiwagi activated, spinning elaborate scenarios. Ariri spiraled into self-pity and frustration as the little golden retriever. There might have been other triggers, but Kanade didn't care about those. What mattered was getting things back on track. Can you stand? Let me help you up. He offered kindly. A simple act of assistance shouldn't be more intimate than the lap pillow. Right? After all, after spending so much time around people like Miharu and Kaguya, Kanade had grown accustomed to casual physical interactions. As long as no romantic feelings were involved, wasn't this just normal behavior? Though, he had to admit, there were times when thoughts crossed his mind. But he always kept them in check. No way was he letting his brain play second fiddle to anything else. Not waiting for a response, Kanade gently took Ariri's arm and helped her up. Ah, thanks. Ariri murmured reflexively. Her emotions were still a tangled mess, but when she noticed Kanade's hand firmly holding hers without any intention of letting go, her cheeks began to warm. Gulp. Turning her head away to hide her expression, her heart started racing unnaturally. Of course, it could have just been because her earlier emotional turmoil had slowed her heart rate, and now it was returning to normal. Yeah, that's it. She reassured herself. I'm not some pushover who gets all flustered just from holding hands. At the very least, it should be. Interlocking fingers. Glancing briefly at their joined hands and then sneaking a peek at Kanade, she saw that he seemed entirely focused on finding their way. Taking a deep breath, she wiggled her fingers slightly and nudged her hand closer to his. Interlocking fingers? Too bold. She thought. Kanade was holding on so tightly, if she moved too much, he might think she didn't want to hold hands. Not that I have to hold hands or anything. Don't get the wrong idea. She added internally. It's just that if he's being so proactive, I should respond, right? After all, holding hands is a mutual thing. If only one side holds tight, it's bound to slip away eventually. Gee. Lost in her thoughts again, Ariri completely forgot that Kanade had already held her hand earlier when they met. Of course, at that time, Kanade had no romantic intentions. He was merely following the rules of the test of courage. Participants had to stay physically connected at all times. Kanade, meanwhile, had no time to worry about Ariri's mental state anymore. Once he confirmed she was reasonably calm, he shifted his focus to planning their route. Time was running out in the test of courage, and Kanade had a packed schedule. He'd already spent half the event helping Kaguya complete the game while carrying her injured form on his back. Now, he needed to guide Ariri through the game efficiently before heading off to meet Miharu. Though Miharu was as angelic as her reputation suggested and always understanding, showing up at the very end of the event would surely upset her. Kanade wanted to make the most of the remaining time for Ariri while ensuring Miharu wouldn't be kept waiting too long. Thankfully, his first run had been a learning experience. Kanade had memorized the game's challenges, the locations of items, and even the layout of the rooms. With this knowledge, they could streamline the experience like speedrunning a game to get a refund before the trial period ended. It might not be the most enjoyable way to play, but at least it was efficient. We need to walk for about 10 minutes to reach the first checkpoint, Kanade explained. If you get tired along the way, let me know. Don't push yourself. If he remembered correctly, the first checkpoint involved an emotion testing game featuring that goofy octopus leader mascot. It wasn't complicated, just some role-playing. The main challenge was the long, empty road leading there, which could feel stiflingly eerie. Knowing Ariri's aversion to spooky atmospheres, Kanade figured he'd give her a heads up to mentally prepare. Okay, got it. Ariri replied softly with a nod. Though inwardly, she was already pouting. What's that supposed to mean? Sure, I don't go out much, but it's not like a measly 10-minute walk will defeat me. Kanade underestimates me too much. Determined to prove herself, Ariri resolved to perform exceptionally this time. After all, I've grown too. Chapter 173, he always calls it like it is. Kanade. Are you sure we're not lost? We've been walking for ages, and we're still not there. Ariri trailed behind Kanade, her voice tinged with hesitation. At first, she didn't mind the walk. As long as he was with her, even aimlessly wandering around felt enjoyable. But as the dark, unchanging surroundings stretched on endlessly, doubt began creeping into her heart. How could they have walked this far without encountering a single other person? It wasn't like she suspected Kanade of planning anything nefarious. Truth be told, she almost wished he would, just to give her a break from the nerve-wracking monotony. Still, she couldn't shake her anxiety. A naturally imaginative person, Ariri found her mind racing with possibilities. Adding to her unease, she had to admit though she hated she was a little scared of ghosts. The occasional eerie caw of a crow slicing through the silence didn't help, sending shivers down her spine. If it weren't for the steady warmth radiating from Kanade's hand, grounding her, she might have already bolted in tears, just like that time before. This stupid test of courage isn't worth it. Even with him beside her, the oppressive darkness bore down on her relentlessly. She was constantly bracing herself for some sudden scare, her nerves stretched to their limit. At this rate, she'd lose it entirely. Kanade turned back at her question, his tone calm and reassuring. We're on the right path. We haven't taken a wrong turn. He was confident it wasn't his first time on this route, after all. Ariri didn't respond, but her doubtful expression lingered. It should only be a few more minutes. Kanade added, noticing her unease. Originally, they could have gotten there much faster, but Kanade had chosen a slower pace for Ariri's sake. Plus, he needed the extra time to recover himself after his earlier exertions. He figured they could take it easy. But to think Ariri couldn't even manage a stroll. As expected of you, Ariri, Kanade thought with an inward sigh. He assumed she was just tired and too embarrassed to admit it. It wouldn't be the first time she had hidden her true feelings behind some roundabout excuse. As for the possibility that she was scared of ghosts, it didn't cross Kanade's mind. While he knew she had a fear of the supernatural, they hadn't encountered anything spooky yet. Besides, Kanade's impression of this test of courage leaned more toward puzzle solving than actual scares. So, he chalked up her behavior to exhaustion and kindly offered a solution. How about we take a short break? Even if your body isn't tired, it's good to rest your mind. His reasoning was flawless, and as he expected, Ariri immediately nodded in agreement. See? Kanade thought. Nobody understands Ariri better than me. Kanade found a relatively clean pile of rocks and carefully guided Ariri over to sit down. Once she was settled, he began inspecting the area for potential hazards, like snakes. Even though the area had likely been cleared, he wanted to be thorough just in case. But the moment he let go of her hand, Ariri grabbed it again, clinging tightly. Don't leave me alone, she pleaded, her voice soft and pitiful. Huh? Kanade froze, then quickly reassured her, I'm not leaving. I was just going to check the surroundings, then I'm coming too. That might be tiring for you. He tried to reason. He had planned to extend his inspection just a bit beyond visible range, given they didn't know how long they'd rest. But if he brought Ariri along, they might as well keep walking straight to the next checkpoint. I'm not tired, Ariri insisted with a firm shake of her head. Seeing her determined expression, Kanade sighed and sat down next to her instead. He couldn't leave her alone, but he also couldn't completely neglect their safety. He resolved to keep a sharper ear out for any potential dangers while they rested. Meanwhile, Ariri's mind was far simpler. She was just relieved that Kanade listened to her and stayed. Feeling much calmer, she instinctively leaned closer to him, shifting until their arms were almost entwined. Kanade glanced at her, puzzled, but said nothing. Ariri, on the other hand, was ecstatic. She'd been worried her subconscious move to seek comfort might annoy him, but when he didn't seem to mind, her heart soared. Her earlier fear melted away, replaced by the pleasant scent of Kanade that now enveloped her. But her overactive mind was quick to fill the void. Nighttime, secluded woods, alone together, a boy and a girl. The keywords spiraled uncontrollably. Then, she remembered what had happened before they entered the venue. Ariri mode, activate. No more crying and whining about losing the boy I like. Time to take action. Fueled by newfound resolve, Ariri boldly reached out with her other hand, grasping Kanade's sleeve and wrapping it around his arm. Nailed it. This might have been just a small step in reality, but for her, it was a giant leap in her grand strategy. This is progress. Solid, unshakable progress. Surely, Kanade would start to get the hint now, right? Gulp. Ariri swallowed nervously, her heart racing. And Kanade? He felt nothing. Absolutely nothing. After all, not everyone was as well endowed as certain individuals like Utaha Kasumijoka. Sure, compared to Kaguya or Yukino, Ariri might have an edge. But facts were facts. Kanade always called it like it was. No feelings. Just facts. Chapter 174, A Sudden Crisis. Although they had stopped ostensibly to rest, Ariri was the only one truly relaxing. She even had the mental space to start envisioning their future lives together. If Kanade didn't say something soon to draw her attention, she might have ended up daydreaming about the names of their great-great-grandchildren. Ariri, have you rested enough? Kanade finally spoke up, unable to endure the silence any longer. He was getting restless. Though he'd given himself the task of surveying the surroundings. It amounted to nothing more than aimlessly scanning the area. It required no real effort. With Ariri sitting quietly beside him, he had too much free time to think about their schedule. The clock was ticking, and if they stayed idle much longer, dealing with Miharu later would become tricky. Not wanting to waste any more time, he decided to prompt Ariri gently. After this, there won't be any more segments requiring long walks. You don't have to worry. He reassured her, seeing her slightly uneasy expression. Ariri nodded lightly. Okay. Let's go then. In truth, she wasn't particularly interested in the games at the test of courage. Her reason for inviting Kanade was tied to her grand make his heart race operation. She had picked up the idea online, based on the suspension bridge effect. The theory was simple: if someone experienced a situation that made their heart pound like fear, they might mistake that heightened emotion for attraction toward the person they were with. It seemed reasonable enough, and with the test of courage happening, it felt like the perfect opportunity to put the plan into action. But now that she thought about it, the test of courage might have been unnecessary. Her real goal was simply to spend time alone with Kanade, using her irresistible girlish charm to win him over. That goal was already well underway. Whether or not they continued the event didn't matter much. In fact, upon further reflection, the test of courage might even be counterproductive. Ariri remembered how, during a previous haunted house visit, Kanade had remained completely unshaken while she got hopelessly lost. He'd even found her and led her out without breaking a sweat. Compared to him, I looked so lame, she thought bitterly. Fear was an involuntary reaction, she couldn't control it. But if Kanade ended up looking down on her for it, or worse, being annoyed, wouldn't that defeat the entire purpose? Having reached this realization, Ariri made a bold decision. I think I might have hurt my foot earlier. I don't think I can walk anymore, she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Lying for a noble cause wasn't easy, and her cheeks flushed with shame as the words left her mouth. Thankfully, the darkness concealed her reddening face. Huh? You hurt your foot too? Kanade responded instinctively. Too? Ariri frowned. Someone else got hurt like me? Yes. Kanade nodded, oblivious to the undertones of her question. Thinking there was no harm in explaining, he added, a friend of mine injured their foot earlier. I guess that's why I was surprised just now. I see. Ariri replied, her tone measured, though her thoughts were racing. Her intuition screamed that something was off. After all, she herself had just lied about an injury. Who's to say Kanade's friend wasn't doing the same? And of course, it had to be a girl. Only a scheming vixen would use such underhanded tactics to win Kanade's sympathy. Though the conversation had lasted mere moments, Ariri had already spun an entire drama in her head. But when she considered that she was the one accompanying Kanade now, satisfaction replaced her earlier frustration. Good thing I was proactive and invited him first. Otherwise, who knows what kind of sneaky cat might have ended up by his side. Clearing her throat, she continued, "So, since I can't walk, we should probably stop here. Unless you're planning to carry me through the rest of the test of courage?" For a brief moment, Kanade's face went pale. She was joking, but his body remembered the earlier ordeal with Kaguya. He wasn't superhuman, just a slightly athletic high schooler. Carrying someone through a lengthy event once had already pushed him to the brink. Doing it again? Absolutely not. Wait, is that an option? Ayuri asked, genuinely tempted. A legitimate chance to get closer to Kanade. She was ready to throw caution to the wind and agree. Worst case, she'd just close her eyes the whole time and enjoy the ride while basking in his scent. But then she remembered how exhausted Kanade had looked earlier, almost stumbling near the entrance. It was clear that his responsibilities as student council president had taken a toll on him. She couldn't ask this of him, no matter how much she wanted to. He might not care about overworking himself, but she couldn't stand by and let him do so. Love was about mutual care, after all. Never mind. Ayuri shook her head, her voice filled with consideration. You'd just tire yourself out, and you've already been so busy with student council work. You should take this time to relax. Don't push yourself too hard. And, for me, just walking and chatting with you is enough. We don't have to finish the test of courage. Though embarrassed, Ayuri forced herself to express her feelings openly. She'd learned the hard way that keeping everything bottled up could lead to misunderstandings and missed opportunities. Kanade breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Let's take it easy, then, but before he could finish, a faint noise behind them drew their attention. Their eyes met, and without a word, they stood and turned toward the source of the sound. The rustling of grass grew louder, as if some unseen creature was steadily approaching. Get behind me. Kanade whispered, keeping his voice low but firm. Move slowly, no sudden moves, and don't run off. He picked up a sturdy stick from the ground, ready to defend them if necessary. His first instinct had been to grab Ayuri and bolt, but with her injured foot and the uncertainty of what lay ahead, staying put seemed safer. It might turn out to be nothing, but Kanade wasn't about to take any chances. This was the wilderness, after all. Who knew what might emerge from the shadows? Ayuri, understanding the gravity of the situation, obediently nodded and positioned herself behind Kanade, careful not to make a sound. Together, they slowly retreated, their eyes locked on the swaying bushes ahead, waiting to confront whatever unexpected guest was closing in. Chapter 175, I Like You the Most. It didn't take long for the creature lurking in the shadows to reveal itself. A cat, or at least something that looked like one, emerged into view. Its glowing eyes were strikingly prominent in the dim light, its movements cautious but deliberate. Oh, it's just a stray cat. Ayuri exhaled in relief, taking a step forward to approach it. Wait, don't get closer yet. Kanade quickly extended an arm to block her. Something feels off. The stray cat, as Ayuri called it, had gone on high alert the moment it spotted them. Its tail flicked erratically, its body crouched low, and its bright eyes locked onto them with unrelenting intensity. Kanade frowned, instinctively pulling Ayuri a few steps back. When it came to fast-moving animals like this, distance was a critical factor. And the more he observed, the more certain he became this wasn't just any stray cat. This was a feral one. Unlike a domesticated stray, which might shy away from humans but wouldn't show aggression, feral cats were wild by nature, often nocturnal and inherently distrustful of people. Its defensive posture made it clear, this wasn't an animal used to human company. This is a feral cat. Kanade explained, his voice low but firm. And it looks like the aggressive type. I don't know what breed it might be, but it's best to assume the worst. Ayuri, keep an eye on our surroundings, there might be more. I'll keep an eye on this one. Kanade's body tensed as he spoke, his grip on the wooden stick in his hand tightening. Feral cats often traveled in groups. Though he hadn't spotted any others yet, he wasn't about to let his guard down. The situation was precarious enough. He was already physically worn out, and even facing one of these wild beasts alone would be a challenge. Adding Ayuri into the mix only made things riskier. Got it. Ayuri nodded, her usual carelessness giving way to genuine focus as she scanned their surroundings for signs of movement. After a thorough check, she reported back. I don't see any others. What do we do now? Kanade let out a small breath of relief, but the tension in his body didn't ease. The immediate crisis wasn't over yet. For now, we wait. If we're lucky, it'll decide to leave on its own. He said cautiously. Okay. I'll follow your lead. Ayuri nodded again, stepping closer to him. Her hands clenched slightly, as if to steady herself. Then, noticing Kanade's stiff posture and trembling arms, she couldn't help but reach out, gently taking his hand in hers. Kanade felt her touch immediately. He wanted to tell her to move back and stay safe, but instead, He quietly pulled her slightly behind him. "Just stay alert, okay?" Ariri nodded obediently. The scene could have been sweet Ariri's gesture of support and Kanade's quiet resolve, but the feral cat had no appreciation for their tender moment. Its expression grew more agitated, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Its tense posture shifted further, signaling an impending attack. Perhaps it wasn't jealousy, more likely, the pair's animated movements had made the cat wary, interpreting them as a threat. Kanade stiffened, raising his makeshift weapon defensively. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a fragment of knowledge surfaced: when facing a wild animal, making yourself appear larger and more intimidating could deter an attack. Though he had initially scoffed at the idea when he first heard it, the dire circumstances made it seem worth trying. With a deep breath, Kanade stretched out his arms to their fullest and adopted an exaggeratedly aggressive posture. Roar. His attempt at mimicry was far from perfect, but it had one crucial advantage: it was loud. The feral cat flinched, visibly startled by the sudden noise. It took a few cautious steps back, its aggressive stance softening into one of wary retreat. But it didn't leave. Instead, it began pacing in a circle, as if weighing its options. Kanade wasn't naive enough to assume the danger had passed. Retreating recklessly or turning his back could provoke the animal to attack. So, he maintained his intimidating posture, refusing to let his guard down. For a tense few minutes, the standoff continued. Finally, the cat seemed to conclude that the risk wasn't worth it. With a reluctant flick of its tail, it slunk back into the bushes from which it had emerged, vanishing into the darkness. Even then, Kanade didn't move. He waited several more minutes, ensuring the animal wasn't lying in wait to ambush them. Only when he was absolutely certain did he finally pull Ariri back onto the safety of the stone path. Phew. Kanade exhaled deeply, his entire body sagging with relief. I can't believe we actually ran into a wild animal like that. And it had to be such an aggressive feral cat. He muttered as he sank onto a nearby stone slab. Though the encounter hadn't been physically taxing, the mental strain was enormous. He felt as though he'd just completed a marathon. Seriously, how could something like this even happen? Shouldn't the school have done a better job of checking the area? What are they even doing? He grumbled. While he understood the situation was partly their fault, they had wandered off the main trail into the woods. Kanade still felt the need to vent. The whole ordeal left him feeling deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, Ariri, crouched beside him, seemed entirely unbothered. In fact, she was smiling. For her, tonight had been nothing short of magical. Watching Kanade protect her, even in the face of danger, filled her with a sense of warmth and security. He's so cool. Even when he's just complaining, she thought, her eyes softening as they lingered on him. Her heart swelled as she replayed the moment he instinctively shielded her from harm. Idiot. You're just making me fall for you even more. A quiet blush dusted her cheeks as she whispered inwardly, I like you the most. Chapter 176, Ahaha. After letting out a series of sharp complaints, Kanade finally felt a little less frustrated. Truth be told, he had expected Ariri to chime in with something by now, maybe a retort or even just a bit of conversation to distract herself. But she stayed completely silent even as he calmed down, which only made Kanade assume that she was still shaken from the encounter. Ariri, are you okay? Are you sure you're not hurt? He asked, his voice tinged with concern. Huh? Me? Oh, I'm fine. Totally fine. She replied, snapping out of her trance after he had to call her several times. Her half-dazed response only confirmed Kanade's suspicions. You don't sound fine at all. Kanade frowned. He paused, then continued earnestly, maybe I should take you to the infirmary? At least somewhere safe where you can sit and relax for a bit. Even though they had made it far enough to feel relatively safe, the unchanging scenery of weeds and overgrowth wasn't exactly comforting. If anything, it might just remind Ariri of what had just happened and make it harder for her to recover. And Kanade had his own reasons for being on edge. The tense encounter with the wild cat had left his heart pounding long after the danger had passed. The image of the cat's final lunge, sharp claws extended, its movements frozen in his mind like an oil painting, refused to fade. If that's how he felt, someone like Ariri, who was naturally more sensitive and anxious, would have had an even harder time shaking off the experience. He worried it might leave her with lingering trauma, something he wanted to help her avoid at all costs. Ariri, you don't have to stay so tense. He said, his voice soft as he tried to reassure her. That wild cat isn't coming back. We're on a well-traveled path now, so the human activity alone would keep animals like that away. Plus, there's repellent sprayed around these areas to deter them. You're safe here, really. I said I'm fine. Besides, I wasn't even worried about that in the first place. Ariri muttered, barely audible. She had no intention of wasting precious alone time with Kanade in some barring infirmary. That kind of setting wouldn't trigger any heart-fluttering moments or deepen their bond. It wasn't like it would suddenly unlock a secret event that would raise her affection level. Airi sighed to herself, weighing her options. Sure, the test of courage had been part of her plan to create heart-pounding moments, but maybe she didn't need the event at all. Just walking alongside Kanade, holding onto his arm and chatting leisurely, felt more than enough. The problem was, she hadn't really stood out in their interactions lately. If anything, she felt like she was at risk of being reduced to the pet-like character, a cute, but ultimately hopeless, presence in Kanade's life. No way. I can't let myself become the cliché golden-haired loser trope. If she wanted Kanade to notice her properly, she needed to find ways to demonstrate her charms, to make him see her in a new light. And if nothing worked, well, then she'd have to go all in. A confession might burn all her bridges, but it would at least be clear where they stood. But she wasn't ready for that, not yet. So I just have to try harder. Airi whispered under her breath, her determination rekindling. Huh? What was that? Kanade turned to her, catching the faint murmur. Nothing. Airi shook her head quickly, then grabbed onto his arm, steering them both forward. Let's just head back the way we came. We didn't get that far from the entrance anyway. Wait, Kanade started, but then paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he noticed something off. What's wrong? Airi asked, tilting her head at him. Your foot. It's not hurting anymore? He pointed toward her legs, his expression growing puzzled. Airi froze. Her mind raced. Oh no. I completely forgot I pretended to hurt my foot. She faltered for a moment, trying to come up with something believable, but nothing came to mind. Well, you see. It just stopped hurting. Yeah, I guess it healed all of a sudden, ha. Kanade stared at her, his expression utterly unreadable. Busted. He didn't need to call her out on the light to know exactly what had happened. Airi's overly transparent behavior made it easy for him to piece together the truth. She hadn't been injured at all, she had just been too scared to keep going but didn't want to admit it. Pretending to have a hurt foot gave her an excuse to stop without losing face. Still, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Despite the absurdity of the situation, her clumsy attempt to hide her fear was oddly endearing. Alright, so your foot's fine now. Kanade said, his voice tinged with amusement. What do you want to do next? Anywhere else you'd like to go after we leave the event grounds? Airi blinked at him, surprised he hadn't pressed her on the lie. Wait. Does that mean he already knows? She glanced at him cautiously, only to be met with his warm, reassuring smile. Her cheeks flushed instantly. What are you grinning at? She stammered, her gaze darting away as her embarrassment bubbled over. Did I do something wrong? Kanade leaned in closer, his tone teasing. Don't get so close, you idiot. But you're the one still holding onto my arm. That's different. Just don't come any closer, okay? Airi's voice rose, both annoyed and flustered. She clung tightly to his arm, silently hoping he couldn't hear how loudly her heart was pounding. Chapter 177, The Debut of Kashiwagi Iri-sensei. The return journey was surprisingly quiet, as most participants had likely already paired off and ventured deeper into the test of courage. For Airi, this was a blessing. It meant she could cling unabashedly to Kanade's arm without worrying about stirring up rumors that might trouble him. Though, deep down, a small part of her wouldn't have minded if a few whispers did circulate. How about we head to the lakeside? It's cooler at night, and we can take our time walking there. Airi suggested. The lakeside? Kanade echoed. You know, where you came after me that day. Oh, that place. Kanade recalled the spot and nodded. That's not a bad idea. There's a bench there, right? We can rest if you get tired. Rest? Really? Airi pouted inwardly. Couldn't he suggest something a little more romantic? But then again, she knew better than to expect Kanade to suddenly turn into Prince Charming. The thought of him pulling out some grand romantic gesture for someone else later made her pout harder. As they exited the event grounds, the two began to encounter other couples, to be precise tucked away in secluded corners, exchanging whispered words and occasional tender glances. Or, in some cases, they weren't whispering at all. Kanade and Airi instinctively avoided each other's gaze after catching sight of one couple who seemed to believe that sharing words alone wasn't enough, using their tongues instead to express their feelings. Talk about maximizing every second, Kanade thought, suppressing the urge to sigh. As the student council president and organizer of the event, he was well aware of what some students might try. Wind discipline members were patrolling the area, and strict warnings had been issued, but some clearly found the risk of getting caught to be exciting. Kanade was starting to suspect that some of these people might even see the student council as part of their play. Meanwhile, Airi's thoughts were simpler. If Kanade wanted to. Would I pretend to resist before agreeing? Or just stay silent and let him lead? Her face flushed, and she swallowed nervously. To avoid further awkwardness, the two chose not to talk for a while. Yet, the deeper they went, the more they encountered similarly occupied pairs, the atmosphere growing increasingly heated. Kanade eventually decided he'd had enough and turned down a side path. "There's no end to it on the main trail," he explained, leading Ariri away. "At this rate, I won't be able to focus." The detour did provide temporary relief until they rounded a corner and stumbled upon yet another couple, mid-expression of love. Kanade froze, utterly dumbfounded by their audacity. For a moment, he couldn't even process what he was seeing. But then he heard the faintest noise from Ariri beside him, a sharp intake of breath, and realized how bad this could get. "Don't turn around," he blurted out, but it was too late. Curious, Ariri followed his gaze and immediately regretted it. Her brain short-circuited as the couple's preparations for their exchange burned themselves into her mind. Her face turned bright red, and steam practically erupted from her head. "Ariri?" Kanade called, tugging at her sleeve, but she didn't respond. Left with no choice, he grabbed her hand and hurriedly led her away. Even after they left the scene, Ariri remained dazed, her head hung low as she stared at her feet while trailing behind Kanade. When they finally reached their destination, a secluded lakeside bench, Kanade awkwardly broke the silence. "Well, people sure are, passionate tonight," he muttered, averting his eyes. "Why yeah." Ariri's voice was barely audible, but at least she responded. Kanade cleared his throat. "Let's sit for a bit. We've been walking a lot, and it'll be good to rest." He gently guided her to the bench, where they both sat down. This spot was special to them. This was their third time coming here together. Being so out of the way, it rarely attracted other students, making it their unofficial hideaway for private talks. The first two visits had been for practical reasons, with no romantic undertones. But tonight, after the awkward encounters they'd had, neither of them could fully relax. For Ariri, her mind was a swirling mess of thoughts, replaying everything she'd seen and imagining possibilities. Kanade, on the other hand, had mostly recovered but found himself at a loss for how to break the heavy silence. Finally, Kanade decided to speak up. "How's school going?" "Your studies, I mean," he asked. Ariri raised her head, her expression incredulous. "Seriously? It's fine, I guess." Her nonchalant answer made Kanade raise an eyebrow. "Just a reminder," he said, "midterms are coming up soon. Even if you failed just one subject, you'll have to come to weekend remedial classes. Don't say I didn't warn you." He emphasized the one with particular weight, his tone firm. Ariri grimaced. She knew exactly what he was talking about. Most of her grades were decent, but English was her Achilles heel. It was ironic, really. As an English-Japanese mixed blood, she struggled with English to a degree that was downright embarrassing. I'll be fine. Probably," she mumbled, clearly unsure. Back when Kanade had tutored her, she'd managed to avoid failing, but after rejecting his confession, she'd stopped seeking his help, and her scores had plummeted. "Wait a second. I can just ask him to tutor me again." Ariri's eyes lit up. This was perfect. Not only would she save her grades, but she'd also get to spend more time with him. A win-win. And unlike before, she didn't have to be on guard against his advances. Now, she could focus entirely on her studies, or maybe accidentally create moments for something more intimate. After all, a secluded room, a lone boy and girl, and a desperate plea for help. Wasn't this the setup for countless interesting stories she had drawn? He. This is my chance. Ariri's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Chapter 178, The Kind-Hearted President. "Then what should I do?" Ariri feigned a pitiful expression. "You know how bad I am at English." She had a plan, but she couldn't bring it up outright. If she got rejected, it would be devastating. So, she decided to play the sympathy card first. "And if I have to attend makeup classes every weekend, I won't have time to finish my illustrations for the convention," she added, turning to Kanade with pleading eyes. "Kanade, you won't leave me to suffer alone, will you?" Kanade sighed, his voice tinged with exasperation. "Even if I wanted to help, I can't exactly take your exams for you." He wasn't entirely against lending her a hand, but he wanted to push her to take responsibility for herself. "Can't you postpone the art deadlines? Take a break or ask for an extension?" he suggested. Ariri shook her head resolutely. "No way. This work is for the upcoming convention. I've already used almost all my free time to work on it, but I'm barely keeping up with the schedule." She had even brought her drawing supplies to the forest school retreat, hoping to sneak in some work during her free time. But the tight schedule and fear of her roommates discovering her secret identity had thwarted her plans, leaving her behind on deadlines. Kanade frowned, deep in thought. The ideal solution would be for her to prioritize one over the other, but Ariri was clearly unwilling to give up on the convention. At the same time, failing her exams and being forced into remedial classes would eat up even more of her time, leaving her unable to finish her work. After pondering for a while, Kanade sighed heavily. Looks like there's only one way. Helping her study was fine, but he hoped she'd learn to manage her responsibilities better in the future. She couldn't keep relying on last-minute help. After this retreat, we'll have the weekend before the exams. I'll give you an intensive crash course, Kanade declared with a stern look. Prepare yourself. Oh, okay. Ariri shrank back, sensing a foreboding aura. She was happy he agreed to help, but seeing his serious expression made her realize that this wouldn't be as easy as she had imagined. When's the convention? Kanade asked. The weekend after next. It's in Akihabara. Kanade nodded. No wonder she didn't want to miss it. This was clearly an important opportunity for Kashiwagi Iri-sensei to boost her reputation. Can you meet the deadline? Probably. I think. Ariri said hesitantly. While Kanade's tutoring would ensure she passed her exams, she was uncertain whether she could catch up on her artwork after losing precious time over the weekend. And if anything unexpected came up, it could derail everything. Seeing her lack of confidence, Kanade relented. Fine. I'll help with the illustrations too. He wasn't the type to meddle unnecessarily, but based on past experiences, he doubted Ariri could handle everything on her own. If left to her own devices, she'd likely end up pulling all-nighters, sacrificing her health to meet her deadlines. Knowing this, he couldn't just stand by. I can help with coloring. That's about the extent of my skills. Kanade offered. Then, with a serious tone, he added, but don't think this means you can slack off. If you delay again for any strange reason, I'm not staying up all night to help you. Got it. Got it. I'll work hard. Ariri nodded enthusiastically, her heart brimming with joy. She hadn't expected Kanade to be so considerate. Not only had he agreed to tutor her, but he was also willing to help with her artwork. Thank you, Kanade. Ariri said softly, her eyes shining as she looked at him. Just don't get carried away. That'll be thanks enough. Kanade replied, glancing at her with mild exasperation. He was too kind-hearted for his own good. He couldn't bear to see his friends struggling. Humphrey, and here I thought you'd appreciate my gratitude. Ariri pouted. Still, she didn't mind this dynamic between them. It was refreshing. With her worries temporarily alleviated, the two chatted casually for a while before Kanade excused himself, citing student council duties. His next task was to meet up with Mahirashina. However, on his way, he was stopped by a breathless student council assistant. A student has gone missing in the event area? Kanade repeated, frowning. Yes, President. The assistant confirmed. How do you know they're missing? Are you sure they didn't just wander off to another area? Kanade asked skeptically. Similar incidents had happened before, only to turn out as false alarms. Sometimes, a student would leave the event grounds without signing out, leading to unnecessary panic. This time, it's serious. The assistant said urgently. Their partner reported them missing. We checked the sign-out records and confirmed they didn't leave the grounds. We also searched the event area, but there's no sign of them anywhere. The gravity of the situation sank in. If someone really is missing, even if we find them by morning, spending the night alone in the forest could leave them traumatized. And if they encountered something dangerous? Kanade's mind flashed to the feral cat from earlier. I need to speak to their partner. Take me to them. Kanade instructed firmly. This way, President. The two hurried off, running to save time. Before long, they arrived at their destination. This is the missing student's partner. Kanade followed the assistant's gesture and was surprised to see a familiar face, Megumi Kato. Kato? Normally composed and calm, Megumi's expression was unusually tense. Kanade-kun. She began solemnly, the missing student is Yukino Shita-san. Chapter 179, Yukino Shita missing. Yukino Shita. Yukino was missing. When Kanade heard the news, he froze, disbelief washing over him. Yukino Shita. Yukino, missing? Those words seemed impossible to string together, yet they came from none other than Kato Megumi. That made it undeniable. Still, to confirm, Kanade asked cautiously, Yukino Shita. As in Yukino Shita. Yukino? Yes. The response left no room for doubt. Of course. Who else at Shuchin Academy could bear the name Yukino Shita? Kanade felt a wave of unease. His hand instinctively gripped Megumi's wrist. It's human nature to react differently when something unfortunate happens to someone close. Though Kanade and Yukino weren't exactly friends now, worry for her still surged within him. When did this happen? His tone was sharp with urgency. About 20 minutes ago, On the path between the second and third checkpoints, Megumi replied. Feeling the pressure on her wrist, she gently placed her other hand on Kanade's, attempting to calm him. Kanade blinked, realizing his grip, and quickly let go. Sorry, I got carried away. Megumi shook her head. It's fine. Did she say anything or act strangely before disappearing? He pressed. No. Megumi shook her head again before adding, after we completed the second challenge, we both took a break. When I came out, Yukino Shita-san asked me to go ahead to the next checkpoint. She said she'd follow shortly. But she never arrived? Kanade frowned. No. I went back to look for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Kanade's mind raced. Yukino wasn't the type to enjoy activities like this, especially ones that require teamwork. She'd likely pushed herself to avoid inconveniencing Megumi after all. Yukino hated troubling others. She probably intended to complete the challenges as quickly as possible, asking Megumi to move ahead to save time. But how could she have gone missing? Though Yukino occasionally exhibited a hidden talent for getting lost, the path between checkpoints was clearly marked with stone tiles and signage. How could she veer off course in the middle of a controlled event? The pieces didn't fit, and Kanade's worry deepened. For now, though, he couldn't waste time overthinking. With the information gathered, he needed to act immediately. Turning to the nearby student council member who had brought him the news, Kanade asked, has a search team been organized? Yes. The member nodded. The vice president set it up. She also sent me to inform you. Good. Thank you. Kanade said, slightly relieved. At least Kaguya had taken swift action. Still, he wasn't fully reassured. The limited number of council members available for search parties might not suffice. Here's what we'll do, he said decisively. Inform the disciplinary committee. Have them allocate half their members to the search, focusing not just on Yukino Shita's last known area but also along the paths between other checkpoints. But won't that leave the patrols short-staffed? Forget the patrols. Do you think enforcing school rules matters more than finding a missing student? Go now. Kanade's sharp glare broke no argument, and the member hurried off. Kanade then turned to two nearby volunteers managing a checkpoint. You two, grab some flashlights and come with me. We're heading into the field. Not waiting to hear if they were council members or not, Kanade asserted his authority as the student council president, and the pair quickly complied. Megumi. Kanade said, turning to Kato, I'll leave this station to you. If anyone asks, tell them the student council president took charge. Got it. Megumi nodded. Satisfied, Kanade turned to the returning volunteers, now equipped with flashlights. Taking one for himself, he prepared to lead the search. Kanade-kun. He paused, glancing back at Megumi, whose composed face now held an unusually serious expression. Please. Find Yukino Shita-san. She said softly. Kanade was momentarily taken aback before responding with a small smile. Don't worry. I will. The urgency in her voice surprised him, hinting that Megumi and Yukino had grown closer than he'd realized. The search begins. Kanade led the volunteers to Yukino's last known location. Upon arrival, he quickly issued instructions. You two, take the path ahead and search in opposite directions. You can venture slightly off the trail but do not cross any barriers. Understood? Yes, President. The volunteers headed off while Kanade stayed behind to inspect the area. His first stop was the temporary restrooms near the checkpoint. Yukino had gone missing after stopping here, so it was a logical place to start. The facilities were simple, built for emergencies. While checking the doors for occupants, he found nothing unusual. Moving outside, Kanade scanned the surrounding area, hoping for any sign of her. Luck seemed to favor him tonight. Near the edge of the woods, a set of footprints caught his eye, distinct, deliberate, and clearly left by a single individual. But something felt off. The tracks led away from the trail, straight into the dense forest. It wasn't like Yukino to disregard the rules, especially when safety advisories explicitly warned against leaving marked paths. Still, Kanade couldn't ignore the lead. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow the footprints. He advanced cautiously, memories of the feral cat encounter keeping him on high alert. Eventually, the trail led him to a section of the fence marking the forest boundary. Kanade was about to double back and regroup when something shiny in the grass caught his eye. He bent down to pick it up and froze. It was a panda keychain. His heart sank. It was the very keychain he had once gifted Yukino. Chapter 180, The Hardest Heart. It was early May, the weather already warm, but a chill ran through Kanade's heart. An abandoned keychain couldn't prove much on its own, but in the context of Yukino's disappearance, it was too coincidental. It had to be hers. The footprints leading to the spot indicated she hadn't been abducted. Instead, it seemed she had ventured here of her own volition. But Yukino wasn't one to break rules, nor was she the type to embark on a solo adventure driven by curiosity. Because Kanade understood her personality so well, he found the situation even more puzzling. What could have possibly compelled her to climb over the fence? Yet, pondering her motivations was pointless now. The priority was to act swiftly to locate her. Every moment wasted speculating reduced the chances of finding her. More importantly, he feared she might encounter wild animals. The feral cat from earlier had been dangerous enough. If she came across a venomous snake or something similarly hazardous, her proficiency in Aikido wouldn't help. Yukino couldn't fend off creatures that didn't adhere to human logic. Kanade steeled himself. Tucking the panda keychain into his pocket, he climbed over the fence and began searching. Disordered footsteps at first, Kanade tried following the footprints. But just a short distance in, they became chaotic, scattering in all directions. Some even overlapped, forming confusing X-shaped patterns. This only deepened his suspicion that Yukino might have gotten lost. After considering his options, Kanade scanned his surroundings and spotted a large, flat-topped stone. He climbed atop it, turned on his phone's flashlight, and maximized the brightness and volume. Setting the phone to play a pre-recorded message on loop, he placed it face down on the stone. For good measure, he secured it with 2 smaller rocks on either side. Satisfied with the setup, he adjusted his handheld flashlight to its brightest setting and returned to the center of the disordered footprints. With the chaotic tracks as a reference, Kanade decided to systematically search in every direction, radiating outward from the central point. It was a gamble, but if luck was on his side, he might find her in under 10 minutes. The phone's looping message would help draw Yukino's attention if she was nearby, or assist other searchers if they arrived. Having finalized his plan, Kanade took a deep breath, picked the clearest-looking path among the footprints, and started walking. He hoped luck would be on his side. Circling back unfortunately, after following the path carefully, Kanade found himself back where he started. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. If Yukino had truly been lost, it was unlikely she could navigate so precisely, walking one direction only to loop back in the opposite. It was as if she had deliberately mapped out a systematic search pattern, excluding possibilities as she moved. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. "That idiot," he muttered under his breath. With newfound clarity, Kanade returned to the center point. He examined the footprints once more and found another trail, one with noticeably shorter strides. Without hesitation, he followed it. This time, his instincts were right. Not far along the trail, he saw a small figure sitting under a tree, knees hugged to her chest. "Yukino Shida?" he called out, angling his flashlight downward to avoid shining it directly at her. "Kanade." Her head snapped up, her voice tinged with disbelief. Finally. Kanade exhaled in relief, his tension easing at the sound of her familiar, frosty tone. "Why are you sitting here? Are you hurt?" Kanade ran up to her, lowering the brightness of his flashlight as he crouched beside her. Yukino looked momentarily surprised, her expression complex. But before she could dwell on it, she instinctively covered her ankle with her hand and said, "It's nothing. I'm fine." "Don't lie." Kanade snapped, his patience worn thin. "If you're fine, why are you sitting out here instead of heading back? Do you think it's fun making people worry about you?" Yukino's already fraught emotions tipped further into frustration. "It's none of your concern. I can handle myself." She braced her hands on the ground, trying to stand. The moment she shifted weight onto her injured ankle, a sharp gasp escaped her lips. Kanade sighed, exasperated. Ignoring her protests, he gently but firmly rolled up her pant leg, revealing a swollen, reddened ankle. The contrast against her pale skin made the injury even more glaring. "This is what you call nothing?" Kanade said coldly, leveling her with a disapproving glare. It was clearly a severe sprain, likely worsened by continued use after the initial injury. Unable to refute, Yukino averted her gaze, sullen and silent. "Any other injuries?" Kanade asked, his voice softening slightly. "No." Yukino murmured, shaking her head. "Good." Kanade nodded, relieved she hadn't encountered any wild animals. Gently, he helped her to her feet. "Lean against the tree for a moment," he instructed. Once she was stable, he crouched down with his back to her. "Get on. I'll carry you back." Yukino hesitated. When she didn't move, Kanade grew impatient. "Are you seriously worrying about appearances right now?" "I'm not." Yukino shot back reflexively. "Then hurry up. The trial runs almost over," Kanade urged. Knowing she couldn't argue with him, Yukino reluctantly climbed onto his back. Kanade felt the warm, soft sensation as she leaned against him. The contrast between her usual icy demeanor and the warmth of her body made him acutely aware of her presence. Unlike carrying Kaguya earlier, Yukino didn't fully lean into him, keeping a more reserved posture. But her hands gripped his shoulders tightly, and Kanade adjusted his hold to support her weight without straining her injury. "Your hand!" Yukino exclaimed, her voice a mix of shock and embarrassment. "Stop complaining. I'm trying to keep you from falling," Kanade retorted. He could sense her embarrassment, but he had no patience for it right now. To diffuse any misunderstandings, he added, "And don't overthink it. You're not exactly light as a feather, you know." Yukino's face burned, but she bit her tongue. Kanade sighed, deciding to change the subject. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the panda keychain. "This is yours, right? I found it near the fence." Yukino's eyes widened in surprise before her expression turned complicated. How did you find it?" she asked softly. It was just lying there. Hard to miss. No wonder she hadn't been able to find it. But Kanade's words also made her realize something else. He might have figured out why she had left a trail. "This panda. I like it a lot. Thank you for finding it," she murmured. "I know," Kanade replied casually. He had chosen it for her, after all. Lowering her head slightly, Yukino whispered, "Thank you. See? You can be honest when it counts," Kanade teased, smirking. Yukino's embarrassment flared, and she couldn't resist lightly headbutting his back. "Idiot," she muttered under her breath. "What was that?" Kanade asked, glancing over his shoulder. "Nothing," Yukino replied, her voice muffled. Kanade shook his head, chuckling quietly. Chapter 181, The First Confrontation. Having found Yukino, Kanade knew he had to inform the other search volunteers. It was only fair to save them the time and effort. His first stop was to see Kaguya. After finishing her participation in the trial events, she had stationed herself at the temporary student council headquarters, managing the situation like a true leader, a stark contrast to Kanade's admittedly lackadaisical approach as president. He knocked on the door lightly. "Shinamiya-san, are you in there?" "Come in," came her calm, commanding voice. Kanade pushed the door open. Though the building was a temporary setup, it still featured a reception area, a testament to the meticulous planning of the student council. He didn't bother setting Yukino down, walking straight in with her still on his back. Kaguya was at her desk, gracefully multitasking, handling feedback from participants and issuing instructions to search parties through a walkie-talkie. When Kanade had heard from a council member about Kaguya's diligent work, he had been surprised. She was injured herself, she should have been resting. But seeing her now, her unwavering dedication made him both impressed and guilty. If Kaguya's commitment was the glue holding the council together, Kanade was the airhead who risked letting it all fall apart. He made a mental note to lecture a certain pink-haired chaos magnet for her part in slacking off. Somewhere far away, Chika Fujiwara sneezed. "Eiku. Fujiwara-senpai, are you okay?" a junior asked. "Probably just someone thinking about me. Anyway, your turn, play a card." Single six. Boom. "I've got a joker." Kanade snapped back to the moment. "You're working so hard, even in times like these," he said earnestly, acknowledging Kaguya's efforts before gesturing to Yukino on his back. "I've found the missing student. You can call off the search teams." Kaguya started to nod, ready to dismiss Kanade's compliment with her usual grace, but her attention shifted immediately to the girl on his back. The girl was stunning, with her porcelain-like complexion and elegant demeanor. But more importantly, why was Kanade carrying her? Couldn't she walk herself? "What's this about, President?" she asked, her tone curious but her gaze sharp. Kanade, oblivious to her underlying tension, answered matter-of-factly. "She's injured, severely sprained her ankle. I didn't want to risk further damage, so I carried her back." "I see." Kaguya's expression softened, though she still watched Yukino closely. She smiled politely, masking her true thoughts. Why is he carrying her? She could at least lean on him and walk. "And just who is she?" With practiced poise, Kaguya continued, "President, you must be tired after carrying her for so long. Why not let me arrange for someone else to escort her the rest of the way? You should rest." Yukino narrowed her eyes slightly. She had no personal investment in the situation but immediately understood Kaguya's intent. The overly friendly smile, the seemingly casual suggestion, it was clear as day. Kaguya Shinomiya was marking her territory. Raising an eyebrow, Yukino prepared to respond. "That won't be necessary," Kanade interjected. "I'll take her back myself." "President." Kaguya's voice remained soft, but a faint edge crept into it. Kanade was oblivious to the growing tension. He explained, "It's late, and her injury is serious. Carrying her ensures she won't put unnecessary strain on it. Besides, she'd probably complain about it later if I let someone else take over. Don't make things up." Yukino snapped, her calm facade breaking. Kanade smirked as if to say, "See? I wasn't wrong. Kaguya pursed her lips. She wanted to argue, but Kanade's casual tone made it clear he saw nothing unusual about the situation. Internally, however, she seethed. This girl must be someone special to the president. They even seem close enough to argue. As she contemplated, her mind drifted to her own dynamic with Kanade. She thought about Chika's frequent teasing, her own insecurities, and how badly she wanted to stake her claim, especially in situations like this. But her injury held her back. If she insisted on following them or taking over now, she risked exacerbating her condition and losing future opportunities to spend time with Kanade. Fine. Kaguya conceded with a polite smile. President, please take care on the way back. Don't overexert yourself, and make sure to rest if you feel tired. Kanade raised an eyebrow, recalling how he had carried Kaguya earlier during the trial events without complaint. Why does she think I'm so fragile now? Understood. He replied. Meanwhile, Yukino remained silent, choosing to ignore the conversation. She found Kaguya's hidden intentions trivial and unworthy of her energy. Instead, she focused on the small panda charm in her hand, finding solace in its simplicity. Kanade adjusted his grip on Yukino and turned to leave. I'll be back soon to help with the student council work, he said. Of course. Kaguya replied, her expression neutral. As the door closed behind him, she let out a soft sigh. Her composed facade remained, but internally, she was already plotting her next move. Meanwhile, Yukino, still on Kanade's back, lightly brushed the panda charm with her fingertips. Why did you have to be so nice to find this for me? She thought, biting back a small smile. Kanade, oblivious to the brewing thoughts of both girls, muttered, Man, this day just doesn't let up. Yukino snorted softly. Idiot. What? Nothing. She replied, leaning slightly against his shoulder. Chapter 182, Even the Snow Queen can melt. Despite his initial plan to drop Yukino off at her dormitory and entrust her care to her roommates, Kanade hesitated. Knowing her personality, she would likely refuse help and force herself to manage alone. That would only worsen her injury, rendering all his efforts futile. So instead, Kanade carried her to the infirmary, a familiar location thanks to a previous visit with Kaguya. The infirmary was unstaffed as usual. After carefully placing Yukino on one of the beds, Kanade went about gathering supplies to treat her injury. His knowledge of first aid was solid, both from his studies and hands-on experience helping others, particularly the accident-prone Utaha. Meanwhile, Yukino sat quietly on the bed, her gaze fixed on the panda charm Kanade had found. She seemed lost in thought, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the tiny blush. Kanade noticed her distraction but decided not to comment. Everyone had their quirks, and he was here to help her, not analyze her habits. Take off your sock. Kanade instructed as he approached with the medical supplies. What? Yukino snapped out of her reverie and stared at him, her face tinged with suspicion. What are you trying to do? What do you think? I'm treating your injury. Kanade replied matter-of-factly. Yukino's cheeks flushed slightly. Realizing her overreaction, she quickly tried to cover it up. I'll do it myself. Of course. I wasn't planning to do it for you. Kanade replied with a slight frown, folding his arms. Yukino opened her mouth to retort but stopped. His casual tone and impatient stance made her feel oddly conflicted. How can he be so indifferent about this? A mix of embarrassment and irritation rose in her chest as she slowly removed her sock, revealing her swollen ankle. She placed the sock behind her, her movements deliberate yet hesitant. Thank you. She murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Kanade crouched down in front of her, his expression calm and focused. To him, this was nothing unusual. He'd dealt with similar injuries multiple times. But Yukino felt her heart flutter as he gently examined her ankle. The sensation of his hands on her skin was clinical, careful, and completely devoid of the romantic undertones she had foolishly imagined. Kanade applied a cooling spray, then carefully wrapped a cold, damp towel around the swollen area to reduce inflammation. His touch was efficient and steady, giving Yukino no reason to protest further. This should ease the pain for now, Kanade said, straightening up. But you'll need to take proper care of it over the next few days. He handed her the bottle of pain relief spray. Keep this with you. If it hurts too much, use it. And no excuses, you're not as tough as you think. Yukino frowned slightly but took the bottle without complaint. Kanade continued, his tone firm but kind. I've already decided, you're taking the next 2 days off. Stay in your dorm and rest. If the swelling hasn't gone down by tomorrow, use a warm compress before applying any ointment. Got it? Yukino nodded reluctantly. These are the other supplies you'll need. He placed a small kit of bandages and ointments beside her. I'll handle the paperwork to ensure you're excused from classes. You don't need to worry about anything except resting. His meticulous care left Yukino feeling both touched and annoyed. It was as if he thought she couldn't manage on her own. "You're overreacting," she muttered. "I know how to take care of myself." Kanade shot her a sharp look. "If you knew how to take care of yourself, you wouldn't have pushed your injury this far." Yukino opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for words. She could only avert her gaze, frustration and embarrassment swirling inside her. Kanade softened his tone slightly. "I know you don't like relying on others, but sometimes it's necessary. You can't do everything alone, Yukino. Let someone help you for once." His words struck a chord, and Yukino fell silent. Kanade's straightforwardness often irritated her, but this time, it felt different. The genuine concern in his voice and the way he carefully tended to her injury made her heart feel uncharacteristically light. "Thank you," she said quietly, her voice barely audible. Kanade glanced at her, surprised by the sincerity in her tone. "Of course. That's what friends are for." The word friends stung slightly, though Yukino couldn't understand why. As Kanade packed up the unused supplies, Yukino looked down at the panda charm in her hands, her thoughts swirling. Maybe being cared for isn't so bad after all. Her lips curved into a faint smile, though she quickly hid it before Kanade could notice. Chapter 183, A Date with the Angel. The sky had already darkened. Considering the gender sensitivity of the situation, Natsukawa Kanade escorted Yukino Shita to the entrance of the girls' dormitory and entrusted her to the care of the on-duty female teacher. This time, the teacher refrained from making teasing remarks and earnestly fulfilled her responsibilities as an educator. Kanade checked his phone and noticed that there was barely any time left before the end of the Test of Courage event. He sighed and typed out a message to Shina Miharu. "Sorry, I just finished dealing with everything, but it seems like there's no time left." Earlier, when he found out that Yukino Shita had gone missing, he had already messaged Miharu to explain the situation. As he pondered over how to phrase his apology, Miharu's reply came instantly. "It's okay. Let's participate together next time if we have the chance." Kanade pressed his lips together, feeling even more guilty. "Sorry, I'll make it up to you later." After all, she was the angel herself. He could easily predict her response. Even so, it was important for him to express his feelings sincerely. "It's really okay. At least I know you didn't stand me up on purpose. It couldn't be helped, right?" Her message was accompanied by an adorable cat emoji expression of comfort. Kanade replied with his own distressed cat emoji, and the two continued chatting like this. Kanade had planned to return to find Kaguya Shinomiya, but while walking back, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Squinting slightly, Kanade studied the figure before him and then fell silent. He quickly edited a message and sent it. "Guess who I just saw?" "Who?" "You." "Eh?" Degrees. Realizing something, Shina Miharu abruptly raised her head and saw a familiar figure waving at her enthusiastically from a short distance away. "Ah!" She let out a soft exclamation before skipping over joyfully. "What are you doing here?" Miharu asked softly. This was near the girls' dormitory. There weren't any other buildings nearby. Even if someone wanted to enjoy the scenery, they wouldn't need to wander here. Still, she didn't suspect Kanade of having any ulterior motives. She merely worried that being seen by others might lead to misunderstandings. Fortunately, she was there to cover for him, so even if someone noticed, it wouldn't be a problem. "Could it be? You came to find me?" The angelic young lady's eyes sparkled with delight. "Well, you could say that." Kanade winked playfully, hinting at something. "Really?" Miharu naturally doubted him, especially given such an ambiguous response. Nonetheless, the joy in her heart was genuine. Of course, she wasn't about to let it show so easily. "Humphrey, I don't believe you." Kanade merely smiled silently, gazing at her intently. Having spent so much time with her, he could often tell what she was thinking from just a small gesture. "Want to take a walk?" Kanade invited. He had assumed Miharu would already be back in her dorm room. The fact that she was still outside, wasn't she waiting for him? "Sure." Miharu agreed without hesitation. "But let's go this way. I found a nice spot earlier," she suggested, pointing in a direction. While the destination didn't matter, what mattered was enjoying the journey. For them, finding a quiet, secluded spot to avoid interruptions and rumors was the ideal choice. Miharu was always so considerate. Kanade, of course, had no objections. After all, he was in the wrong. He had broken his promise. Although they planned to find a quieter route, they neither deliberately avoided people nor chose particularly hidden paths. Instead, they strolled naturally toward the spot Miharu had mentioned. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a lakeside area near the cafeteria. "Kanade. What's wrong?" Seeing his somewhat peculiar expression, Miharu asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing." Kanade replied, shaking his head. I've just been here a few times before. Really? You've been here too? Miharu exclaimed in surprise before showing a look of regret. What a shame. I come here often to sit, but I've never run into you. Kanade felt metaphorical cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Then he thought, why am I nervous? It's not like I've done anything wrong except chat here a few times with a girl. Well, this time, we're here together, aren't we? Kanade said to reassure her. Then, as if to hide something, he boldly took Miharu's hand. The view here is really nice. Let's take a stroll. Miharu murmured, her face flushing pink. Kanade didn't dare meet her gaze. Please forgive my shamelessness, Angel, he prayed silently. Even if Miharu noticed something, she wouldn't show it right away. But if possible, he wanted to ensure she had a pleasant experience. Though they had shared more intimate moments before, like drying her hair or having her sit on his lap, this kind of gesture still left her flustered, giving her little room to think about anything else. In that sense, Kanade felt truly devious. But as they began their walk, his mischievous thoughts dissolved completely. Instead, a new realization emerged. This was his 4th time here, yet he had never truly appreciated the scenery. Perhaps it was because he had never been particularly interested in such things. His vocabulary for describing beautiful landscapes was woefully limited: tall trees, pretty flowers, lush grass. Still, as he wandered aimlessly with Miharu by his side, a faint sense of inspiration began to stir within him. Ah, what a serene and refreshing sight. Even someone like him could find the words to describe it, he thought. Chapter 184, Teasing the Angel. The walk with Miharu was rather uneventful. As neighbors, their relationship was already so close that they spent nearly all their time together, except for sleeping in each other's homes at night. They were so familiar with one another that there was hardly anything they couldn't talk about. Still, because of the forest school event, they had avoided prolonged interactions to steer clear of misunderstandings. Now that they finally had the chance, it felt like they were trying to pour out all the pent-up thoughts and feelings from the past few days in one go. Even so, their conversation revolved around mundane school happenings. Miharu did most of the talking, sharing anecdotes and little events, while Kanade listened attentively and occasionally chimed in. The atmosphere wasn't lively, but it was warm and comforting. Ah, I just remembered something. Miharu suddenly exclaimed, her cheerful expression giving way to an adorable pout. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me angry. How could you do that behind my back? Her abrupt shift caught Kanade off guard. Huh? What are you talking about? Kanade blinked, puzzled by her sudden complaint. There had been so many things going on. No, he couldn't recall doing anything that would warrant such anger. I'm talking about that day. In the cafeteria. Then you even chased me to the dorms afterward. Miharu puffed her cheeks, clearly upset. How could you secretly contact Sazune and the others like that? I wasn't even ready to talk to them yet. Ah. Kanade scratched his head, finally remembering what she was referring to. That day, while dining with Arari in the cafeteria, he had run into Miharu and her girl squad. A misunderstanding about him had escalated into an argument between the girls, which inevitably dragged him into the fray. After understanding the situation, Kanade had gone to the dorms to console Miharu and, in the process, used her phone to send a message to her friends proposing a reconciliation meeting. He'd left shortly after without giving her much time to prepare. Given the recent whirlwind of events, it had slipped his mind until now. I wasn't exactly keeping it a secret. I did tell you right after, didn't I? Kanade tried to explain, but seeing Miharu's expression darken further, he quickly added, so, how did that conversation go? Kanade already knew they must have reconciled, otherwise, Miharu would have brought it up before now. Her friends were kind-hearted and thoughtful, and the question was more to steer the conversation elsewhere. Sure enough, Miharu confirmed his assumption. Of course, we made up. That goes without saying. Ahaha. I was just worried about you. Kanade said sheepishly, relieved that the topic had shifted slightly. Really? Miharu glanced at him sideways. If you were so worried, why are you only asking me about it now? Kanade fell silent, mentally yelling not good. Why was today's angel being so assertive? He could tell Miharu was still upset, likely annoyed that he had acted without consulting her, effectively forcing a reconciliation she might not have been ready for. While Kanade thought his actions were well-intentioned, from Miharu's perspective, it probably felt like being pushed onto the stage without proper preparation. PFFT. Miharu suddenly let out a small laugh. Alright. Stop looking so pitiful. I wasn't really mad at you. Kanade wasn't entirely convinced. Aside from their early acquaintance, Miharu rarely used this kind of tone with him. He even started to suspect there might be something else at play. Perhaps someone had mentioned seeing him with Kaguya during the test of courage, and Miharu had overheard it. In short, Was she jealous? Kanade couldn't outright address it, though. If Miharu wasn't aware of anything, bringing it up would just incriminate himself. For now, playing it safe was the best strategy. After all, Miharu was kind-hearted. She wouldn't hold a grudge for too long. As expected, Miharu merely wanted to chide him briefly, reminding him to consult her next time. She warned him with a gentle smile, just don't do something like this again, okay? At least. Tell me beforehand. Kanade quickly nodded in agreement. He understood perfectly Miharu wasn't genuinely angry. She was putting on an act to gently remind him not to keep things from her. It was her way of asserting that she wasn't some fragile kitten he could manipulate at will. Adorably assertive, Kanade thought. Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? Miharu wrinkled her delicate nose, wondering if her stern act hadn't been convincing enough. But if she acted any stricter, what if Kanade got upset? It's nothing. Kanade said, drawing out his words. Under Miharu's suspicious gaze, he added meaningfully, I was just thinking. Miharu is really cute. What? Miharu squealed, her face instantly flushing red. Her hands flailed aimlessly, searching for something to hide behind. Unfortunately, her trusty pillow which usually served as her shield was back in her dorm room. She had nothing to block her face or use to protest. Why you? Don't say such things out of nowhere. I'm just being honest. Though they weren't far apart, Miharu felt an overwhelming urge to headbutt him, partly to hide her blushing face, though that would bring her even closer to him. This wasn't her cozy home, and without a way to obscure his view, she had no idea how to handle the situation. Humphrey. You're just good at spouting pretty words. I'm ignoring you now. She turned resolutely, refusing to look at him, and began walking back in the direction they had come. She didn't want to stay here any longer. She wanted to retreat to her dorm room, where she could calm down. Watching her flustered steps, Kanade couldn't help but smile. He quickly caught up with her. That won't do. I can't let you walk back alone. Miharu kept her head turned stubbornly, but the faint redness of her ears betrayed her. Chapter 185, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. On the way back to the girls' dormitory with Shina Miharu, Kanade encountered several pairs of students exiting the event venue. Most were walking in groups of two, with very few trios or larger groups. The Test of Courage event had clearly came to an end. A message from Kaguya Shinomiya confirmed as much. The list of all participating students has been tallied. Everyone is accounted for, no one is missing. Staff members have been sent to retrieve the props and decorations from the venue, which should take about 20 minutes. If you have time, President, feel free to stop by the office to inspect their progress. Kanade pondered for a moment. Finding no issues with the arrangement, he sent a reply, no need for me to check. Since you've already handled everything, let's proceed with your plan. I trust your abilities. After confirming that Kaguya received his response, Kanade felt a sense of relief followed immediately by a wave of guilt. While his most reliable vice president worked tirelessly, he, the carefree president, was spending his time dating various girls. Even the composed and proud Kaguya Shinomiya would be justified in throwing a fit over such behavior. Anyone else in her position might have already exploded in frustration. The more Kanade thought about it, the more guilty he felt. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel grateful for having Kaguya as his vice president. She truly was a remarkable genius. From administrative tasks to learning new skills, she excelled at everything. Only a few days ago, she had been a novice with technology, yet now she was proficient in typing and sending messages. Understanding her capabilities, Kanade had never underestimated her. Even during their first encounter, when he had initially challenged her with a preconceived notion of her as an opponent, he had given it his all. He had even resorted to some sly tactics like issuing his challenge only a few days before exams, after thoroughly preparing in advance. Despite these efforts, his victory had been marginal, just enough to claim the top spot on the test leaderboard. Since then, he had continued to practice and repeatedly challenged her in various fields. Even when he faced failure, he never gave up. His persistence wasn't just about turning her attention, it was also a way to showcase his strengths and charm, hoping for the perfect moment to confess. Ironically, the pressure had eventually caused him to give up entirely before he could even confess. For a time, he even considered resigning from his position as student council president to distance himself from the group. It wasn't until a chance meeting with Megumi Kato that he had an epiphany: relationships between boys and girls didn't always have to evolve into romantic ones. They could simply be good friends. From then on, Kanade started acting more naturally. He stopped going out of his way to avoid his former crushes and treated them as just quirky girls in his life. At most, he might internally add a small prefix to their names, the girl who once rejected my confession. But he didn't find this embarrassing. In hindsight, he realized that his feelings back then might not have been genuine. Perhaps it was simply a desire to seek emotional support in an unfamiliar world, leading him to rely on and gravitate toward these girls. If he had succeeded in any of those confessions, both parties might have ultimately suffered. As they grew closer, they would have discovered how different they truly were, leading to a breakdown of affection and potentially turning into resentment. That would have been the greatest harm to both sides. Now, Kanade was grateful for being rejected. It allowed him to mature and see things clearly. It also enabled him to cherish the people in his life with sincerity. Kaguya, I'm so grateful to have you. Moved by his thoughts, Kanade impulsively sent the message. Afterward, he hesitated, wondering if he should delete it, but then thought, whatever. She'll understand what I mean. Kanade had full trust in Kaguya, who had contributed to more than half of his success as student council president. Thank you for your hard work. Rest early tonight. He sent another message before pocketing his phone and heading to his dorm, humming softly. In high spirits, he looked forward to checking on his roommates. Those three had been merciless in selling him out earlier. Tonight, he was determined to dig up some dirt on them. Tonight, someone was destined to lose sleep. And Kaguya Shinomiya was one of them. When she received Kanade's message, Kaguya, I'm so grateful to have you, she froze. Everything else became irrelevant. From that moment, all thoughts of logistics vanished. Even the calls of her maid, Hayasaka, went unanswered. Nothing else mattered as a single thought consumed her mind, the president. He finally confessed to me. What? Hayasaka blinked, completely dumbfounded. But a moment's reflection told her this was unlikely. That insufferable playboy of a student council president couldn't possibly have done something so foolish. Someone as calculating as him wouldn't need more than a subtle move to win over her naive young mistress. Just like he had done before. Realizing something, Hayasaka quickly asked, Ms. Kaguya, did Kanade-sama confess to you? Verbally? Kaguya eagerly handed over her phone, pointing to the message. Look here. If this isn't a confession, what is it? Hayasaka leaned in, reading the message with a critical eye. After a moment, she sighed deeply and gently reminded her mistress, Ms. Kaguya. Is it possible he was just expressing gratitude for your hard work? She spoke carefully, knowing better than to use a harsher tone. But Kaguya, lost in her romantic delusions, refused to believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is clearly a confession. Hayasaka. She's hopeless. My mistress is utterly hopeless. Chapter 186, My Innocence, Gone. When Natsukawa Kanade returned to his dorm, his three roommates had already finished their showers and were lying on their beds, chatting about the night's events. Unsurprisingly, the topic of discussion revolved around girls. Why are you back so late? Takagaya Hukaman asked, poking his head up when Kanade entered. Kanade waved him off nonchalantly. Forget that for now. Keep going. I'm curious about what you all got up to tonight. He grabbed a pillow, hugged it to his chest, and plopped himself onto the floor, resting his chin on his fists like someone eagerly waiting for gossip. He had heard their voices from the hallway not because they were particularly loud, but because the entire dorm was abuzz with chatter and laughter from various rooms. This only confirmed that the true highlight of the test of courage wasn't the event itself, but the after-party-like discussions that followed. After all, gossip was a deeply ingrained human instinct. And since his roommates were people he got along with, Kanade couldn't help but be curious about their romantic escapades. I didn't think the president would be interested in this kind of thing. Tsubasa Tanuma remarked, surprised. What do you take me for? I'm a perfectly normal, psychologically healthy high school boy. Kanade said, exasperated. People who avoided conversations about girls or steered clear of such topics entirely either had extreme introversion, unusual circumstances, or simply different orientations. Let me be clear, I absolutely adore cute girls. Kanade declared earnestly. I can vouch for that. Hukaman said, raising his hand and nodding solemnly. No, you've got it wrong, President. Tanuma quickly clarified, I just mean. With all the rumors about you and certain girls, it'd be hard to guess who your true love is without you explicitly stating it. No offense meant. Rumors? What rumors? Kanade froze, then quickly realized what Tanuma was alluding to. They had only known each other for a few days, but the two of them had hit it off almost instantly. Yet, Tanuma's impression of him seemed bizarrely exaggerated. If even a newly acquainted friend thought this way, what about those who were closer to him? Kanade turned to look at Miyuki Shirogane and Hukaman. Their shifty gazes immediately gave them away. Seriously? They think the same way? Kanade felt his head throb. If his closest friends viewed him this way, how much worse would it be for people who didn't know him well? The so-called dignity of a student council president had clearly been replaced by something far less flattering. Be honest with me, completely honest. Kanade demanded. I promise I won't get mad. Do you guys think I'm some kind of playboy or something? The room fell silent for a moment. Then Hakuman averted his eyes. Shire again hesitated as though weighing his words, and Tanuma. Well, Tanuma looked inexplicably impressed. Not at all, President. In fact, I think you're amazing. Seriously, I'm not lying. Even someone like Kaguya Shinomiya, the Ice Queen, fell for you. You're practically a legend. Kanade opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. Then it hit him Shire again was also in the student council. Surely he would clarify things and dispel these ridiculous misunderstandings. Turning to Shirogane, Kanade gave him a hopeful look. This is slander, right? You'll back me up, won't you, Shirogane? Shirogane fidgeted. It's probably a misunderstanding? I mean, I think Shinomiya might just misinterpret things sometimes. Though he tried to justify it, Shirogane's uncertainty only made things worse. Kanade. What do you mean probably a misunderstanding? It's a huge misunderstanding. Kanade had always made a point to stay committed whenever he pursued a girl, even going so far as to adopt a persona of absolute loyalty. He'd been prepared to face the emotional repercussions of potentially hurting other girls to ensure sincerity. But now he was being told all that effort had been for nothing? This was too much. Hakuman, you've got sharp observation skills. You've got my back, right? Kanade turned to his last hope, fixing Hakuman with an expectant gaze. Hakuman hesitated briefly before saying, honestly, I've been telling you you're overdoing it. At least tone it down or be more discreet about it. Kanade. Ikagaya Hakuman. You traitor. Seeing Kanade's increasingly sour expression, Hakuman quickly tried to salvage the situation. Hey, you told us to be honest. And you said you wouldn't get mad. No takebacks. For once, Hakuman seemed oddly assertive, even roping Shirogane and Tanuma into his corner to share the blame. Fine. You're right. I'm not mad. Kanade muttered, pressing a hand to his chest to calm his rising frustration. What could he do? Even his closest friends thought this way. After standing in place for a moment, Kanade finally grabbed a towel, his annoyance boiling over. He stormed out of the room. Hakuman immediately panicked. Where are you going? Don't do anything rash. Guilt began to creep in. They probably should have comforted him instead of ganging up on him. Just as Hakuman was about to get up and follow, the door swung open again. Kanade stood there, his face impassive. Shower. He enunciated the word slowly, then stepped inside to grab his pajamas before silently leaving again. The three remaining roommates exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to say. Chapter 187, The Boys' Late Night Chat. By the time Natsukawa Kanade returned to his dorm room, his frustration had completely dissipated. Not that he had been truly angry in the first place, just annoyed that his efforts to maintain a pristine image had been, essentially, for nothing. A hot shower had done wonders to clear his mind. Of course, there was no way he'd miss out on tonight's gossip. That would be a million yen loss in entertainment value. Alright, your turn. If you don't spill some juicy stories tonight, none of you are getting any sleep. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Ikagaya Hakuman grumbled but froze under Kanade's piercing glare from where he lay sprawled on his bed. Let's start with you, Hakuman. Kanade declared, wasting no time. Huh? Me? What could I possibly have to share? Hakuman stammered, retreating slightly. Your thing with Yui Uegahama. Kanade said bluntly, even dropping her full name. Don't forget, I'm the student council president. I've seen the pairings list for the test of courage. Hakuman had no comeback. The other two immediately turned their attention to him, their eyes gleaming with interest as if to say, come on, let's hear it. It's not what you think. Hakuman protested weakly, but the others were already sitting up, ready to pounce on the story. Kanade even scooted closer, giving him a meaningful pat on the shoulder. If you don't want people to think you're either into guys or a closet perv, you know what to do. Hakuman's eyes widened in panic as if Kanade had hit a nerve. He considered denying it but realized Kanade had a point. Wait, how did he know about that? Hakuman wondered. Was it that obvious? Ultimately, he sighed in defeat. Fine. It's nothing special, though. She wanted to participate but didn't want to pair up with someone she didn't know, so she asked me to help out. That's all. He muttered. The others exchanged knowing looks. Seriously? That's all there is to it? Hakuman insisted. Come on. Under that atmosphere, not even during the event? Tsubasa Tanuma pressed, clearly the most invested in romance among the four. Of course not. What do you think this is, some kind of rom-com light novel? Hakuman shot back reflexively but abruptly fell silent as if something had crossed his mind. Kanade narrowed his eyes. Oh, there's definitely something you're not telling us. Seeing Hakuman's flustered expression, Kanade decided to let him off the hook. Alright, alright. At this rate, maybe I should just encourage you to be a bit braver, huh? What? Huckleman turned sharply, disbelief written all over his face. What are you talking about? You better not have done anything. Kanade smirked, satisfied with Huckleman's reaction. Don't worry. It's nothing serious. She just asked me a few questions about you, and I gave her some tips. That's all. You what? You told her about me? Huckleman exclaimed, his indignation mounting. Relax. Just harmless stuff, like your favorite novels or hobbies. Things anyone could figure out if they paid a little attention. Kanade replied, rolling his eyes. Still. Enough already. Keep it down before the dorm supervisor comes by, and we all lose our fun. Kanade interrupted, waving off Huckleman's protests as he turned to the next victim. Seeing Huckleman silenced, the others also shifted their focus to Miyuki Shirogane. Shirogane's love life wasn't particularly dramatic, making it a good warm-up before they moved on to the main event. Kanade's thoughts aligned perfectly with theirs. Alright, Shirogane, you're up next. You've got a story ready, right? A story? Not really. Shirogane began, waving his hands in protest, but under the expectant gazes of the group, he caved. Well, everything went smoothly, I guess? Oh? Do elaborate. The group leaned in eagerly. I invited her, she accepted, and we had a good time. Shirogane said, trying to recall the details. There were some challenges along the way, but we solved all the puzzles and got the courage medal and a few trinkets. And that's it? That's it. Shirogane nodded firmly. The room fell silent for a moment. That doesn't sound smooth at all. Huckleman muttered, breaking the silence. The other two nodded in agreement. Yeah, Shirogane. Even I can tell that doesn't sound like a successful date. Tanuma added, the budding romantic now surprisingly opinionated. Shouldn't something unusual or exciting happen at times like these? Just solving puzzles and clearing stages makes the test of courage meaningless. Tanuma said. Huh? Is that so? Shirogane looked uncertain, glancing at Kanade for confirmation. Kanade nodded, albeit with a complicated expression. In a way. Yeah, that's true. Chapter 188, you're the protagonist here, right? In this room, not a single person was a seasoned expert in romance. They were all hopeless amateurs, barely holding on to their theoretical knowledge, if they had any. And yet, when it came to offering advice to their friends, they suddenly transformed into self-proclaimed relationship gurus. Moments like these should involve something special. Tsubasa Tanuma suggested enthusiastically. For instance, a normally composed girl might suddenly jump into your arms for comfort after getting scared. Or maybe she's so terrified of ghosts that she keeps her eyes shut the whole time, clutching your sleeve or arm, leaning on you the entire way. His vivid examples painted quite the romantic picture, though they were undoubtedly exaggerated. At the very least, there should be some kind of romantic atmosphere, right? Otherwise, how is it any different from a regular outing? Tanuma concluded, his argument both exaggerated and oddly reasonable. Not that it has to be exactly like that. Huckleman Hikagaya added reluctantly, despite his usual apathy. It could just be small moments that bring you closer. Like, I don't know, accidentally holding hands because of some unexpected incident, and then realizing it too late to let go. Stuff like that can set the tone. Kanade, who had been enjoying the gossip, suddenly froze. Wait, hold on. He interjected, raising his hand. You're telling me holding hands wasn't required in the venue? You didn't have to hold hands the whole time? Huh? Of course not. What do you think we are, elementary schoolers? Why would anyone hold hands out of fear? Huckleman retorted, sounding as if he had just been gravely insulted. Don't lump us in with you. Kanade was momentarily speechless, not from Huckleman's jab, but because of a deeper realization if hand-holding wasn't mandatory, why had Kaguya insisted on it? What was her intention? Seeing Kanade's stunned expression, Huckleman took it as a victory and didn't press further. Ah, I see now. Miyuki Shirogane said, looking contemplative as he processed the advice. So, if I want my dates to go more smoothly, I just need to create some unexpected moments to make things less dull? That's not entirely wrong? Huckleman hesitated, uncertain whether to support or criticize the idea. Sorry, I might not have explained it clearly. Shirogane clarified. But yes, that's more or less what I've learned. Thanks, everyone, for your help. To show his gratitude, he even stood and gave a polite bow. Ah, it's nothing. Huckleman muttered, scratching his head awkwardly. No problem, Shirogane. We're friends, after all. Tanuma chimed in reassuringly. Kanade, meanwhile, was still recovering from the earlier revelation. After a moment, he snapped out of his daze and awkwardly waved a hand. Oh, good to hear you figured it out. So, let's move on to the next person. Suppressing his growing curiosity about Kaguya's behavior, Kanade resolved to investigate later. For now, he refocused on the room's lively atmosphere. My turn, huh? Tanuma jumped in eagerly. Alright, I'll share, but I'm not sure if you'd call this progress or not. Don't worry about it. Just share the parts that feel like progress. Bonus points if you include details. The others encouraged him. Given the dramatic twists in Tanuma's previous stories, he was the most anticipated storyteller of the group aside from Kanade himself. None of them wanted to miss a second. Alright, let's start from before the partner selection. Tanuma began. So, with your help, I started wondering if any of the girls in our class secretly liked me. And? Huckleman asked, already predicting a typical normie success story. So, I decided to test the waters. A few days before the test of courage, I started hanging around their little group and dropping hints, like, man, I really don't want a random partner. It'd be so much better to go with a cute girl. I figured if someone was interested, they'd take the bait. And did anyone invite you? Huckleman asked, bracing for the inevitable blow. Nope. No one paid me any attention. Tanuma admitted with a shrug. Huckleman's inner monologue, sorry, I misjudged you. My deepest apologies. Noticing Huckleman's sudden downcast demeanor, Tanuma tilted his head in confusion. Something wrong? It's nothing. Keep going. Kanade said casually, quickly catching on to Huckleman's thought process. Alright then. Tanuma continued. So, no girls approached me, but a guy from my class did. He was supposed to be my partner for the event, but he wanted to volunteer with his girlfriend instead. Since we were friends and our student numbers matched, he asked if I could manage without him. Left without a partner, I wasn't too worried because the student council would assign someone. But apparently, the girls in that group found out about it. One of them came up to me and said, since you don't have a partner, why not join us? You can clear the way for us and carry our stuff. It'll make things easier for everyone. And you said yes? Kanade said flatly. Of course. It's exactly what I wanted from the start. Tanuma beamed. The group collectively fell silent, processing the absurdity of the situation. That actually worked? Chapter 189, Betting my honor this time, I won't lose. Tsubasa Tanuma's story was almost too peculiar, filled with coincidences that seemed like they'd been orchestrated by fate itself. But regardless of whether it was coincidence or something else, the real task was figuring out what the girls involved actually thought of him. So, the girl who invited you, was it the same one who asked if you had a girlfriend before? Kanade asked, steering the discussion. Tanuma's romantic journey wasn't exactly tumultuous, but it did resemble a mystery novel. Figuring out whether one or multiple culprits were involved made it fascinating. Naturally, the self-proclaimed strategists in the group dove into the puzzle with gusto. No, it was a different girl. Tanuma replied, shaking his head. Then he added, but the one who asked before was standing right next to her. The group exchanged looks, collectively baffled. While Shiragane's role was more observational as a participant in the event, Huckleman and Kanade were the ones attempting to untangle this mess. Even their extensive knowledge of romantic tropes wasn't enough to crack the code right away. If Girl A had inquired about Tanuma's romantic status but Girl B had invited him, it raised the possibility that the two were covering for each other. However, that led to a more complicated question: could it be that both girls liked Tanuma? It wasn't impossible, but the group instinctively dismissed the idea. In an all-girls friend group, once one member declared feelings for a boy, it was almost an unspoken rule that the others wouldn't make a move. Breaking such a rule could lead to ostracization or even bullying. Thus, the both like him theory was eliminated. They needed more information. And then? Did you go to the test of courage with one of them, or both? Kanade pressed further. After all, his own night had nearly involved multiple partnerships if not for circumstances narrowing it down to Kaguya. Not exactly. Tanuma hesitated, his expression turning sheepish. Actually, I kind of snuck in. Snuck in? Yeah. Tanuma admitted, nodding. Well, maybe snuck in isn't the right term. I did join them openly, but it wasn't my idea. One of the girls suggested that, since the president's announcement didn't explicitly forbid group participation, I could join them both. One invited me, and the other invited her. That made us a three-person group. The room fell silent as the group tried to process this unorthodox arrangement. Huckleman turned to Kanade with a bewildered expression that seemed to ask, this was allowed? Kanade shrugged helplessly, his own expression saying, how was I supposed to predict something like this? But they quickly moved past the technicalities. And then? Someone asked. After that, things were pretty straightforward. Tanuma began. At first, I really was just the trailblazer. Walking in front while they followed behind me. But as we walked, we gradually started walking side by side. Then, every so often, when they got scared, they'd jump into my arms or grab onto my arm and not let go. So that's why you were so confident earlier, huh? But that doesn't tell us who likes you. Was there anything else that stood out? There was one thing. Tanuma said thoughtfully. At one point, we saw a ghost ahead. My instinct was to turn around and pull them away, but I tripped and ended up tackling both of them to the ground. You lucky bastard. And? What happened after that? The group leaned in, fully invested now, as if they were reading the climax of a manga. Well, they didn't really react. Tanuma said, scratching his head. I thought I was going to get scolded or something, but neither of them said a word. Honestly, I didn't know what to say either. He sighed. I was hoping this would be a chance to figure out who liked me, but it didn't help at all. If anything, I just caused more trouble. Having finished his story, Tanuma looked to Kanade for advice. In his eyes, Kanade was practically a romance guru. Kanade didn't disappoint. In my experience. Kanade began confidently, no reaction is actually the biggest reaction. Wait, what? Tanuma and Hukuman both looked puzzled. Think about it. Kanade explained, his tone assured. If they didn't care about you, they'd definitely call you out. At the very least, you'd hear a loud hentai. Or something along those lines. He gestured broadly as he spoke, clearly drawing from personal experience. But if they like you, they'll stay silent for two reasons. 1, they're too shy to bring it up. 2, they're secretly hoping the moment leads to something more. Kanade paused for dramatic effect before continuing. Girls can be very reserved. Even if they really want something, they might pretend not to care for all sorts of reasons. They only accept it after some gentle nudging. Your job is to figure out what they truly want versus what they're pretending not to want. He leaned forward. In this case, their silence clearly means they were pretending not to care. They were probably too flustered to say anything, which suggests. Kanade raised 2 fingers. 1, both girls like you, but they're keeping it a secret to avoid conflict within their group. 2, only one girl likes you, but the other knows about it and is covering for her. If that's the case, the one who likes you has probably already confided in the group. So what should I do? Tanuma asked eagerly. Simple. Kanade declared. Pay close attention to their behavior in the coming days. If one of them starts acting out of character, getting distracted or flustered, for example, then she's the one. That's the culprit who has feelings for you. He leaned back, smiling smugly. I bet my honor as student council president that this deduction is spot on. Chapter 190, Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Got it, President? I'll do exactly as you say. Tsubasa Tanuma's eyes gleamed with a hopeful determination. To him, Natsukawa Kanade wasn't just a senior but practically a god of romance, a man who had allegedly dated numerous adorable girls, parted ways with them, yet still held a place in their hearts. This included none other than Kaguya Shinomiya, the infamous Ice Queen. What kind of legendary romantic prowess was that? In Tanuma's mind, Kanade's exploits were nothing short of divine. His faith in Kanade only deepened after following his advice and noticing his own luck with girls improve. His newfound confidence showed. So, should I take specific measures? Should I request a seat change to the back of the classroom for better observation? Maybe prepare binoculars for long-distance surveillance? Or perhaps bribe one of their friends to get intel for me? Tanuma's excitement escalated with each increasingly wild idea, leaving the others dumbfounded. Stop. Don't do that. Kanade frantically interrupted. Don't do anything drastic. That'll just... Yes. That'll alert them. We can't have that. Just act natural and go about your day as usual. Kanade hadn't anticipated this level of enthusiasm. While the earlier suggestions were feasible, the latter were straight up terrible. Tanuma's plans were veering dangerously close to stalking territory. If executed, they could lead to disaster, perhaps even criminal charges. Kanade couldn't let his friend become a peeping Tom or worse. Seriously, just pay subtle attention when you interact with them. Keep it casual. No over-the-top actions. Kanade emphasized again. Understood, President. I'll stick to that. Tanuma said solemnly, realizing the potential gravity of his earlier plans. Kanade finally exhaled in relief, content that the matter was resolved. All right, anyone else want to add anything? There's still time. Kanade said. However, he quickly noticed all eyes in the room were now focused intently on him. A sinking feeling welled up in his chest. President, what about your situation? Tanuma asked boldly. We don't need to offer advice, but honestly, we're all curious. Who's the girl you like the most? How long were you together? And why did you break up? Even Hikuman and Shirigane, usually quieter, nodded in agreement, their gazes locking on Kanade. Kanade fell silent, his mind racing. Who do I like most? How long were we together? Why did we break up? When did this happen? Kanade racked his brain. He couldn't recall dating anyone, let alone breaking up with them. Every single one of his confessions had ended in rejection. Could it be that the rumors about him had morphed into a twisted narrative? Had people decided he was a serial dater who broke hearts for sport? Until now, Kanade had thought the worst of the rumors about him were that he had ambiguous relationships with many girls, implying he might be dating one or several of them. He had believed that staying quiet and proving his integrity through actions would suffice to clear his name. But now he realized his silence had been misinterpreted as tacit confirmation of these rumors. Worse, his indifference had only fueled the gossip, painting him as a player extraordinaire. Suddenly, it all made sense. Danuma's reverent attitude wasn't because of Kanade's position as student council president. It was because he admired Kanade's supposed romantic conquests. No. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Kanade waved his hands frantically. I've never but fate had other plans. The dorm door burst open. You're so loud the whole hallway can hear you. Are you going to sleep or not? It was none other than their dorm supervisor Shizuka Hiratsuka. Oh, it's you, not Tsukawa. Since the president's here, the whole group's punishment just doubled. If I come back and find you all still awake, you're running 20 laps around the field tomorrow. Got it? Yes, ma'am. The others reluctantly answered, their disappointment evident. They had shared their stories but hadn't gotten to hear Kanade's arguably the juiciest of them all. But no one dared argue with Hiratsuka, also known as the Iron Fist Spinster. Keep it down, and don't wake the whole dorm. Hiratsuka ordered before leaving. Honestly, I don't understand you boys. So much energy to waste. And even the girls' side is. Her grumbling faded as she disappeared down the hall. The room fell silent. A few minutes later, the door creaked open again. Light from the hallway cast a shadow of someone standing at the threshold, revealing a grinning figure. TCH, really asleep already? What a waste. I was hoping for some fun. The demon surveyed the room, ensuring everyone was tucked in, then retreated, satisfied. The dorm returned to silence, broken only by the occasional rustling of blankets. Then, one by one, the sounds of light snores filled the room, blending into a peaceful rhythm. Chapter 191, he grew, but he also changed, essential for understanding the main plot. Not Tsukawa. Kanade couldn't quite recall when he had fallen asleep or if he had slept at all. It felt like the entire night was spent turning over the words his roommates had said, grappling with the realization of how others perceived him. To say his feelings were complicated was an understatement. On one hand, he disliked the imagined version of himself that everyone seemed to see, a playboy who juggled relationships and left a trail of infatuated exes in his wake. This disdain stemmed from deeply ingrained values from a different era. Yet, in Japan, someone like that wasn't necessarily ostracized. On the contrary, such a person could even be celebrated. You're successful because you're attractive to so many capable and charming girls. That was the kind of sentiment that society, especially his peers, might admire. On the flip side, those who remained solitary, avoided socializing, and stayed invisible, the so-called loners, were more likely to be ostracized, even bullied. These individuals were often saddled with a derogatory label, Inkaira, or gloomy characters. But for Kanade, that had once been his reality. Perhaps in his earlier days, he'd fit that mold. Back then, nothing seemed to matter, and he drifted through life in a haze. It wasn't until he met the heroines, the girls who caught his eye, that his focus sharpened, and the world around him began to change. His every action and decision became a reflection of his desire to impress them. In retrospect, Kanade saw how his efforts to win these girls' affection weren't entirely fruitless. Although he had never succeeded romantically, he'd gained what he called side rewards. He learned how to cook and became quite good at it. His academic performance skyrocketed, even earning him the top spot in his grade. He strengthened his body and built resilience. He developed patience, tolerance, and other traits that were less visible but equally valuable. In short, pursuing these girls had made him a better person, even if the prize he sought eluded him. While the ultimate return wasn't what he had hoped for, the friendships that emerged were something to be proud of. That said, he wasn't entirely content. His thoughts shifted to the female friends he had made: Shina Miharu, Ayuri Spencer Sawamura, and others. Did they know about the bizarre rumors surrounding him? If they were ordinary acquaintances, Kanade believed they might have heard something. But for girls like Miharu and Ayuri, who were directly involved in those events, it seemed unlikely anyone would outright ask them, "Hey, did not Tsukawa dump you?" Still, the idea that some level of rumor might have reached their ears gnawed at him. How much had they heard? Was it just idle chatter they brushed off with a laugh? Or had the rumors planted seeds of doubt, making them question his motives? Most importantly, had these rumors influenced their decisions to reject him? Kanade agonized over the possibility that hearsay had tainted his confessions before they even began. While he doubted this was the case with Miharu, he wasn't so sure about Ariri or the upperclassmen who had come after. Ariri, in particular, was someone easily swayed by external opinions. If she had been influenced by rumors when she rejected him, Kanade didn't know how he would cope. Though he now acted as if friendship was enough, his restraint was a carefully maintained facade. Deep down, he still wished for something more to finally succeed in becoming someone's boyfriend, not just a friend. Back then, his feelings might have been muddied by environmental factors, but they weren't false. And over time, as he truly got to know these girls, those fleeting emotions solidified into genuine affection. So now, he faced a choice: confront Ariri and the others, asking if the rumors had influenced their decisions to reject him. Let it go and continue being their friend, pretending nothing had ever happened. The first option held the slim chance of providing the closure he once dreamed of. If their rejections weren't influenced by rumors, they might even reconsider. But if the truth didn't align with his hopes, he risked shattering the fragile friendships they had rebuilt. What if the response was, "I didn't realize you still felt this way. I'm sorry, but we can't stay friends"? That would be the second rejection, and this time, there would be no third chances. Kanade couldn't afford to gamble like that, especially with past failures as a cautionary tale. His preference for the second option was rooted in more than just fear. Over time, he had grown accustomed to the presence of these girls in his life. If he entered a relationship now, he would have to return to his old ways, prioritizing one girl while maintaining a distance from the others to prove his commitment. But could he really do that now? Once, he wouldn't have doubted himself. But now, uncertainty had crept in. If he hesitated, it meant there was a non-zero chance he wouldn't remain faithful. And even if the possibility was remote, it was a dangerous crack in the foundation. If external pressures widened that crack, disaster could follow. Not only would it hurt the girl he dated, but it would also harm the others. To prevent that, Kanade knew he needed to ensure his feelings were unshakable before making any moves. He had to be absolutely certain. That was the resolve Kanade carried as the dawn broke, his restless night giving way to a day filled with even more questions. Chapter 192. A new storm is brewing. A single night wasn't nearly enough for a group of energetic high school students to shake off the excitement of the test of courage. Even by the next morning, the corridors buzzed with chatter as students eagerly shared their experiences. Listen. Last night, Wait, seriously? You two got together? Hey, don't say it so loud. You're embarrassing me. For some, the night had been a dream come true. But for many others, it was simply a fun event or an opportunity to observe mere spectators to the budding romances of their peers. Hey, guess what? Last night at the venue, I saw the president and Kaguya Shinomiya. What? No way. They were together? Yeah, and they were holding hands the whole time. It was like watching a pair of dumb lovebirds. Wait, hold on. I saw the president with a blonde girl last night. Could I have been mistaken? Blonde? No. I'm certain I saw him carrying a black-haired girl. I thought it was Shinomiya at first, but then I realized she always ties her hair up. So, maybe it was just a lost girl he happened to find? Huh? But I definitely saw him with Shinomiya. Are you sure you weren't mistaken? Maybe she had her hair down for some reason last night. I guess it's possible? The gossip spread like wildfire. What began as a private discussion among a small group soon drew the attention of others nearby. Normally, such conversations would stop the moment unfamiliar faces joined in. But this wasn't about just anyone, it was about the ever-mysterious and intriguing student council president, Natsukawa Kanade. And the collective decision was unanimous: the gossip must go on. So, it seems like the president was with at least 3 girls last night, right? No way that's true. That's impossible. He wouldn't have had enough time. Maybe one of them was just someone he helped, not an actual date. But you can't prove he wasn't connected to all of them, can you? Fair enough, but still. Okay, let's assume the lowest possible count: 2 girls. That's more believable, right? No, even if we downplay it, it's still 3. Because I actually saw Sheena with the president last night. Sheena? Wait, isn't that the blonde girl someone else mentioned earlier? No. The girl I saw had brighter hair than Sheena's, and Sheena's also smaller in stature. Plus, Sheena usually wears her hair down, but the girl last night had twin tails. Couldn't Sheena have just changed her hairstyle for the event? Don't underestimate me. A hairstyle's just one part of it. My eyesight may not be perfect, but I'm not blind. Enough bickering. Let me sum this up. One student declared. So, last night, The president was allegedly with 4 girls, or at the very least, 3. Either way, how does anyone manage that? Exactly. How could one guy pull off 3 dates in one night? He's superhuman. As expected of the strongest ex-boyfriend. Huh? The president really is something else. Stories about campus figures were always a hot topic, and Natsukawa Kanade was no exception. Long surrounded by rumors and whispers, he had inadvertently fueled speculation during the test of courage. Students who were already curious about his one true love had their suspicions amplified by last night's events. Their conclusion? Kanade had managed to date 4 girls in a single night. It was mind-blowing. Was this what people meant by a master of time management? Previously, many dismissed his romantic reputation as mere rumor. But now, with so much evidence, a growing number began to think there might be truth to the stories. Some even considered gathering more intel from other classes, but the group decided against it, not because they feared Kanade's wrath, but because they respected him. After all, the last time someone had openly gossiped about him, he had simply shrugged and replied, "The truth speaks for itself." It was this calm demeanor that emboldened them to gossip freely today. Ironically, Kanade's indifference only fueled their curiosity. Had it not been for their respect for him, they might have already assigned spies to track his every move on and off campus. By the way, why isn't the president in class yet? It's already late. Maybe a teacher caught wind of something and dragged him off for questioning? Don't be dumb. We only just started piecing this together. How would a teacher know? Then I have no idea. Maybe he overslept after staying up all night thinking about everything? You think the president is like you? The ones who wouldn't have slept are those girls. I've got a feeling. Things are about to get dramatic. And when it's all said and done, we'll have a front row seat to the chaos? You idiot. No, we seized the opportunity. That's how you find a girlfriend. You don't have one either. Shut up. The heated banter was interrupted by classmates rushing over to mediate. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the classroom, a certain angel sat with a pout. Why isn't Kanade here yet? I even saved him a good seat. Mahirashina's simple frustration stood in stark contrast to the whirlwind of speculation surrounding Kanade. Little did she know, fewer and fewer of her classmates were betting on her connection to him anymore. Chapter 193, Why is it always him giving the fan service? An abrupt, shrill alarm jolted Natsukawa Kanade awake. Perhaps due to his sleepless night of overthinking, he had fallen into an unusually deep slumber, accompanied by a long, vivid dream. But now, awake and groggy, the contents of that dream slipped from his grasp. Who was in it? What had happened? It was all gone in an instant. Not that it mattered. A dream was just a dream, after all. Even if it was inspired by his real-life troubles, reality was what counted. He still had no idea what to do about his predicament. Despite hours of effortful contemplation the previous night, he had come up empty-handed. Eventually, Hikage Ayahukuman's concerned look had snapped him out of his daze, prompting him to ask for a half-day's leave to rest. This reprieve allowed him some much-needed sleep. Yet, as soon as he woke, his mind resumed its frantic pace, replaying the same unanswered questions. His thoughts circled back to the idea of seeking advice. But who could he turn to? This wasn't a matter he could discuss with just anyone. It had to be someone who knew him well, could be trusted to keep the matter private, and was capable of offering genuinely helpful advice. After considering his options, only 2 candidates emerged, Hikage Ayahukuman and Megumi Kato. But Hikuman was out of the question. As a staunch believer in unwavering principles, Hikuman's sense of loyalty and focus would likely clash with Kanade's own uncertain and conflicted emotions. Consulting him might not only fail to yield helpful advice but could also strain their friendship. Kanade shuddered at the thought of ruining another relationship. That left Kato. She had an unparalleled ability to observe and understand people. But why did Kanade feel confident that she would empathize with his plight? Wait, why do I believe that? He wondered. As a girl, wouldn't Kato find his indecisiveness and inability to commit utterly repulsive? If he shared his turmoil, his fear that he might not be capable of being faithful, wasn't it entirely possible she would reprimand him before cutting ties altogether? Even Saint Megumi wouldn't be an exception. In fact, her moral compass might compel her to correct his wayward thinking. Kanade's heart ached at the thought. He had grown too attached to the friendships he had built, the bonds he had cultivated with these girls. And if he couldn't fully commit to one, how could he maintain his relationships with the others? Unless they leave me first. If they fell for someone else, Kanade would have no choice but to let them go. He would never stand in their way. Yes, that's it, he thought grimly. If they move on, I won't have to hurt anyone else. Having reached this conclusion, Kanade resolved to maintain a safe, platonic distance. He would stay close enough to be a good friend but never so close as to risk giving the wrong impression. He would wait until they found happiness elsewhere. The clarity brought him some peace, and he closed his eyes for a brief moment. When they reopened, they were filled with determination. Feeling revitalized from his rest, Kanade stood, ready to face the afternoon. He began changing into his school uniform when a sharp knock at the door interrupted him. "Come in," he called absent-mindedly, too preoccupied to care who it was. Still caught up in his thoughts, Kanade barely noticed the door open or the sound of footsteps approaching. But the visitor noticed him. There he stood, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. "Eek!" A familiar voice let out a startled yelp. Kanade turned to see Sheena Miharu standing in the doorway, her hands covering her eyes but not tightly enough to hide the blush spreading across her cheeks. Why are you only wearing underwear?" she stammered, her voice high-pitched with embarrassment. Kanade blinked, processing the sound of her voice. "A girl? Here?" His mind clicked into focus, and he spun around to face the visitor fully. Their eyes met, or, more accurately, his gaze locked onto Miharu's through the gaps in her fingers. Kanade's first thought, should I say good afternoon now? Chapter 194, The Lovable Angel Sama. "Why are you only wearing underwear?" Sheena Miharu exclaimed, her face flushed crimson. Seeing Kanade frozen in place, she averted her gaze, unsure where to look. "Just hurry up and get dressed already." Kanade, snapping out of his momentary daze, quickly grabbed his school uniform and put it on. Only once fully clothed did he finally turn his attention to the clearly flustered angel standing before him. "Why are you here? Don't you have outdoor classes this afternoon?" Kanade asked, genuinely curious. Unlike him, Miharu's routine was impeccably disciplined: early to bed, early to rise, with a midday break for lunch and a short rest. For her to appear in the boys' dorm, of all places, was highly unusual. I came to check on you," Miharu mumbled, her voice soft and shy. Her small hands pressed against her burning cheeks, trying to recover from the earlier shock. "Also, I brought you lunch," she added, raising a bento box slightly to show him. Though it wasn't handmade, she had personally requested the kitchen staff to include a decorative heart to convey her well wishes for his recovery. But looking at Kanade now, brimming with energy, she couldn't help but think, this idiot looks perfectly fine. Yet her thoughts strayed again to what she had seen earlier. The image of Kanade, practically bare, resurfaced in her mind. She frantically shook her head, hoping to dispel the memory, but the harder she tried, the clearer it became. "Thank you," Kanade said with a nod, taking the bento. He hadn't noticed Miharu's jittery behavior, nor did he connect it to her earlier glimpse of him. After all, their interactions were often peppered with moments of accidental vulnerability. "Let's head to the cafeteria," he suggested. "I'll carry this for you." Realizing that Miharu seemed uneasy in the boys' dorm, Kanade decided to take the lead. But before they could leave, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway, growing louder with each second. Miharu's eyes widened in panic. "What should I do, Kanade?" "Do about what?" Kanade blinked, confused. Before he could process the situation, Miharu bolted toward his bed and dove under the covers. Kanade stared at the now bulging blanket, dumbfounded. "Isn't this a bit much?" Before he could coax her out, the door creaked open, revealing none other than Hikagaya Hukuman. "I brought you some food. Oh, you're up already," Hukuman remarked, surprised. He had been worried about Kanade after seeing him looking half dead that morning, but it seemed the president had made a miraculous recovery. As he stepped inside, his gaze drifted to the conspicuously lumpy bed. The sight of the oddly shaped blanket, paired with the fancy bento on the floor, left little room for doubt. After a brief silence, Hukuman's lips twitched as he gave Kanade a knowing look that screamed, "Of course it's you." Kanade shrugged helplessly, his expression saying, "This isn't my fault." Hukuman scoffed but decided not to pry. Instead, he picked up the bento and declared, "Since you're up, you can head to the cafeteria yourself. I'll just take this off your hands." His voice was loud, deliberately loud. Kanade played along seamlessly. "Sure, thanks for the thought. I'll head there now." The two exchanged a glance before Hukuman walked out, shutting the door behind him. Kanade waited until the sound of footsteps faded completely before crouching beside the bed. "You can come out now, Angel Sama, who panicked so adorably," he said in a teasing tone. "MMPH," came a muffled response from beneath the blanket. Thinking she hadn't heard him, Kanade lifted the edge of the blanket. "No," Miharu yelped, reaching to pull the blanket back, but it was too late. In Kanade's view, Miharu looked less like the dignified angel she was known as and more like a mischievous child caught red-handed. She squirmed under the blanket, her cheeks puffed out in embarrassment. Kanade chuckled. "Need help getting up?" The sight reminded him of times at home when Miharu would doze off on the couch and wake up disoriented, her arms reaching out for support like a sleepy toddler. Her sleepy, vulnerable expression was utterly endearing. Don't look at me," Maharu murmured, her gaze hazy and unfocused. The warm midday air, coupled with the snug blanket, had left her slightly flushed, with a faint sheen of sweat on her forehead. But what truly flustered her was the lingering scent of Kanade on the blanket, a subtle, distinct fragrance that made her heart race. In her mind, Maharu berated herself for her uncharacteristic reaction. The composed, angelic facade she usually maintained had crumbled into something far more human. Kanade, meanwhile, realized the precariousness of the situation. The once pure and untouchable angel now lay before him, looking irresistibly sweet and delicate. Her current state, paired with the fact they were in a boys' dorm room, was enough to spark anyone's imagination. "Right, you can get up on your own then," Kanade stammered, standing abruptly. I'll go wash up." Without another glance, he strode toward the bathroom. Once inside, he splashed cold water on his face, willing his thoughts to settle. Yeah. Definitely need to cool down. Chapter 195, Tasting Maharu's intentions. When Natsukawa Kanade emerged from the bathroom, Shina Maharu had returned to her usual composed demeanor, though her flushed cheeks betrayed lingering embarrassment. "I'm ready. Shall we head to the cafeteria?" Kanade suggested. Maharu hesitated. "But we might run into someone on the way." She was understandably reluctant. After all, this was still the boys' dormitory. While she had assumed that visiting during lunchtime would mean fewer people around, her earlier encounter with Huckman had shaken her confidence. It wasn't her own reputation she was worried about, she could easily explain her presence. What concerned her was the potential for gossip about Kanade if they were seen together. Maharu longed to be closer to him, so close that no one could question their bond. But she wanted their connection to be genuine, not something built on rumors or misunderstandings. So, with her heart set on a different approach, she quietly offered, "How about we eat here together instead?" "Sure." Kanade agreed without hesitation, not picking up on the significance of the word together. He assumed the bento Maharu had brought was only big enough for one person. But when he opened the lid, he was taken aback. "This is packed," he remarked. Normally, bentos only filled about 2/3 of the container. But today, it was crammed to the brim, so much so that sauce had smeared onto the lid, obscuring what looked like an attempted design. "Ah! It's all smudged." Maharu's shoulders drooped in disappointment. She had worked up the courage to ask the kitchen staff to draw a design on the rice, but now it was unrecognizable, making the bento seem messy and poorly made. Even though it wasn't her cooking, she felt a pang of embarrassment. "It's fine." Kanade reassured her with a smile. "It all ends up in the same place anyway." He picked up a piece of sausage shaped like a squid and popped it into his mouth. It tasted fine, though it was a bit milder than what he was used to. "Did you make this?" he asked, curious. Maharu shook her head. "Of course not. Where would I find the time?" The dormitory facilities weren't nearly as convenient as her home, and with only an hour for lunch, there was no way she could have prepared and delivered a bento herself. "Ah." Kanade nodded, realizing how unreasonable his assumption had been. Then another thought occurred to him. "Wait, have you eaten yet?" Maharu shook her head again. "Not yet." Kanade frowned slightly. She had skipped her own lunch just to bring him this. "You should eat too. Let's go to the cafeteria," he suggested. "We can eat together there." No, it's fine." Maharu quickly waved off the idea. "Besides, the bento's already open. If we go to the cafeteria now, it'll get cold. Cold food isn't good for your stomach." While eating with Kanade in the cafeteria sounded nice, it wasn't what she wanted most. "If you really feel bad about it," Maharu began, her voice trailing off. "If I what?" Kanade prompted. "Then maybe you could feed me?" she mumbled, her face turning red again. Kanade blinked, momentarily stunned. She had finally said it her true intention. To ensure they shared the meal, she had deliberately brought only one pair of chopsticks. Kanade hesitated, glancing at the chopsticks he had already used. "If you don't mind," Maharu added, trying to sound nonchalant, though her heart raced with anticipation. Kanade considered washing the chopsticks first, but Maharu's expectant gaze made him think twice. Refusing now might make it seem like he was avoiding her or, worse, rejecting her. "All right," he said, carefully picking up the fried meatball and holding it out to her. Maharu opened her mouth slightly, her petite frame trembling as a faint mist seemed to cloud her eyes. She shut them tightly and leaned forward. With a soft she bit into the meatball, then swallowed delicately. A small pink tongue peeked out to lick the corner of her lips, cleaning away the sauce. Realizing what she had done, Maharu let out a small whimper, her face burning brighter. Kanade, too, felt a strange, inexplicable warmth rising within him. Without thinking, He picked up another piece of food. Another bite? Miharu nodded slightly, her head lowered. The quiet back and forth continued for several more rounds. Gradually, Miharu's embarrassment eased, and her cheeks lost some of their redness. She even managed to look Kanade in the eye only to find him gazing at her with an oddly delighted expression. Overwhelmed by the intensity of his attention, Miharu's composure crumbled. Her mind went blank, and she suddenly sprang to her feet. I'm going back," she blurted out. Kanade reached out instinctively but stopped himself as she bolted for the door. "She ran off," he murmured. Left alone, Kanade glanced at the half-eaten bento. For some reason, his appetite had waned, but as his eyes drifted to the chopsticks, he felt a sudden pang of hunger. Picking up a squid-shaped sausage, he popped it into his mouth. The same food, yet somehow. It tastes sweeter, he thought, savoring the lingering hint of something he couldn't quite name. Before he knew it, he was eagerly finishing the rest of the bento. When will the next taste of this come, I wonder? Kanade mused, a faint sense of anticipation blooming in his chest. Chapter 196, An Encounter with Senpai. No metaphors here. The afternoon's outdoor class went by without any further hiccups for Natsukawa Kanade. When he arrived at the classroom, several classmates greeted him, and the more outgoing ones even asked about his experiences during the courage test event. Kanade smiled and brushed their inquiries aside with vague responses. Yet, his mind remained preoccupied with the events of the lunchtime bento sharing. He couldn't help but scan the classroom for Shina Miharu, only to notice that she was actively avoiding him. Several times their eyes almost met, but she quickly turned away, feigning engagement in conversations with her friends. Sighing in defeat, Kanade decided not to press the issue. Perhaps a bit of space would help them both cool off. Besides, the day marked the end of their week-long retreat. After returning to Shuchin Academy, the weekend awaited, offering a chance to relax. Given their close relationship as neighbors, Kanade knew Miharu wouldn't be able to avoid him for long, no matter how hard she tried. As anticipated, the afternoon classes wrapped up quickly, and the entire grade boarded buses back to the academy. After a brief closing speech from the grade head, the students dispersed, some pairing off with friends while others headed home alone. Kanade pulled out his phone and sent Miharu a message inviting her to walk home together. Her reply came almost instantly, "I'm hanging out with friends today. Let's go together next time." Kanade stared at the screen, his mind churning. He rarely invited Miharu to walk home together, respecting her desire to keep their neighborly relationship private. On the few occasions he did, she had always agreed without hesitation. Her swift refusal today left him wondering had he gone too far at lunch. But she seemed to be enjoying it. Kanade thought back to how adorable Miharu looked, happily munching on the food he fed her. Maybe she's just feeling shy and needs some time to process it, he reasoned. She can't avoid me forever. And so, Kanade decided to make the most of this rare solo time. It had been ages since he last wandered about on his own. Ever since his relationships with certain key individuals had deepened, his time had always been spoken for. His agenda for the evening began to take shape. First, the bookstore. He had fallen behind on the latest light novels, manga, and magazines. Second, food. A few new eateries had opened nearby, and now seemed like the perfect opportunity to explore. Third, whatever caught his interest along the way. Satisfied with his vague plan, Kanade returned home to drop off his luggage and change into casual attire before heading out. A new routine in Japan, even high school students could finish their school day by 4 p.m. Some stayed behind for club activities or study sessions, but those decisions were entirely up to the individual. Kanade couldn't remember the last time he had spent this time of day outside school. The novelty of it all made him feel unexpectedly light-hearted, at least until he arrived at his usual bookstore. There, reflected in the spotless glass storefront, was the striking silhouette of a girl who was anything but ordinary. Fair-skinned, flawless features, a refined nose, cherry blossom pink lips, and mesmerizing wine-red eyes radiated effortless elegance. Her serene yet aloof expression added an extra layer of allure. It could only be Utaha Kasumajoka. Kanade immediately felt a headache coming on. Hoping to leave unnoticed, he turned to sneak away, but as if sensing his presence, Utaha's gaze lifted from her book. Her eyes locked onto his. Hey there. Kanade greeted her awkwardly, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. Utaha didn't respond aloud. Instead, she rested her chin in her hand, a sly smirk playing on her lips. With a tilt of her head, she silently mouthed, "Come here, Kuhai-kun." Kanade resigned himself to his fate, walking into the store. He grabbed a random light novel titled Don't Tease Me, Senpai, and sat down beside Utaha, much to the envy of the store's other patrons. For a while, neither of them spoke. They read in silence, pretending not to know each other. Eventually, Utaha broke the stillness with a deep breath. Closing her book, she stretched languidly, her graceful figure drawing glances from nearby onlookers. Kanade, however, remained entirely focused on his book, seemingly unfazed. Undeterred, Utaha shifted in her seat, angling herself so she could rest her chin on her palm and openly observe him. Her wine-red eyes sparkled with mischief. "You ignored me all week, huh? Let's see how long you can keep this up," she thought. Let the game begin. Chapter 197, The Mischievous Cat Who's Stolen the Cream. Natsukawa Kanade prided himself on his self-control. However, under the relentless, searing gaze of his ever-so-charming senpai, Kasumijoka Utaha, he found himself wavering. Eventually, he sighed in defeat. "Senpai, could you stop staring at me? People are starting to mistake us for a couple." Though he couldn't see the reactions of the bookstore patrons behind him, the curious and envious glances of passers-by outside were hard to ignore. Especially the occasional mother-child duo, with children pointing and loudly declaring, "Look, mommy. A dumb couple. How did kids in Japan grow so precocious?" He couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. "It's fine, isn't it? It's not like this is the first time." Utaha replied with a sly smile, completely unfazed. "Consider it a lesson in societal pressure, Kuhai-kun." She tilted her head, letting her long black hair cascade lazily over her shoulder. "Besides, being mistaken for my boyfriend doesn't sound like such a bad deal for you, does it?" Kanade instinctively leaned back as Utaha leaned closer, her sweet scent something floral, mixed with just a hint of spice wafting over him. "You know that's not what I mean," Kanade said, exasperated. This woman. She always played these games, feigning interest just to fluster him. She loved nothing more than watching him stumble over his words, cheeks flushed, as if that alone were her reward. He had learned to tread carefully around her not just because of these antics, but also because Utaha was, at her core, a consummate pragmatist. She only invested her energy in things that benefited her, though she was careful not to harm others in the process. Except when it came to Sawamura Spencer Ariri. Those two were natural-born rivals. During the time Kanade had been romantically pursuing Utaha, she would often interfere when he later turned his affections toward Ariri. Back then, Kanade naively thought it was out of jealousy. But in hindsight, it was obvious, Utaha simply didn't want to lose a useful asset, be it his assistance with her writing research or the occasional home-cooked meal. The layers of complexity surrounding Utaha always made Kanade wary, even now. "Senpai, what brings you here? Shouldn't a third-year student like you be busy with coursework?" he asked, hoping to steer the conversation elsewhere. "And what makes you think I'm not studying?" she countered with a raised eyebrow, toying with a strand of her glossy hair. Kanade pointed at the book in her hand. Its title? The Loyal Dog's Training Manual. "If you consider that studying, I have nothing to say." Kanade deadpanned. Utaha simply chuckled. "I'm not just a high school senior, you know. I'm also Japan's youngest and most talented light novel author." "Most talented, huh? Modest as always." She ignored the jab, continuing, "As such, I have to stay inspired. And since someone refuses to help me with my research, I have no choice but to glean ideas from others' work." Kanade raised an eyebrow. Was she seriously blaming him for this? "I've been busy, senpai. Between the school retreat, student council duties, and everything else, I haven't exactly been slacking off." "Oh?" Utaha's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. "So you're saying that if you were free, you'd help me, right?" Kanade immediately realized his mistake. Sure. If I have time, that is." Utaha's lips curved into a predatory smile. "Great. Let's do it tomorrow, then. It's the weekend, after all." "Tomorrow won't work," Kanade quickly replied. "I already have plans. And the day after that, too." Utaha's sharp eyebrows arched in disbelief. "What, so you'll agree to help if you're free, but now you're suddenly busy the entire weekend? Sounds like an excuse to me," she said, her voice dripping with suspicion. Kanade sighed, realizing he needed to explain. "It's not an excuse. I promised to help Ariri with her studies this weekend. She's at risk of failing a class, and Ariri?" Utaha's expression darkened ever so slightly. Kanade paused, sensing her irritation. "It's just tutoring," he added quickly. "Humphrey. Tutoring, huh?" Utaha leaned back, crossing her arms. "So, that girl gets your undivided attention for an entire weekend? At her house, no less?" "Senpai, it's not like that. I'm just helping a friend." Sure, Utaha said, feigning nonchalance. But inwardly, she was seething. A private study session at Ariri's home? How cozy. "Maybe I should join you, then," Utaha suggested, her tone casual. After all, I could use some help with my own studies. Nope. Absolutely not. Kanade said firmly. It wouldn't be polite to bring someone else to her house without permission. Yutaha clicked her tongue in annoyance. She had expected as much, but it still stung. Well then, she said after a moment, her lips curving into a determined smile. Next weekend. No excuses, Kuhai-kun. Kanade hesitated, then nodded. Fine. Next weekend. Good. Yutaha said, satisfaction evident in her tone. Now, where were you headed before we met? I've got some time. Why don't I tag along? Kanade froze. Tag along? He could practically hear the unspoken words behind her sweet smile. Don't even think about escaping me, dear Kuhai. Chapter 198, it'll break, won't it? Absolutely. Natsukawa Kanade had no choice but to accept his fate. His solo day off was now firmly hijacked by Kazumijouka Yutaha, the cunning senpai who had latched onto him like a playful predator. As they strolled aimlessly through the bustling streets, Kanade sighed. Senpai, don't you have anywhere you want to go? Maybe somewhere that doesn't involve tormenting me? Yutaha casually twirled a strand of her silky hair. Oh, but I already told you, didn't I? I'm here to accompany you, dear Kuhai-kun. Kanade glanced down at the bag full of books she'd made him carry. Right, because nothing screams selfless companionship like turning me into a pack mule. Yutaha chuckled softly, her scarlet eyes gleaming with amusement. Now, aren't you always saying that exercise is important? Think of this as your daily workout. Kanade sighed again. There was no winning against her. Fine, then let me ask this, what exactly am I allowed to do while you're accompanying me? Or are you going to sabotage my plans the moment I get too far out of your sight? Plans? Yutaha's lips curled into a teasing smile. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping into a conspiratorial whisper. Don't tell me you were heading somewhere inappropriate all on your own? Perhaps a certain kind of shop to pick up some inspiration? Kanade's face immediately flushed. Of course not. I was just planning to browse some light novels, that's all. Oh? So, no secret cravings to indulge? Yutaha's grin widened. It's okay, Kuhai-kun. I get it. You're a healthy young man with certain needs. Totally normal. Kanade glared at her, but before he could snap back, Yutaha suddenly leaned even closer, her breath warm against his ear. Still, she whispered, her voice sultry and low, if you're looking for something more fulfilling, I could always prepare a special meal just for you. Something nourishing and oh so delicious. She blew softly against his ear, her lips curved into a sly smirk. Kanade jumped, nearly dropping the bag in his hands. Are you crazy? He yelped. Yutaha pulled back with a feigned look of innocence. What's wrong? I was just catching my breath. Or did you think I meant something improper? Kanade's head throbbed. He couldn't keep up with her. No one could. Fine. He muttered, trying to steady his nerves. You win. But you'd better not regret it. Oh? Regret what, exactly? Yutaha tilted her head, her teasing expression unwavering. Kanade's eyes met hers, his tone uncharacteristically serious. You'll see. Just follow me. Yutaha blinked. She hadn't expected him to call her bluff so decisively. Wait, hold on a second. She stammered. Where are we going? You'll find out soon enough. Kanade said, his lips curling into a mysterious smile as he started leading the way. Yutaha followed, a rare flicker of uncertainty flashing across her face. Surely he's not serious. Right? After a few minutes of walking, Kanade finally stopped in front of a brightly lit storefront. We're here, he announced. Yutaha froze. Her face turned as red as her eyes. And no way. She stammered. Kanade, you can't be serious. This is way too sudden. I'm not prepared. My clothes aren't even right for this kind of thing. Kanade raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? You don't need to prepare for something like this. Just roll up your sleeves, and you're good to go. Yutaha's heart skipped a beat. Roll up my sleeves? Is he really this bold? Before she could process the situation, Kanade had grabbed her hand and was gently tugging her inside. See, can we talk about this first? Yutaha squeaked, her usual composure nowhere to be found. There's nothing to talk about. Kanade replied nonchalantly. It'll be fun. Trust me. The store clerk greeted them warmly as they stepped inside, and Kanade led Yutaha toward one of the aisles. So? Kanade mused, scanning the options in front of him. What do you think? Should we start with a 2-hour session? Any longer might be too much for a beginner. Yutaha's face turned beet red. Her mind raced. 2 hours. For my first time? I'll definitely break. Won't I? She opened her mouth to respond, but no sound came out. Her head was spinning, her heart pounding in her chest. Hello? Earth to Senpai? Kanade waved a hand in front of her face. Utaha blinked, snapping back to reality. What are you talking about? Kanade gestured at the wall in front of them. Escape rooms. He said matter-of-factly. I've been wanting to try one out, and this place just opened up. Don't you think it sounds fun? Utaha stared at him, her expression a mix of relief, embarrassment, and murderous intent. You absolute idiot. She hissed, smacking his arm. Kanade winced. What? What's wrong now? Forget it. Utaha turned away, hiding her burning face behind her hands. Kanade tilted his head, utterly baffled. What's her problem? Chapter 199, Kasumijoka Utaha, typically the epitome of elegance and composure, now resembled a timid quail, keeping her head bowed in silent mortification. She was the type to indulge in daydreams and savor romance, so this sudden impromptu hotel trip felt surreal. It wasn't to escape the rain or even to take a bath, just a straightforward expression of emotions. Damn it. Of course, the truth might not align with her current train of thought. Her junior might simply have wanted to tease her a little. Perhaps once they reached the room, he'd abruptly stop, as if hitting the brakes. And even if he didn't, at worst, it wouldn't go that far, right? This belief was her lifeline, her constant self-hypnosis. She convinced herself she'd stop at the edge of the cliff, resisting the pull of the atmosphere. Even if her junior indulged in embarrassing antics right before her, even spilling milk on her, she'd remain unperturbed. Definitely. She even started envisioning potential next steps, such as going along with the flow and proposing a relationship. Naturally, she preferred that her junior take the initiative. If he did, she might just reward him. A little. Her thoughts spiraled further, imagining how she could flaunt her new loyal boyfriend to Ariri. She'd show that golden-haired loser just how happy they were together, proving there was no hope left for her. Ariri would have no choice but to accept her fate as a pathetic bystander. If Ariri behaved herself, Utaha might even share a few private photos of her junior as an extra jab. Her mind was running wild. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this get-on-the-train-first approach might work. It was underhanded, sure, but sometimes, the ends justified the means. Any shortcomings could be rectified later by her junior's earnest efforts to make it up to her. Thinking this, she began to feel a tinge of anticipation until the surrounding noise grew louder and louder. Why was it so noisy? Even the shoddiest hotel couldn't have such bad soundproofing. And this noise. It didn't match the scenario she'd imagined at all. Focusing, she caught phrases like, missed it again. And wow, finally got this Gaka capsule. Someone even shouted, now's the time, Shangakusatsu? A sense of foreboding crept in. Finally mustering her courage, she raised her head to survey her surroundings. Right ahead stood a row of gleaming claw machines, surrounded by couples and groups of friends battling wits against the machines. Nearby, the Gaka capsule machines were equally popular, each one flanked by clusters of excited participants. Occasionally, someone would exclaim, yes, I got it, drawing envious glances from the surrounding crowd. But the real highlight was the rows of pristine arcade machines. Nearly every seat was occupied, and the versus section buzzed with spectators standing behind the players. Cheers erupted as people shouted, Yazzie! Take the match in one go. Kasumijoka Utaha froze, rendered speechless. In stark contrast, Natsukawa Kanade was utterly thrilled. I've heard about this place for ages. Apparently, it's a recently opened arcade. All the equipment is brand new, but they still have all the classic games. Seeing it in person, it's just as amazing as the rumors said. I also heard the owner is a hardcore arcade fan who made a fortune in business. When he returned to his hometown and found his favorite arcade gone, he personally funded a new one. To attract today's youth, he even commissioned a batch of easy win claw machines and Gaka machines. No wonder this place is always packed. This atmosphere really brings out the fun of gaming. As he explained, Kanade's eyes gleamed with boundless enthusiasm. He was practically itching to dive in. His original plan had been to stop by here after buying some manga and new releases. But since his senior had tagged along, he thought showing her this place might not be a bad idea. At least, she seemed very shocked at the moment. Or so it appeared to him. In reality, Utaha's aura of suppressed fury was almost palpable, her legs trembled, itching to stomp something, while shadows seemed to gather in her eyes. She murmured incomprehensible phrases under her breath, like, hey. I knew it. Unforgivable. Hey. Her anger built and finally broke free. She turned to Kanade, who was clutching a handful of game tokens, contemplating which game to play first. In a voice laced with icy sarcasm, she muttered, Truly, you're full of surprises, scumbag Kun. Your methods of toying with innocent girls are always so innovative. What did I do this time? Kanade was baffled. Why had her tone suddenly turned so venomous? Bringing a girl to a place like this? You're the worst. Absolutely the worst. Wait, wasn't it you who said you'd go anywhere I wanted? Kanade protested, feeling wronged. She had agreed, so why was she blaming him now? How was this fair? How was I supposed to know you'd bring me to here? I thought you were taking me to... Utaha faltered, flushing. Sure, she had agreed to accompany him, but he could have at least told her where they were going. She had genuinely thought they were headed to a hotel. To a what? Kanade blinked, sensing layers of meaning in her words. Utaha pursed her lips and stayed silent. There was no way she could admit what she had imagined. Especially now, realizing that instead of some risque scenario, they were in a thoroughly all-ages appropriate setting. Her earlier questionable thoughts were now even more impossible to confess. She still had some pride, after all. But since she was already here, she decided to channel her indignation into action. I'm going to the claw machines. Utaha's face was expressionless. She wasn't particularly fond of dolls or plushies, but in this setting, they were the only thing that sparked any interest. But I wanted to try. Claw machines. She repeated flatly. Kanade sighed in defeat. Fine. We'll play the claw machines first. He cast a longing glance at the row of arcade machines, where a group of mushroom-haired grade schoolers gleefully battled it out. His hands itched to join, but since he had invited her, he couldn't just suggest splitting up. That felt like asking for an even harsher scolding. Utaha, oblivious to his internal struggle, walked briskly toward the claw machines. Her mood had yet to improve. Chapter 200, Kasumadoka. Utaha considered herself a literary maiden, naturally gravitating towards pursuits aligned with her passion for literature. She loved reading, often immersing herself in a book for an entire afternoon. Romantic literature, in particular, held a special place in her heart, and it was no surprise that she longed to embody the idealized characters within those stories. Generally, she preferred to stay out of the public eye. However, to enrich the experiences she could pour into her works, she occasionally ventured out to try new things like experimenting with a claw machine. After all, as a light novel author, her craft demanded some connection to youth culture and activities popular among couples. In truth, though, she wasn't skilled at claw machines. Her previous experience was limited to one fleeting attempt. Still, she understood the basics: insert coin, maneuver joystick, press the button. Easy enough. But as expected, she failed. Not once or twice, but repeatedly. I thought these were supposed to be easy claw machines. Why can't I grab anything? These are scams, right? Utaha grumbled, her frustration mounting. Initially, she hadn't been too upset. But with everything going wrong lately and a lingering sense of having been teased earlier, her annoyance snowballed. Even though she rationally knew she was overthinking, emotions had their own logic. Anger was anger, and it needed an outlet. Scumbag Kun, you do it. But if you fail, this shady business doesn't deserve our patronage. Isn't that going a bit too far? Natsukawa Kanade sighed in resignation. He'd anticipated her distaste for this kind of place, but he hadn't expected her patience to wear thin so quickly. And just so you know, these tokens aren't refundable. I don't care. Utaha crossed her arms with a dismissive shrug. It's not my money. That's even worse. Kanade protested, feeling thoroughly wronged. Still, he stepped forward, reluctantly inserting a token into the machine. He wasn't particularly confident in his chances. Those rumors about easy claw machines might well have been marketing gimmicks. But since he had already committed, he figured it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. At worst, he could save any unused tokens for another visit, though who knew when he'd get the chance to return? Which plushie do you want, senpai? Kanade asked, turning to her. Since she'd been the one to choose this particular machine, it must have held something that caught her eye. He might as well lend her a hand. Like it matters. As if telling you would magically make you successful. Utaha huffed but begrudgingly pointed it out. That panda in the back, the one with the goofy expression. Kanade followed her gaze and spotted the plushie in question. The panda stood out with its exaggerated face, nestled securely among its companions. Figures. Girls really do like pandas. Kanade muttered. It was no surprise. Pandas were iconic creatures, adorable and unique. However, most pandas originated from a certain eastern country, and those abroad were typically on loan or gifted. Being a rare and difficult species to breed, even a few in Tokyo attracted immense popularity. Visiting them required either incredible luck or winning a lottery draw. To meet the public's demand, panda-themed merchandise proliferated and sold like hotcakes. It wasn't a stretch to call them the nation's favorite animal. But as much as Utaha adored the panda plushie, her attention was focused more sharply on Kanade himself. You girls? She repeated, frowning. What other girl had he been around who liked pandas? Or more precisely, who was the girl connected to Kanade in this context? Her curiosity burned. Kanade, oblivious to her spiraling thoughts, got to work. He surveyed the machine from different angles, double-checked his positioning, then deftly maneuvered the joystick. Satisfied, he pressed the button. While Kanade appeared indifferent, Utaha watched with rising interest. She tracked the claw's descent as it navigated through the crowd of plushies. It bypassed all the pandas and crashed directly into the base. It caught nothing. Utaha had initially been impressed by Kanade's confident demeanor. His just-pick-one attitude suggested some expertise. But now, he hadn't even brushed the panda's fur. Her face twisted into a look of pure disdain, ready to mock him mercilessly. Before she could open her mouth, the claw, on its way back up, snagged a tag dangling from the panda's neck. With the tag firmly hooked, the entire plushie rose into the air and dropped smoothly into the prize chute. Utaha. Was this even possible? It felt like he was playing by some entirely different set of rules. Not that she'd admit it. Refusing to yield, she scoffed. That was just a fluke. No way you could do that twice. Life's full of surprises. Kanade shrugged casually. To him, it wasn't a big deal. He'd practiced claw machines hundreds of times back when he'd been honing his boyfriend's skills. If he couldn't ace something as trivial as this, how could he hope to master the subtler nuances of romance? Compared to reading an entire book to understand someone, claw machines were a cinch. I don't believe it. Do it again. Same method, another plushie. Utaha challenged. But pandas with tags like that aren't exactly common. Kanade hesitated. The method wasn't foolproof. It relied on the tag being positioned just right, and most of the remaining pandas were inaccessible. Then pick a different plushie. Utaha's eyes darted toward a peculiar golden-haired doll, and an idea struck her. That one. The goofy-looking golden retriever. I want it. Kanade followed her gaze and felt a strange unease. This golden retriever. Something about it. Suppressing his thoughts, he got to work. As expected, the dog's position made it an easy target. Within moments, Kanade successfully retrieved it and handed both plushies to Utaha. Convinced now? He asked. While he didn't expect any overt praise from her, he took some satisfaction in showing off his skills. Utaha, clutching the prizes, was secretly pleased. But as she realized he'd never displayed this talent around her before, her mood soured. TCH. As expected of scumbag Kun. You're awfully skilled at charming girls. No one became a master at claw machines overnight. For Kanade to have such refined technique, he must have practiced extensively, likely while dating countless other girls. Even if the truth wasn't so incriminating, it was clear he'd honed this skill for someone. And now Utaha couldn't stop obsessing over who that someone was. She could rule out that golden-haired loser, Ariri. The girl didn't care for such frivolities and certainly wouldn't hang out at arcades. Which meant it had to be some other sneaky girl. In her constant rivalry with Ariri, Utaha had nearly forgotten about the numerous other potential threats. Like that black-haired girl she'd glimpsed the other day, flat-chested but undeniably pretty. Damn it. Why did her junior attract so many girls? Wasn't just her love enough for him? Chapter 201. After receiving the two plushies from her junior, Kasumijoka, Utaha's mood visibly improved. Sensing an opportunity, Natsukawa Kanade suggested they try the arcade games. Utaha, who had little interest in such things, decided to tag along since Kanade seemed so enthusiastic. However, when he invited her to join in, she shook her head, opting instead to watch him play from the sidelines. Kanade didn't press further. He picked a game, inserted his coins, and quickly immersed himself. He had chosen the classic King of Fighters 97. This legendary fighting game boasted a vast lore, iconic characters, and a loyal fan base. Despite newer competitors emerging in recent years, it retained a devoted following. Kanade, for one, had played every installment and often participated in ranked matches for fun. However, playing on a console with a controller was different from using an arcade joystick, and the unfamiliar controls took their toll. The result? He played terribly, getting mercilessly crushed by the eye on maximum difficulty. Kanade. The humiliation was palpable. In hindsight, Kanade realized that he always underperformed when playing in front of girls. It had happened before with Miharu, and now again with Utaha. Even though I don't really understand the game. You seem like you're about to die, Junior. Utaha remarked with keen interest. Ordinarily, girls would cheer a guy on in such moments. But for Utaha, watching her junior flounder was a rare treat, especially since he had sat down with such confidence, only to end up sweating bullets moments later. How adorable. Totally not. Look, the eye is almost done for. Kanade protested, though he was obviously struggling. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't lose to the eye, no matter how aggressive it was. But now, he had no choice but to use that move. Desperate situations call for desperate measures. Muttering to himself that this was a legitimate tactic and not cheating, he began spamming the same input repeatedly, +A, +A. To Utaha's view, Kanade's character on screen started firing energy balls non-stop. The relentless barrage eventually chipped away at the opponent's health bar, defeating them. Utaha's expression turned complicated as she looked at her junior, who sighed in exaggerated relief. Was this cheating? Though she didn't know the rules, something about this victory felt underhanded. Before she could comment, a small mushroom-haired boy appeared beside Kanade, pointing at him. Big bro, you're so bad at this. Kanade was stunned. Never in his life had he imagined being called bad for defeating the eye, especially by a little kid. Trying to maintain his composure, he responded gently, "That's not entirely true. As they say, it's the victory that matters, not the method." The boy nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, I get it now. So even if you play dirty, it's okay as long as you win." Kanade felt a pang of guilt. Realizing he couldn't set such a terrible example, he added, "But of course, winning fair and square is even better." The boy tilted his head, pondering briefly before concluding, "Oh, I see. So it's because Big Bro is bad at this game." He said it so matter-of-factly, but to Kanade, the words hit like dynamite. Such ruthless honesty. How could a child so small deliver such devastating verbal blows? Feeling an inexplicable need to redeem himself, Kanade narrowed his eyes. "So you think you're good at this game, huh?" "Yeah, I'm way better than you," the boy said with absolute confidence. Kanade smirked. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. "In that case, I'll give you 3 tokens, and we can have a match. If you win, I'll give you 3 more. Deal?" The boy hesitated briefly, his manners showing as he replied, "But if I win, won't Big Bro lose face in front of Big Sis?" Kanade froze. Did this kid really plan to let him win? Face flushed, Kanade snapped back, "Stop talking nonsense, kid. If I said I'd give you the tokens, I'll give them. But only if you can actually beat me." There was no way this little kid could defeat him. Kanade had years of experience playing King of Fighters. Even with the unfamiliar joystick, he couldn't possibly lose to a 7 or 8-year-old. No way. Absolutely not. After inserting the tokens, Kanade graciously picked his 3 best characters and declared, "I'll even go easy on you and use my weakest lineup." The boy ignored him, quietly selecting his own characters. The match began. Kanade focused intensely, testing the waters with cautious moves. Fighting games, after all, were essentially advanced versions of rock paper scissors. Anticipating the opponent's moves and countering them was key. Guarding against attacks, punishing openings, and breaking defenses with grapples. Gradual control of the game's flow often secured victory. Though he was up against a mere child, Kanade wasn't taking any chances. Losing to a kid in front of Utaha? Unthinkable. Yet sometimes, the very things you want to avoid come rushing toward you. Despite playing as carefully as he could, Kanade was utterly overwhelmed by the boy's aggressive play style. It felt as though he were a tiny boat caught in a stormy sea, battered by relentless waves until he finally capsized. "Ko." The announcer's voice rang out as the words "insert coin to continue" appeared on screen. Kanade stared at the screen in stunned silence. He had lost. Completely. Utterly. He'd been demolished with no chance to retaliate. So this was it. He had truly aged out of his prime. Standing up resolutely, Kanade gathered all his remaining tokens and handed them to the boy. With a solemn expression, he declared, "As promised, these are yours. Keep it up, kid. The future is yours. This land no longer has a place for old relics like us. But I believe in your potential. You can carry this legacy forward." With that, he turned to Utaha, mumbled something about leaving, and walked away with her in tow, never once looking back. He needed time to mourn the youth that had slipped through his fingers. Which was why he didn't hear the boy's parting words, spoken with innocent candor, "That Big Bro is super nice, but he's really bad at games. He probably couldn't even beat the weakest player in our class." Chapter 202. Silence. A long, drawn-out silence. Ever since they walked out of the arcade, Natsukawa Kanade hadn't said a single word. Yet, he wasn't particularly embarrassed at first. In fact, his mind was already racing. For him, being beaten by an elementary school kid wasn't something to dwell on. After all, plenty of people lose to kids in games. Why should he be any different? However, this time was a little unusual. He got utterly destroyed by that little mushroom-haired kid in front of a girl his own age. But precisely because of that, His mental gears had to start turning. He had already devised a complete strategy. From the moment he realized he couldn't beat that little mushroom head, he had been plotting when he lost, he would immediately adopt an expression that screamed, "The waves of the Yangtze River drive forward relentlessly, leaving this old wave dead upon the shore." He'd then pass on the spirit of battle to that prodigy as though he were handing over a legacy. Yes. If he played it like that, he wouldn't be some loser high schooler who got trashed by a kid. Instead, he'd be a senior passing on the torch of hope to a worthy successor. This way, even if his senpai brought it up later, he'd have a solid narrative to fall back on. That kid's a genius, someone who might just achieve the dream of becoming a world champion. He had thought it all through and had even prepared the perfect explanation, keeping a look of contented satisfaction plastered across his face the entire time. Yet, he was met with nothing but silence from Kasumijoka Utaha, who hadn't uttered a single word since they left the arcade. How could she stay this calm? This silence wasn't simply silence, it was practically saying, "Kanade-kun must already feel terrible after losing to a kid. I shouldn't rub salt in the wound." But that wasn't it. He wasn't feeling bad. He hadn't lost, he had just passed on his will, that's all. So why wouldn't she say something, anything, instead of pitying him? That kid was a genius, Kanade said, his tone heavy and serious. He couldn't hold back any longer. If he didn't say something, he felt like he was about to break down. Huh? What? Utaha turned to look at him, puzzled by the sudden declaration. That pure, genuinely confused expression was clearly not an act, and Kanade immediately realized something. Utaha hadn't been dwelling on what had just happened at all. The reason she hadn't said anything was likely because she was thinking about something else entirely, or maybe she was just waiting for him to start a conversation. Which meant this whole matter could have been left behind long ago, but he had brought it up again himself. Damn it. Didn't that just make it look like he was the one dwelling on it? I mean, that kid back there, he was incredibly talented, destined to be a future world champion. Kanade forced himself to continue explaining, figuring that denying it now would only make him look even guiltier. Better to just treat it as a casual topic of conversation. Oh, I see. Utaha nodded, her tone indifferent. She had no interest in such things whatsoever. What intrigued her more was the fact that her dear underclassman actually liked coming to places like this. She wondered how many other girls he'd taken on dates to all sorts of locations like this besides her. She understood, and she assumed Kanade understood as well, that most girls wouldn't enjoy small, cramped, and noisy environments like arcades. Sure, the claw machines might catch some attention, but places as chaotic as this, full of random people and entirely centered on games, were not appealing to most girls. In fact, if a boy suggested such a place as a date spot without an already strong relationship, it would definitely earn disdain and could even lead to a breakup. Something like, "You're so self-centered, you know that?" For someone like her, a literary girl, such a place was even less likely to be her cup of tea. And yet, Kanade had still brought her here. Was it just a lapse in judgment? No, she didn't believe that. Likewise, she didn't think Kanade misunderstood her personality. After all, he'd always picked date spots that matched her preferences in the past, perfectly hitting the mark each time. There was no reason he'd suddenly lose that ability or, worse yet, deliberately regress. Could it be that he was trying to make her dislike him? No, that was impossible. Based on her understanding of Kanade, there was no way he would do something like that. She trusted her judgment, and her judgment had never been wrong except for that one time he confessed to her. She had thought she'd made her feelings clear back then. "I hope Kanade-kun will face me as his true self. If he does, I'll accept him wholeheartedly." She thought she'd conveyed that, but he misunderstood it as, "I can't accept your confession right now." And so, he'd pulled away from her. Eventually, he even ended up in the arms of that blonde idiot. She couldn't accept it. She went out of her way to meddle, disrupt, and finally, in a fit of desperation, confronted him directly. "I care about you. If only you could." She hadn't even finished her sentence before he cut her off with, "Please, senpai, stop teasing me. And don't keep seeking me out. I'm worried Ariri will get the wrong idea about us." After that, he didn't even spare her another glance as he walked away. That was the moment she realized how deeply she'd hurt him, in ways she hadn't even been aware of. So much so that he wasn't willing to listen to her anymore. From then on, she lowered her stance, no longer assuming the role of the favored one. She took the initiative, carefully rebuilding their relationship, step by step. And finally, things had improved enough that he was now willing to take her to places like this. Didn't that mean Kanade-kun also believed their relationship had returned to, or even surpassed, what it once was? She might have misjudged certain things, but she wouldn't miss a signal of progress like this. It aligned perfectly with her long-held wish for Kanade to face her as his true self. His personal interests, his thoughts, his actions not tailored to please her, but genuine reflections of his character. What did he enjoy doing alone? What were his real preferences? She wanted to understand everything about him. Only then could she respond to him in the same way wholeheartedly and without reservation. Because the love she longed for was one untainted by pretense, a love where both hearts were fully open to each other. Chapter 203, Not Continuing? Kasumidoka Utaha broke the silence, noticing that Natsukawa Kanade seemed somewhat distracted. What? Kanade blinked, caught off guard by her question. I'm talking about the date, of course. Utaha clarified before shifting the conversation. Doesn't my dear junior have more places he'd like to visit? Kanade glanced at her, refraining from any sarcastic retort. Instead, he nodded and said, That's true. But what about you, senpai? Don't you have things you'd like to do? I don't mind at all. Utaha shook her head with a faint upward tilt to her lips. Since I said I'd accompany you, I'll stick with you to the end. So no matter what unspeakable places you want to take me or what unspeakable things you want to do, I'll keep my promise. She teased, her tone playful. Thanks for the kind offer, but I'd like to maintain my dignity as a human being for now. Kanade nodded politely. Having gotten used to her antics, this level of teasing hardly fazed him anymore. However, when it came to deciding where to go next, he found himself at a loss. For someone like him, who typically didn't leave the house unless absolutely necessary, most of his free time was spent indoors playing games, listening to music, and the like. He did enjoy traveling as a hobby, but since trips required significant planning and time, he rarely ventured out unless his schedule was completely clear. Days like today, with a sudden decision to go out, made detailed planning impossible. Initially, he'd thought that visiting a bookstore and an arcade would be enough to pass the time, but now, barely halfway through the day, he was already running out of ideas. Do you have any places you'd like to visit, senpai? Kanade turned to ask Utaha. It wasn't about catering to her preferences, he just genuinely couldn't think of anything, so he figured he might as well ask for suggestions. Me? The unexpected question caught Utaha off guard, but she quickly began to think seriously. She did have many places she wanted to visit, which was why she'd framed today's outing as a research date. However, most of her planned destinations weren't suitable for today. Completing them now would disrupt her overall strategy. How about watching a movie? Utaha proposed. It suited her persona while also fulfilling her date aspirations. Though the idea was a bit cliché, she liked the classic charm of it. A movie, huh? Works for me. Kanade nodded. Given Utaha's personality, he couldn't imagine her suggesting anything else. After all, she was similar to him, a homebody who could spend an entire day indoors. The difference was that she would likely be reading while he'd be gaming. Is there something specific you want to watch? Utaha nodded. There are a few, like Norwegian Wood. Norwegian Wood. Kanade repeated thoughtfully, signaling his understanding as he pulled out his phone to check for showtimes at nearby theaters. As an older film, Norwegian Wood was long past its prime release period. However, its status as a classic meant that some theaters occasionally rescreened it. They were in luck. After only a brief search, Kanade found a nearby theater that happened to be showing it today. The screening was about an hour away, though the theater was a bit far and would require a train ride. 1 hour. If we leave now, we should make it, Kanade said after some quick calculations, sharing the theater's location with Utaha. After checking the information, Utaha nodded. No objections here. With that, the two briefly planned their route before heading to the nearest train station. Once aboard the train, they quickly found seats next to each other. It wasn't rush hour, so the train was relatively empty, with only a few scattered passengers. Talking wouldn't disturb anyone, but Kanade, having nothing in particular to discuss, simply pulled out his phone and started scrolling through Twitter. Utaha, however, didn't seem annoyed. Instead, she tugged lightly at his arm and whispered, "Move over a bit. I want to see too." Without waiting for his response, she leaned in slightly. Kanade shot her a sidelong glance, his expression faintly exasperated. Yet, despite his apparent reluctance, his actions betrayed him. His scrolling noticeably slowed as if accommodating her. Time slipped by, and just as Natsukawa Kanade thought they would peacefully reach their destination, Kasumidoka Utaha, seated beside him, suddenly stretched out her hand, tapping the screen. "This couple is so pitiful," she remarked. The abrupt invitation to engage caught Kanade's attention. He focused on the screen and noticed a short story-like post. A girl was diagnosed with cancer and needed immediate surgery. However, since her parents had passed away and she had no other family, no one could sign the surgical consent form. As a result, the hospital refused to proceed with the operation. Despite her boyfriend's tireless care, no miracle occurred in the end. The narrative was lengthy and needn't be fully detailed, but the gist was clear. The always sentimental Utah couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The dead are gone, and the living must carry on. It's easy to say, but for her boyfriend, the days ahead must be unimaginably tough. She mused. Utah didn't favor stories that ended in tragedy. Still, she couldn't deny that many of history's greatest works of art often concluded on sorrowful notes. This was natural. Tragedy held a unique value, it lingered in memory. But modern creators often misunderstood its essence, choosing to craft sorrow for the sake of sorrow while neglecting its core. As a result, many recent tragedies failed to resonate and instead annoyed audiences. True tragedy wasn't about catastrophic events like accidents or disasters causing permanent separation. It was about the natural course of events leading to a painful conclusion, while also showcasing something deeply meaningful along the way. That was genuine tragedy. Like the love between the couple in this story, their bond was what truly deserved recognition. I don't see it that way, Kanade said, shaking his head decisively. Utah looked at him, stunned, a sudden chill seeping into her heart. But Kanade simply continued with his reasoning. If I were that guy. If you were him. You'd be able to move on from your girlfriend's death quickly? Utah asked softly, a strange unfamiliarity washing over her as she looked at him. For a moment, it felt as though she'd never truly understood the person beside her. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Kanade frowned. If it were me, this situation wouldn't have happened in the first place. Huh? Utah blinked, bewildered. Kanade explained matter-of-factly, consent forms for surgery usually just require the patient's signature. It's only because hospitals want to avoid liability that they insist on having a family member sign. But this is actually easy to solve. All you need is a single piece of paper. Utah's puzzled expression deepened. Marriage registration, of course. Kanade continued, looking at her with faint disdain. Just fill out a marriage application. Once it's registered, you're legally married. And as her husband, you'd have the authority to sign the consent form. Utah froze. Seeing her still perplexed, Kanade elaborated, that's why I said I don't agree with how it played out. Normally, since the girl had no other relatives, the hospital would have explained this option to the guy. If he cared enough, he would have asked if it was possible. The fact that he didn't means he likely had his own concerns, or he might have already thought about the implications and chosen not to act. Of course, I'm not saying he was wrong. Risk aversion is human nature, and the fact that he took care of her afterward shows he was quite responsible. But if it were me, I'd have chosen a different approach. Kanade continued, expounding on his perspective. However, Utah had stopped listening. An inevitable thought crept into her mind, if it were me. If it were me, would you do the same? She blurted out, her eyes fixed intently on him, eager for his answer. Huh? Kanade was startled, pausing before responding. Unfortunately. Utah's lips parted slightly, and she felt as if all the strength had drained from her body. Unfortunately, if it were you, I wouldn't have the right to do so. Kanade said, shrugging. Your parents are perfectly healthy, aren't they? There'd be no reason for someone like me, an outsider, to step in. Utah fell silent after hearing his every word. This silence lasted even longer than before, to the point where Kanade started to wonder if something was wrong. Eventually, Utah lifted her head and looked at Kanade with an overly sweet smile, her lips curving just so as she squinted slightly. As expected of you, trash can. Your skill at toying with innocent girls is truly unmatched. My suggestion? Go die. Right here, right now, in front of me. I'd love to witness firsthand how humans writhe in agony before death. Huh? Kanade's face was a picture of shock and horror. What was this woman saying? How could she be so cruel? Chapter 204, The sorrows and joys between people are never truly shared. While Natsukawa Kanade was left puzzled by Kasumijoka Utah's sudden outburst on the train, she had already stepped off, looking refreshed and rejuvenated. Her mood was excellent. Not only had she successfully probed his thoughts, but she'd also vented her pinned-up frustrations, a perfect double win. She'd won twice. On top of that, seeing Kanade's utterly bewildered expression filled her with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. So, which way do we go now? Utah asked casually, glancing at him. The train ride hadn't been particularly long, but the emotional ups and downs made her feel physically tired when she stepped off. She couldn't resist stretching, and the motion accentuated her curvaceous figure, inevitably drawing a few discreet gazes. Utah disliked the feeling of being ogled, but when traveling with her dear junior, she didn't mind as much. In fact, she took a certain pride in it. See? Even nameless passers-by can tell who's the most outstanding. This body isn't something you find every day, you know. If it's you, my dear junior, you could openly. However, when she turned her gaze to him, she found that he was entirely focused elsewhere. Like a block of wood, he wasn't even glancing in her direction and seemed oblivious to her words. Hang on, I'm checking the map. Kanade said without so much as looking at her, completely absorbed in his task. After confirming the direction, he carefully examined the map again before pointing forward and saying, "That way. About 6 or 7 minutes on foot, and we'll make it on time." Utaha. She didn't even know how to respond. Should she praise him for being so conscientious and reliable as a guide? But this kind of thing didn't really matter. Wasn't the point of going out with a girl to pay more attention to her? Sure, she wasn't an average girl, but the dissatisfaction in her heart was still there. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. What, am I so unappealing that I'm not even worth a second glance? I'm tired. The words escaped her mouth before she could think, but realizing how unreasonable and nonsensical they sounded, she quickly added, "From sitting on the train. I don't feel like walking. Can you carry me there, dear Junior?" Satisfied with this follow-up, she nodded to herself. That's polite enough, right? Kanade immediately looked up, bewildered, wondering what strange mood had taken hold of her this time. Tired from sitting on the train? How could she even say something like that with a straight face? "Senpai. Are you okay?" he asked hesitantly. His concern was promptly met with a sharp glare. "Don't look at me like that. I was just trying to be considerate." Kanade sighed. He really was at a loss. First, she'd randomly scolded him on the train, and now, as soon as they got off, he had to deal with her whims. Any normal person would have lost it by now. Let's just get straight to the point. What is it you want this time? Utaha pursed her lips, clearly unwilling to answer. After a moment of silence, Kanade seemed to grasp what was happening. Feeling slightly guilty, he coughed awkwardly and said, "Ahem. I'll admit I wasn't paying attention earlier. That was my bad. But isn't this a bit much as punishment? Besides, carrying you in public like this. It's not exactly ideal, you know." Utaha's expression softened slightly. Kanade noticed and thought to himself, so it's true girls want attention, especially from the guy they're with. If his focus drifts elsewhere, especially to other women, it's bound to upset them. Thankfully, he hadn't done anything that stupid, so the situation was salvageable. Striking while the iron was hot, he raised his hand in a gesture of assurance. "I promise I won't ignore you again. If I do, you can ask me for anything you want." Hearing this, Utaha's brows finally relaxed completely, though a small thought still lingered in her mind. "Your hand," she murmured. "My hand?" Kanade asked, puzzled. Seeing that he was utterly clueless, Utaha rolled her eyes and extended her hand halfway, though she stopped, unwilling to grab his directly. Her own embarrassment held her back. Reaching out was already my limit. There's no way I'll just grab his hand outright. I'm not some obedient puppy. Kanade finally understood. So that's what this is about. She really doesn't feel like walking, so she wants me to pull her along. I thought she was just complaining earlier, but she actually meant it. In hindsight, Utaha had likely intended to punish him by refusing to move at all. However, after his reassurance and her mood improved, she decided to compromise, but her reluctance to walk hadn't completely vanished, so she settled on holding hands. This was fine by Kanade. It wasn't much effort, and he agreed without hesitation. "Got it. No problem." With that, he reached out and took her hand, leading her in the direction of the cinema. The suddenness of his action left Utaha no time to react. Before she realized it, she was being pulled along, taking a moment to process what had just happened. Then, a flood of disbelief filled her mind. Wait, why is he so decisive? And why does he seem so experienced, like he's held countless hands before? But this is my first time, okay? Can't he show a little respect for my feelings? Of course, the guy leading the way couldn't hear her inner thoughts. Even if he could, he might scoff at them after all. This was Kazuma-joka Utaha, master of dirty jokes and risque humor. The idea of her blushing and getting flustered over something as simple as holding hands? Ridiculous. But no matter what Kanade might think, Utaha's inner turmoil was real. The firm warmth of his grip made her instinctively match his pace, stumbling a little before she fully adjusted to his rhythm. Only then did she have the mental space to reflect on her situation. So this is what a boy's hand feels like, so broad and steady. I wonder what the rest of him is like. Her curiosity sparkled in her eyes as her thoughts wandered further. Chapter 205, Senpai, is something wrong with you? No matter how curious she was, Kazuma-joka Utaha couldn't outright demand to touch him. That would make her seem like some kind of pervert, wouldn't it? And so, all she could do was patiently wait for an opportunity, though such chances are rare. As they ambled toward their destination, she couldn't come up with a better plan. Before she knew it, they had arrived. The walk wasn't long, and there was no rush either. They had strolled to the cinema at a leisurely pace. The theater was nearly deserted, so quiet it felt almost eerie. Whether it was due to its remote location or the time of day was unclear. Although this area was technically part of Tokyo, it was noticeably more secluded compared to the bustling city center. The surroundings were dominated by old-style residential buildings, with little sign of urban development. Despite this, the area still had all the essential amenities one might need. At the ticket counter, Kanade double-checked the movie schedule. After confirming everything was in order, he decisively purchased 2 tickets. As a good companion for movie watching, popcorn was a must. Drinks, however, required consultation. "Senpai, do you want a drink?" "No need," Utaha said promptly, shaking her head. She wasn't fond of overly cold beverages. Kanade nodded, then turned to the clerk and ordered, 2 popcorns and 1 large Coke, please. The clerk, a timid-looking girl who appeared to be about Kanade's age, quickly went to the back to fetch their order. Kanade suspected she might also be a high school student working part-time after school. It didn't take long for her to return with their items. "Here you go. Please take your order." As Kanade accepted the items, he noticed the girl glancing at him repeatedly. When their eyes met, she quickly looked away. She's really shy, Kanade thought, amused. Turning back, he walked over to Utaha and handed her a tub of popcorn. Just as he was about to suggest they sit down and wait, Utaha crossed her arms and said in a disdainful tone, as expected of Trash Kun. "You can't even hide your desires, radiating hormones everywhere you go. You're just like a peacock flaunting its feathers?" Kanade froze, a dark expression clouding his face. Before he could retort, he followed her gaze back to the counter, where the clerk stood, leaning slightly forward as if trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. When their eyes met, she hastily straightened and pretended nothing had happened. Kanade immediately understood what was going on. He sighed, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and led Utaha to a seat farther away from the counter, deliberately avoiding the girl's line of sight. "Even though you're acting indifferent, you're secretly pleased, aren't you?" Utaha teased, her mood visibly improving as she watched him prove his innocence. After all, boys are just like that. It doesn't matter who or what the admirer is, being liked by a female makes you feel oh so important, doesn't it? Would you please at least limit your accusations to humans? Kanade shot back, exasperated. If he didn't, she might actually start implying he had a thing for non-human creatures. "Ha! Just as I thought. You're a walking hormone machine, ready to strut whenever a girl shows interest. My advice? Congratulations, now go get a permanent fix. Don't twist my words like that." Kanade grumbled. Sure, he felt a tiny bit pleased deep down, but he hadn't shown it at all. In fact, he'd even distanced himself to avoid misunderstandings. So how had he still ended up getting roasted? If he'd known this would happen, he might as well have stayed put and secretly enjoyed the attention. Seeing that Utaha was about to say more, Kanade panicked. Without thinking, he grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into her mouth, saying, "It's good. Eat more, senpai." MMPH. With her mouth full, Utaha could only make muffled sounds of protest. Satisfied, Kanade turned away, pretending to examine a nearby poster with intense interest. After swallowing, Utaha was ready to scold him but suddenly realized something. He just fed me. Didn't he? Sure, his motive might not have been pure, but this was the first time he'd ever fed her of his own accord without her explicitly telling him to. And the fact that he'd used his whole hand. His fingers had definitely brushed against her lips. A peculiar idea popped into her mind. "My mouth is empty again," she declared with mock seriousness. "If it stays empty, I might start saying something you don't like." Kanade turned to her, confused. Utaha pointed at his popcorn, then at her mouth, silently urging him to understand. "Surely he gets it now, right? But you have your own, don't you? Why eat mine?" Utaha. Seriously? She almost suspected he was being obtuse on purpose, trying to make her spell it out. "Fine, 2 can play at this game. Because yours tastes better." "That makes no sense," Kanade said, shaking his head. Nonetheless, he swapped his popcorn tub with hers. "There, happy now?" Now it was Utaha's turn to feel baffled. Then, irritation flared up again. He's definitely doing this on purpose. Fed up, she shoved her tub back into his hands, crossed her arms, and huffed, "Now I don't even have hands free to eat." Kanade stared at her smug expression, momentarily speechless. Finally, he managed to say, "You're this unwilling to eat by yourself? That's just lazy, senpai." Utaha bristled. "Lazy? You think that's what this is about? You're unbelievable." She gave a cold snort and refused to respond, settling into a silent standoff. Faced with her stubbornness, Kanade sighed in defeat. Reluctantly, he picked up a couple of pieces of popcorn and moved to feed her again. But as he held the popcorn out, Utaha suddenly leaned forward, her tongue lightly brushing his palm before taking the popcorn. Then she leaned back, a playful smirk on her face. Serves you right. Kanade. Are you a child? And how can you do something like that without the slightest shame?